We've seen champions making history. Now it's your turn. Subscribe to The Ring and join the legacy.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we gather to witness an epic rivalry between two titans, where the stage transforms into a battlefield. Let the spectacle begin!
There's the pressure of Beterbiev. Bivol saying, all right, I gave you a chance. Now this is my chance. Ooh, nice counter, right, left from Bivol. And he sent Beterbiev walking backwards. And now he's on the front foot. Combination punching.
I feel empty.
I did not go today.
That the result is fair.
I think Beterbiev was lucky.
It was wrong.
Thank you for joining us on the Last Crescendo Watch Along for The Ring Magazine. My name is Doug Fisher. I'm editor-in-chief of The Ring Magazine. And with me, a man who needs no introduction, Hall of Famer Teddy Atlas. Teddy, from the bottom of my heart, I mean this. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, at the A&B Arena to watch this, what people are calling a historic pay-per-view card. Usually, that's hyperbole. Usually, that's just promotional BS, but this time it's true, isn't it?
There's no such thing anymore as hyperbole. You pronounce it better than me. You're more educated than I am. I'm just,
You're more educated in boxing than I am.
I wasn't born with this nose like this. It's kind of an occupational hazard. But ever since Turki Al-Sheikh showed up on the scene, hyperbia is normal.
Right.
I mean, to be honest,
it's like the highest level every time out. He tries to outdo himself with each card, it seems like.
Somebody got mad at me, I don't know, but a lot of people, so I can't even keep track.
Everybody's mad at everybody these days.
I don't know. I lose track, and maybe that's a good thing. But somebody said, Teddy, you're giving him too much credit. Turki Al-Sheikh said, because I called him the face of boxing. Yeah. But what else would you call him now, where in the last year and a half, somewhere in that neighborhood, he's come along and truly changed the face of boxing as far as making fights that, two things. One, that the fans wanted, and two, that the sport needed.
Yeah, and plus, it was the fights that fans were demanding for years that the powers that be in boxing prior to His Excellency entering the sport would not make, for whatever reason. There was promotional division, there was division between the networks and the various platforms, and Turki Al-Sheikh shows up, and everybody sits down at the table. Everybody. Literally, I was at dinner last night, and it was literally looked like the Last Supper, you know what I mean? But with boxing insiders. It was all the promoters, Oscar De La Hoya and Bernard Hopkins and Eddie Hearn and Frank Warren and Ben Shalom and all the sanctioning bodies. Mauricio Suleiman, the guys from the IBF, the
Sounds
WBO,
like
the
UN.
WBA.
Sounds
Yeah,
like the UN.
no,
Were you at the UN?
I was at the UN.
UN of boxing.
There you go, and that's a good thing because the sport is only at its best when everybody comes together and works together, and we're seeing that. And the result is this card.
Isn't it called a world championship?
Yes, exactly.
World sport.
It's supposed to be international,
right? So,
and which, by the way, we got 2 Russians in the main event. So it's a rematch for the undisputed light heavyweight championship of the world. We got the defending champion, Artur Beterbiev, against the challenger, Dmitry Bivol. That's a 50-50 fight, but there's at least 5 50-50 fights on this pay-per-view undercard that I believe each of these fights could be main events in their own right.
Well, people have asked me, is this the greatest card that you've ever seen, that you know of? And I'd say it probably is. And if it's not, it's right up there where I'd have to give some thinking and maybe call up Doug Fisher to do a little research to see if there's actually anything better.
Right.
But
you got to rack your brain like, okay, when is the last time? And you're thinking, 2003, there was that Don King card, and then in the mid-90s.
I'm going to jump on that.
Yeah.
Difference. I'll tell you what the difference was. Yes, Don King had cards back then where you had a lot of superstar names on there sprinkled throughout the card. No doubt about it. But they were not competitive fights.
Right.
They were in there. It was an A against a B.
Right.
It was not in there with a fight that the fans wanted.
Right.
The main event was the main event, and it was sprinkled with other names, but again, not the names that you wanted them with.
Yeah, and
because you wanted them with fights that were, like you said, a 50. Where look, nobody likes to go to the movies when they know the ending.
True.
And it was too often, and that's where Turkey Al-Sheikh changed things. It was too often you would go into a fight and you knew the end of the movie already.
Yeah. So you don't watch.
No,
and you certainly don't pay.
And you don't. And more importantly, you don't come back.
Right.
And that's
right.
What,
and after a while, the networks are kind of like, "Is this what you're going to give me? Okay, bye, boxing."
That's what's changed.
We've seen that happen, and I think boxing has a chance, not just internationally, but also there's an opportunity for it to be reinvigorated in the U.S. People just have to give it time.
Well, it is being reinvigorated.
Yeah.
Listen, it's a plant that wasn't watered.
Right.
It's finally getting water.
That's true.
And it's blossoming a little bit. I see a bud right here in front of me. A nice blossom. and in all seriousness, it's been around. Boxing's been around longer than any other sport. Maybe you could argue the marathon, with the runner. But nobody's throwing punches at them.
Right.
This sport has been around longer than any other sport. It was a travesty. It might be. I've been in it 50 years, so you can imagine how I felt when it was moving towards a niche sport.
Yeah,
really, we speak the truth here. You got to put it out. It was moving in that direction where it wasn't as relevant as it needed to be, and now it is. Now it's moving back in the right direction, and the only reason, the formula is not that complicated. Right. Put the best in with the best. Kind of like take a page out of UFC. Really, there's a reason why
they're thriving
and quickly.
Yeah,
and there's a reason why that brand is thriving and has done it so quickly.
Right,
because you put the best in with the best.
Right,
and now when you start to do that again, you see, as you said, the revigoration of the sport. It's. What was that old saying? It's simple, stupid?
Yeah, keep it simple, stupid.
I mean,
best versus the best. That's how all sports work. UFC grew so fast in 10, 20 years because they put the sport before the business. And in doing so, the business thrived. Go figure.
Hey, they remembered one thing, really.
Yeah.
They remember, I'm going to jump off of what you just said, business, right?
Yeah.
The stockholders of the business is you guys. Them. The fans.
Yeah.
They understood that if the brand is going to grow, if the sport is going to be healthy, take care of the stockholders, the fans.
There you go.
Don't forget about the fans. And they had been forgotten about.
Yeah, don't take them for granted.
And the stockholders, the fans, were forgotten about.
True. And I think they were taken advantage of.
100%.
Yeah. And after a while, they're like, man, these promoters, they just think we're going to pay $80 every time to see anybody, even if it's whatever the A side is a 10-1 favorite.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
There you go.
I mean, the fans kind of get that.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so the first fight, it's a prospect out of the UK named Mohamed Alakel, and he won a decision. I believe it was it a 6-rounder or an 8-rounder? He was in with a tough Nicaraguan journeyman, and he earned it.
They're building up a nice program here in Riyadh. I want to say that too, because I've been here. This is my 7th trip. I've been blessed to be here.
Did you say 7th?
Yeah,
this is my second. All right.
In the last less than a year and a half, me and my son.
Okay.
So we're very blessed to be asked to come back here. Not everyone asks me to come back to everywhere I go. So we're very grateful, blessed, but most importantly, blessed by the kindness of the people that are so gracious and sincerely good to us and caring. And I'll tell you, from the first trip, I went to the gym here, and I saw there's young Saudi kids. They're building a team. And I saw the young Saudi kids. I talked to them. I gave them a couple lessons. And not that they need me. They got good coaches. But I went through a few things. I saw them. And I feel like they're my kids. That's the way trainers talk.
Yeah.
You know, when you're training a fighter as a real trainer, they become your kids, because trainers are like parents.
Absolutely.
Surrogate parents. They really are. They're responsible, for them in so many ways. Obviously in the ring, but outside the ring too.
Sure.
And we have a closeness. So every time we come here now, we go to the gym.
Oh, good.
And I see the kids, and I talk to them and give them a little lesson. And they have grown so much, Doug.
In just like a year and a half?
I mean, listen, I'll tell you how much they've grown. They just won a national tournament.
Get out of
That's
here.
how much they've grown.
This is going to be a new market for boxing, and not just in terms of the big fights occurring here, but I think in terms of boxers being developed here, but also fans, because this was a tough ticket, tonight's show. Now, when His Excellency did his first show, I think it was December 2023, the boxing world was there, but the locals weren't buying tickets. But now the locals, they've learned about boxing. They know who the players are. They know who the elite fighters are. And there's fans of fighters that are in action here tonight, whether they're from Russia or from the UK or from the US or whatever. And that's all happened in 18 months, which is pretty sensational.
The word is spreading.
Yeah. And the sport is growing, and that's a good thing. And we're seeing some highlights of the first fight between Artur Beterbiev and Dmitry Bivol. And I got to say, that was a brilliant tactical fight, like high-speed chess. Each guy making an adjustment to what the other guy is doing every minute of every round. After 12 rounds, Teddy, I couldn't really separate the two. I had it even. I had it 6 rounds apiece. 114, 114. This is one of the official judges.
I had it probably 115, 130, but I had it Beterbiev.
Yeah.
Real close,
no
real
problem
tight
with
fight.
that.
I just had him winning the championship rounds.
Yep. I agree. He took those rounds.
Yeah, and the way he did it was by losing rounds. Now, Doug thinks I'm out of my mind. How do you win a fight and win a fight late by losing rounds? Well, the same way as if you're watching a pot of water on the stove, right? And you're watching it and the flame is on it. The flame's doing a job. You can't see the job, but it's doing a job. And the water starts to boil. You still can't see the job. So you leave for 10 minutes. You come back. There's no more water. The flame did its job. That's what pressure does.
Right.
But just like the flame, when the pressure is being applied, you don't see the job being done. You just see pressure, guy coming forward.
Right.
And Bivol was winning those early rounds.
Yeah.
But the flame was doing its job.
Right.
Pressure breaks pipes.
Yeah.
Pressure wears out people.
Yeah.
And the pressure doesn't show, just like the flame, until later.
Right.
But later on, the water ain't there no more.
Right.
And the man is less of a man at the end.
Right.
He wore him down with the pressure. And it paid off.
It had to be elite pressure
Yeah, of
because
course.
Bivol is an elite boxer.
Well, otherwise, he will tic-tac-toe you on the way in.
Yeah.
You know,
can't just be any run-of-the-mill pressure fighter. You can't just come forward. But this
I
Beterbiev has got some footwork of his own.
Not
but,
just
but coming
footwork.
forward,
He's got a jab that is like someone else's right hand.
Right.
And it's accurate.
Yeah.
He might not throw it as much as Bivol, but when he throws it, it's the right time.
Yeah.
And it's accurate, and it hurts.
Yeah.
You know who had a jab like that?
You know what? And he probably was not getting credit early on for landing that jab because Bivol has one of these jabs where you do take notice.
Well, that's what I mean.
You see him, and it's like he's so fluid, and he seems so relaxed in there. You know, his shoulders and all, popping and popping.
100%.
And you really you're like, man, this guy's boxing his ass off.
And he uses it more.
Oh, yeah, he does. Everything is off that jab.
You know
and he's
who
he's a rhythmic boxer.
No, you're right.
Yeah. I mean, he's like a beautiful dancer in there. So I can see where the judges early on are like, this Bivol, man, they liked that flash. And it wasn't just flash. There was substance behind those punches.
A beautiful dancer, but Fred Astaire never had black eyes after he danced with somebody.
That's true.
You know what I mean, Doug?
Yeah.
I mean, we got to make a little separation here.
Yeah.
The guy that I was going to say that had a jab like that, you're going to laugh when I say this, but George Foreman, he had a jab. He didn't get – look, Ali got the credit. Of course, he had a great jab. Larry Holmes, those guys.
Yeah.
Tremendous. But Foreman didn't use it as much. He wasn't known for it. He was known for the power punches, obviously.
Yeah.
You don't need Teddy Atlas to tell you that. But his jab set up a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
His jab was a stabilizing force to keep guys in front of him, to keep them from doing their thing.
Yeah.
That stuff. You know what I mean? Matter of fact, look, we know he destroyed Joe Frazier, which was an upset at the time, the first time. And what was it? Yeah, we know it was the uppercut at the end. That's the punch we remember. That's in our mind.
That's what we see him lifting Joe off the canvas with.
That's melted in our mind. And by the way, Ring Magazine had a pretty good shot of that.
Yep.
But it was the jab that kept this discombobulating him.
Yeah.
I'm showing off a little bit.
Yeah, it's good vocabulary.
With a scholar over here, an editor over here, where it was keeping him. It was keeping Frazier from getting into a rhythm, from getting it together. Right. Every time he survived one shot, and then bang, bang, he'd get hit with that foam pole.
Yeah,
basically a tree.
And
then he would of course be discombobulated, where he could be set up for the other punches. So the jab, usually always leads the way. It depends on what kind of jab, how hard it is, how accurate it is, how often it's thrown. Sometimes the greatest jabs are not, or the most efficient guys with jabs are not the guy that you walk away saying, what a jab.
Yeah.
They're the guys that use it efficiently.
Right.
Not as far as huge quantity, but the quality is there. Another guy.
Remember Virgil Hill? He was all jab.
Oh, yeah.
jab.
Silver medalist from the Olympics.
That's right.
And converted southpaw.
That's why there was something behind that left jab. Yeah,
definitely.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he was, and that's
Quicksilver.
why he had such a. I thought it was his best punch. Such a sneaky and really effective counter left hook. Bop. But where bop, he's a man. Bop. He just turned it right off, and that's one of the reasons for it. But I'm gonna go down memory lane with you. The right guy to go down with, right? Because that's what this is all about.
The
right?
ring?
I mean,
you talked about how old the sport is. The record of boxing there, Ring Magazine, more than 100 years old.
So I'm going to go down. I won't go back that far. But I'll go back about half that distance, maybe. Somewhere along those lines. But you know who for me? See, I'm going to give you two guesses. Who I already gave you a little help, 50 years, not too far, maybe, something like that. Who I thought had maybe one of the greatest jabs ever. If you get this one right, I'm going to give you a signed Ring Magazine.
All right.
Okay?
So you want me to tell you
who I'm thinking of?
Your favorite.
Teddy Atlas's.
You're the best jabber
now, remember
of the last
criteria.
50 years.
Remember the criterion for me. That's very important.
Give it to me again.
It's got to be accurate.
Got to be accurate.
Doesn't have to be a lot.
Doesn't have to be a lot.
It's got to be accurate. It's got to be effective. And it's got to set up other things.
Gosh, Gosh, last 50 years, there's so many great jabbers in the last 50 freaking years.
If you get this, I will come to work for you for 1 month for free.
Right on. Well, let me ask you. Okay, so I can go back to 1975. But do I need to go back that far?
Yeah,
I do.
I mean,
was this person boxing 50 years ago?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to go. You're going to go back. Now I'm giving you a big hint. You're going to go back to the era of an early Ali.
An early? That's more than 50 years ago. An early Ali.
Well, my pronunciation isn't as good as you. My vocabulary's not as good as you, and obviously my math is behind you.
But if you're going back to an early Ali, are you going to the 60s?
Yeah.
Okay. Sonny Liston?
Yes.
Did I get it?
Yeah.
You got to work for us for 1 full month, Teddy.
Yeah,
all right.
But
it only comes out once a month, though. That's
one of the months that's only 28 days.
Okay. Well, that's this month. So Sonny Liston, huh?
Yeah. And I'm going to tell you why. Accurate, hard, foam pole, George Foreman-like, George Foreman-esque, if you will.
Yeah.
All of that. And something else. Something that it's not normal. It's something that's just physiological, where it was so long. But it wasn't long as long as if you would have taken, measurables, it wouldn't have shown up how long it was. It went, and then it went further. It's almost like he had a double-jointed shoulder. Really. Because I watched a lot of type. I was blessed. I was up with Customato for 7 years, and he had a close relationship, of course, with Jim Jacobs and Bill Kane. They owned Big Fight.
They had all those films.
The biggest fight film collection in the world.
Yep.
And they would send them 18 millimeter. Anyway, you put them on the reel. Unbelievable.
Sure.
Oh, and I would get to see all these guys.
Yeah.
All these guys. The guys that are in here.
Yeah.
The guys that are in here. These
Archie
guys.
Moore.
These guys. Archie Moore.
Now, looky here. We got Archie Moore, one of the greatest light heavyweight champions of all time. And right here we have Dmitry Bivol. He is the undisputed light heavyweight champion of the world now. And we have the Ring Magazine podcast, and they've been interviewing these future all-time greats. He's an all-time great. He's on his way. He's on his way to being an all-time great, as maybe other people on this undercard. And earlier this week, the Ring Magazine podcast sat down with all of these future all-time greats.
I knew that you would take.
Welcome to the Ring Podcast.
I do this job not like someone asked me to do this. I do this job by myself. I want to do this.
Good. This is the greatest fight card there's ever been in the sport. It's not, nothing comes close.
Those fights or those losses are actually lessons.
Like, I would love for the fight to happen. I would love to make the fight. It just seemed like he's very scared.
I'm trying to move forward. I'm not a lone person in this world who has losses.
Well, Beterbiev, he's got a boat lock, I think. He's one of those guys where I don't know that Father Time could even get in his door.
Well, I think my dad really instilled it into me. My dad was always tough on me, you can call it tough love or whatever, but he built me this way.
And that's just how I am. It's not rehearsed or thought about. I'm like this because I always say after boxing, you've got to go back to your loved ones and your people.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Teddy Atlas has a question.
All right, here's
for me and for all of you. And
you know what? I'm not going to keep the suspense. I'm going to answer the question as I ask it.
Oh, thank goodness.
That's me. Never. That's the answer. When will there ever be another era like this man, the old mongoose, Archie Moore?
Started fighting in the 30s.
And had 300 pro fights.
Yep.
I'll say it again. 300, yes, I know the math for this. 300 pro fights and I believe it was 140 or 145 knockouts.
145 knockouts.
And the greatest knockout.
That's the record, by the way.
The record. The greatest
and that
knockout.
ain't being broken.
That ain't being broken. I didn't forget about 145 knockouts. Nobody's getting near that amount of fights.
Yeah. Yeah, same thing. We have a living legend with us tonight, Roberto Duran. And I asked him the same question, because he had over 100 professional fights. And I said, is that ever going to happen again?
No.
And he kind of like, I don't know. And I'm like, no, the answer is never.
Well, he's being modest.
Yeah, and I don't blame him. All right, so this is walking to the ring right now is Joshua Buatsi. He's an undefeated light heavyweight contender. I believe he's rated number 4 in the Ring Magazine's light heavyweight rankings. Already in the ring is former super middleweight champion Callum Smith. He's only lost to the best, only lost to Canelo Alvarez by decision, and by the current undisputed light heavyweight champion of the world, Artur Beterbiev, by stoppage. And he fought his heart out in that.
Nothing to be ashamed of.
Yeah, nothing. And I believe Ring Magazine ranks Callum Smith number 5. So we've got 2 top 5 light heavyweights going at it. The winner of this fight will be probably one of the sanctioning body mandatory contenders for the winner of tonight's main event. And I'm going to say, and also one of these 50-50 matchups, I think.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Doug, this is, for me, obviously it's always my opinion if I'm saying it, but not everyone has to agree. But this is a step up for Buatsi, the world champion.
I agree 100%.
This is the best caliber opponent that he has been in there with. And he's got, talking about caliber opponent, he's got a caliber trainer, Buddy McGurk, there with him. And that can only help him. I mean, former world champion, former junior welterweight and welterweight world champion.
Like you, he's in the Hall of Fame, International Boxing Hall of Fame, and he deserves to be.
He belongs there.
As a boxer and as a trainer.
Yeah, I agree.
It's pretty amazing.
You know what I feel proud of? When I was calling all the fights on ESPN years ago, I remember when Buddy came in. I'm trying to remember where it was. It was all Friday night fights. We were away somewhere, which we always were.
You guys have traveled a lot.
All over
every week.
All over the place. If you ever wanted to track somebody down in witness protection, you might follow Friday night fights. But that's for another discussion.
Yeah.
And he was training his first fighter. He was getting in the ring. He was training his first fighter, and I made a little bit of a pronouncement. I said, he's going to be a great trainer. So I got lucky.
But you knew Buddy because he's a smart dude.
Yeah, because I feel that if you were a smart fighter, you're a cerebral fighter, not just dependent on your physical skills, but obviously your mind and your ability to use that mind under pressure, that there's a better chance you're going to be a pretty good trainer.
Yeah, you called it, man.
It's not the hardest thing.
Something else, man. Yeah. And I tell you what, Callum Smith, so he's got, as you noted, he's got the experience. He's got the championship experience that he brings. He's got the height. He's got the reach. He's got the technique because he's a very good technician. He knows how to box tall. Buatsi, I think, he's the athlete. He's got the speed. He has the quick twitch, the explosiveness. He's got a very good trainer in his corner with Virgil Hunter, who brought up Andre Ward, also in the International Boxing Hall of Fame. So.
And a good man who's been like a father to Andre Ward.
Yes.
Talking about bringing up.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And I think he's like that with all his fighters.
Listen, I'm going to piggyback off what you said for the fans out there. And if you don't mind, and I'm going to...
I don't mind at all.
Take it a stretch further. Callum Smith right now is technically probably at a further place than Buatsi. Buatsi's trainer might need a little more time because he's still, I think, a work in progress. I know that sounds crazy because he's a 30, world champ.
He's 31 years old.
But he don't have a huge amount of fights.
That's true.
And I think that right now, not only in experience, but Smith is ahead of him as far as technically. But here's the thing, here's the trick, and this is for tonight's fight. Buatsi is going to have to, we haven't seen the best in him. We don't know what's really there. You know, the flower hasn't really bloomed yet. And I think we're going to have to see the best for him to win this fight. I really do, even though he's the world champion. I think you're going to have to see the best. And what's the best start for me? It starts with using your jab, because Callum Smith is going to try to dictate and control space with that jab. And both guys like to be aggressive at the right. They're not afraid to engage, especially Buatsi.
Yeah.
And both guys are pretty good body punchers.
They are. I think that's what won Buatsi's last fight against Willie Hutchinson from Scotland. Kind of a tall, rangy guy like Callum Smith, but didn't have the technique, didn't have the ring generalship, but had a ton of heart and just let his hands go. And that was a really enjoyable light heavyweight contest that was on the undercard of the Daniel Dubois, Anthony Joshua showdown in London in September. What a spectacle that was. Were you there?
Yes.
Yeah, that was at Wembley, right? Wembley Stadium. God, that was amazing.
I was there with 98,000.
98,000. Yeah. Something else, yeah. But those guys, I thought that Buatsi had to dig deep to get past the Scotsman.
Yeah, he did. And a fighter who had an awkward style, too.
Yeah. Willie was... he wasn't slick Willie. He was awkward Willie. Yeah.
Yeah, there was...
Little unorthodox, but just a ton of heart.
Something to figure out there. And a ton of heart.
Yeah.
Because he got dropped several times.
Yeah, he kept getting up, but I think it was the body shots that kept putting him down and sapping his energy.
But right now, this is what I'm saying. Again, it's still a feeling out round.
Yeah.
But the jab is going to be a key. Who's going to control the outside? I know they're both going to look to get inside, especially Buatsi, but who is going to make it hard to get inside? Who is going to toe the line, if you will, with the jab on the outside? And to me, I would have to favor Smith if he's going to win this fight. He's going to have to, a big part it's going to have to be, that's not a knockdown, that's a slip and a push, and the referee shows that that's what it was. I think that for Smith to have success tonight, there it is, the jab, and then of course the body.
Yeah,
he's
tapping the body early. Smith is.
He's going to have to be the boss on the outside with the jab. But here's something that I'm looking for the fans to look for early on. Buatsi to win not only needs to jab, he's got to match Smith as close as he can. At least enough jabs where he doesn't get dominated by Smith's jab. At least there's enough. But when he's inside, he can't let Smith do what he just did, get off and get out. Buatsi has to engage because that's kind of his game.
Absolutely.
He's a physical game.
He is. Yeah, he likes to get inside, and then he has that weird overhand right, which often lands to the back of his opponent's head.
Yeah,
if they're trying to duck down,
kind of like,
or if they try to twist away from it, he'll nail you right in the back of the head with that right.
Well,
that was a good. You know what? I give Callum Smith that round. I didn't think he would open up this soon. I thought the first round would just be the jab, and I am going to keep score here. I'm going to give that's a 10-9 round for the former super middleweight champion, Callum Smith.
Yeah, Doug, what I wanted to say was this. Moving forward, I agree. I thought Smith took the first round, but moving forward, and maybe I can even use some of the illustration from these replays here. If Smith's going to be allowed, that was a push, of course, and a trip. But if Smith is going to be allowed to do that, to be the one getting off on the inside and then getting out before there's any answer, well, he's going to be hard to beat because I think he's going to have the edge on the outside because of his jab. I said that already. And he can't have the edge on the inside if Buatsi's to keep his title. And the thing that I didn't like, and I'm sure Virgil Hunter will get on him, about Buatsi in that first round was when he got inside, he didn't work. But he did worse than that. He put his hands behind him where he couldn't work. Like that.
He's doing it right now.
Exhibit A in the courtroom. I mean, look. Look, I mean, you don't need me to tell somebody that you can't work on the inside if your hands are not there. If your hands are behind the guy,
right,
you can't be an effective inside fighter.
Well, he can't use that left arm at all.
So
if he's reaching around, if he's giving him a reach around, you're not going to be that effective.
When you get
and again,
inside,
I'm surprised Oh, that was a nice
Caught him
hook.
going back. Yeah, again, whenever something lands, for me, everyone says, oh, it's the power. Oh, it's the speed. Yeah, okay. That goes into the equation of landing a punch. But it's usually because there was a flaw in the defense of the guy who got hit.
Yeah,
and the
Buatsi saw that immediately.
Yeah,
so good, and good timing. Yep.
And the basic flaw, this basic flaw is why guys get knocked out and get hit clean. One of them is stepping back from too close, straight back, and stepping back high, tall. And you can see Smith does that every once in a while. And when you do that, Buatsi's got a pretty good left hook. If you follow him and step with him with the hook, you can have a good chance of landing. And with that, you know what I would always instruct fighters with that, Doug? I kind of be like Tom Brady, the quarterback, the old quarterback, where don't throw the ball to where the receiver is. Throw it to where he's going to be.
Right.
Throw the left hook behind Smith. Let him walk into it. Because you know he's going back.
Right.
Again, when you get inside of your Buatsi, you're starting to use the jab more a little bit.
Yeah, much better round for Buatsi.
Yeah, much better. They woke him up a little bit.
I mean, you can see he's got quick hands. He's known for his physical strength, but he's got nice, fast hands and pretty fluid when he lets them go.
And again, when he gets inside, I'm looking, for him to feed to his strength, which I think it's on the inside right there, to go to work, not lose his hands like that. Do not put your hands behind the guy.
That's what you'd be telling him between rounds.
Yeah,
reminding him every time.
Well, the way I used to say it, and I still say it, I say it, if I'm in the gym helping a fighter, I say the same thing. Do not make a silent contract. In other words, human nature.
I remember that was
nature.
one of your trademarks from the Friday night fights.
Human nature is human nature. If we're not disciplined enough, we go the convenient route, easiest route. Human nature sometimes is to get on the inside, make a silent agreement. In other words, you put your hand behind the guy and you kind of make a silent agreement where you don't hit me, I won't hit you.
Right.
Okay,
easier
buddy?
Night. Easier night, yeah.
Okay, pal?
Let's just move around a little bit, give him a little bit of a show. Let's make our money and go home. Yeah.
And sometimes the guy will go along with it.
Sure.
And that is where a trainer has to step in, and that's where a fighter must be honest with himself, cognizant of that, and disciplined enough to say, no, I'm not going to make a silent agreement. Now, people are going to say, Teddy, what do you do when you get on the inside? Well, you keep your hands in punching position. That would help.
Right.
Don't put them behind them where you can't use them, as I just said.
Right.
And rotate your shoulders where you get room. You create room and you create power by like that. You've hit a bag before.
There you go.
Yeah, rotate your shoulders.
Yeah.
And this way, by doing that, see, when you do that, say you're trying to smother me.
Right.
When I rotate the shoulder, I give myself room without giving up defense.
Right. Yeah.
Hey, you didn't know you were getting boxing lessons as well.
Hey.
My man here, he's getting boxing lesson too. The cameraman, good man over here. You're going to get a boxing lesson and you're going to get some commentary.
Expert commentary.
Hopefully.
Good stuff. You know what? I'm going to score round 2 for Joshua Buatsi, so I've got them
I'm leaving the score to you.
Yeah, I got them even up at 19-19 after 2 rounds.
I would be.
It's a good sign when Buatsi can back Callum Smith up. When Callum Smith has lost, and it's only been twice, it's been to elite-level pressure fighters, different type of pressure.
And I think
Canelo Alvarez has a very smart walk-you-down pressure where it's like kind of a low-volume offense. But what Canelo did with Smith is he put him in a shell early where Smith was trying to cover up with his arms, and then Canelo beat the hell out of his arms. To where, like, after 4 or 5 rounds, I don't think Smith had weapons anymore. And then, of course, with the Beterbiev pressure, it was that faster, harder pressure and, higher punch output.
And great finishing ability when he hurts you. Beterbiev. I'm gonna jump back. This is Ring, the Ring app streaming.
That was a nice body head combination from Smith. Smith showing that he can fight off the ropes a little bit.
Yeah, and that was one of the most conventional, traditional punches in boxing, the double left hook, body head. Which is, again, it's a stalwart punch. It's a punch as old as boxing itself, and it works pretty good.
That's the pet combination of a lot of fighters.
I'm going to go back and in unison, in step with why we're here. We're here because of the revitalization of Ring Magazine and the branching out of Ring Magazine, the growth of Ring Magazine to different mediums like this.
Look at it.
Streaming.
Look at the turnbuckle.
I mean,
I love seeing
all
that.
Of it.
Yeah,
he hurt him.
He got him.
He hurt him. And here, to your point, when I was saying I'm going to go back in history, I'm going to use a name, Rocky Marciano. When you were talking about guys that hit him anywhere just to start to break them down, they don't care where they hit him. They hit him on the arms. They hit him, sometimes in the back of the head, shoulders, wherever.
Yeah, like right up front here.
Just to, the old timers would say Rocky Marciano was breaking your blood vessels. I don't mean to upset anyone out there if they're eating or something or having a snack, but that they would hit you. He would hit you in punches that might not score with the scorekeepers, with the judge, but scored with the fighter, with your opponent.
Yeah.
It was hard to keep your arms up after Rocky Marciano was banging you around the forearms, the biceps, as you said, the shoulders. That was a good round.
Yeah.
That was
both guys
round.
scored, but Buatsi hurt Smith momentarily, so I'm giving him the round.
And listen, for the fans out there, I'm glad Doug said that. There has to be, we get a lot of bad decisions, and hopefully we're not going to get any tonight, but there has to be a clear criterion and a clear understanding by the judges and following of that criterion for scoring. And here's some of what we were talking about, the body work by
both
Buatsi.
hands to the body.
Yeah.
And that's a strength. And there's that awkward overhand right that often lands to the back of an opponent's head. It just missed there. But that's a beautiful left to the body, landed by Buatsi.
See, that hurts
kind of measured him with his elbow.
And he hit him behind the head, or the side of the head. And that is such a damaging punch.
It's a dangerous. What's the brainstem?
Well, it's very.
But they call it rabbit punch, which sounds like it's playful, but it's a dangerous punch.
Yeah, it wasn't directly in the back of the head where the traditional rabbit punch where you would be warned for it. But
I would hope so.
He moved his head. You hope he gets warned. He moved his head and it slid on the back. But it throws your equilibrium off. That's the word I used earlier with George Foreman. It discombobulates you.
Yeah.
And you could see, as you said, that it hurt Smith. See, I think what's going on here now, to your point, is that when Buatsi is at his best, he's present behind the jab, he's backing up Smith. And then when he gets inside, he needs to work. But it's not just the physical message and damage that it's bringing by backing him up. I think, to your point, it's bringing a mental message. It's kind of bringing him back to his 2 losses.
Right. And he's just one fight removed from that stoppage loss, the first stoppage of his pro career, to Beterbiev.
And I'm sure Virgil Hunter is cognizant of that. And I would think, because it would be part of my plan, you want to kind of put bats back in his belfry, if you will.
Yeah.
But, you want to put Ghost back in his attic upstairs, where you're making him feel like he's back in those 2 losses. He's back in those fights where, oh no, this again?
Right.
Because 75% of this business is mental.
Sure.
So if you can get a guy into a bad mental frame, well, you got him 3/4 beat already.
And Buatsi's he's found a home for his left, whether it's the jab or the hook.
But a very game Smith, experienced, resilient Smith.
Yeah, he comes back. He takes a few shots, he covers up, and then if Buatsi lets up on him, then Smith knows. Ooh, that was a nice uppercut landed by Buatsi. Smith knows he can let his hands go.
Again,
but this is where he does not want to be, and this is the position he was in. Smith was along the ropes where he took the majority of the damage that he absorbed against both Canelo Alvarez and Artur Beterbiev.
And again, we understand the physical impact. I mean, we see it, right? You see it. But the mental impact, that he's back in a bad place. He's back in a place where a fight removed, he was stopped. That he was, he don't want to be in that place. And again, Buatsi wants to send that message. No, it's back to that. You're in that same place tonight, pal. Where I'm the boss, I'm coming forward, you're going back. And at some point in this fight, Again, those ghosts are going to visit you.
Yeah, I wonder if Smith is seeing ghosts. You know, back in the day, a guy like Smith would suffer a loss like that against Beterbiev, and maybe 3 months later he's back in the ring with, like, you know, a light opponent. You know what I mean? Mid-level at best.
So
and then 3 months after that was a good round.
That was a very competitive round.
Yes, very competitive.
I'm going to put you on the hot seat. Who do you like?
I like Buatsi. I thought he was the boss in there. I thought he was dictating the pace. I think he was the one who was initiating.
I might
those
argue
exchanges
with you on that one.
Well, Smith came back. He landed well.
Very close.
I wouldn't argue back if you scored it
Are
for
you a believer
Callum.
of giving an even round when they call for it?
On rare occasions. I'm not afraid to score a 10-10 round.
Yeah,
I don't think it's like
it
illegal.
Should be used. I think it should be used.
Sometimes it is. It's legitimately a draw.
See, there's the left hook.
I like what I'm seeing from Buatsi. You're seeing the damage but he's I think he's fighting confidently. And that right cross, that opened a cut.
Right eye, the corner of the right eye.
It did, because that right hand kind of grazed.
For the fans out there that wonder what's used as an anticoagulant, you know, the medicine that's used by a cut man to stop the bleeding, it's a couple things. Depends how deep it is, but it's adrenaline.
Right.
First of all, it's adrenaline and pressure. To be a good cut man, you got to have the right medicines. You got to be calm, and you got to apply pressure. You got to, you know, you wipe it down, and then you apply pressure. You put the medicine in, apply pressure. Give it time for the medicine to get in there. Give it time, as long as you can, close as you can to that full minute, and then put some cold Vaseline over it to try to keep it in there. Mm-hmm. And then, you know what else?
What?
Tell your fighter to move his head. That helps.
That'll keep it from being worse.
Yeah. That's kind of a key.
We didn't see between rounds in Smith's corner, so we don't know how they attended to that cut. It's bleeding on the side of his face. You know, it's not dripping directly into the eye, not yet. But he just took another hand to the right eye.
Oh, if it's got to be there.
Oh man, Smith is really answering. He's from a fighting family. The Smiths are, you know, they're born and bred fighters. So he's gonna answer back. But look at Buatsi. He's just backing him up, even without punching. He's backing Smith up.
Yeah, but
he's trying to back him to the ropes.
But he's getting Buatsi's attention now.
Yeah.
He's hurting him. He's affecting him as he comes in. He's doing a good job.
You know, Buatsi's taking too many of these body shots.
Smith's doing a real good job of giving a little ground with his feet on the inside so he can keep the offensive flow going. Kind of like keep the water faucet going. Don't shut it off.
Ooh.
Just give yourself enough room. Sometimes we understand the referee.
I think Buatsi lost his mouthpiece.
Yeah.
That was a left hook that Smith landed, and it popped it right out of his mouth. It was so fast, I thought it was spit.
We understand.
But it was the mouthpiece.
It's so easy to understand the use of footwork on the outside when a guy's moving. But on the inside, it's more subtle. Watch Smith. Watch the little steps where he gives himself room where he can still have room to punch rather than get smothered. That is footwork too. Again, it's more subtle. It's on the inside. It's not as noticeable. It's not on the outside. It's not an alley shuffle. It's not any of that. But it's effective. It's smart. It allows you to keep your offensive flow, rhythm going instead of getting smothered or disrupted.
I think Smith has earned some respect from Buatsi in this round.
Real good round so far.
Yeah, he's definitely outworked him. Buatsi's going to have to close very hard if he wants to win this round, and I think it might be too late.
Yeah, it is.
Because Smith's still in there swinging, and he's landing. Good, very good comeback round 5 for Callum Smith.
Yeah, and you used the right word, comeback round. He needed it.
Absolutely.
To stop the momentum. And
very good. So now on my very unofficial scorecard, I just have Smith down by 1 point.
And it could be even.
It could be, absolutely. It could be even. Being interviewed on DAZN right now was one of the British light heavyweight contenders, and there's a lot of them right now. This young man's name is Anthony Yard.
Yeah.
Very good fighter.
Yeah, light heavyweight.
Physical specimen.
Good puncher.
Jacked up. Yeah, he can punch. He's got heart, too. He actually gave Beterbiev a really good fight.
Yeah, he's what I used to say, he's fan-friendly, TV-friendly, his style.
Yes.
You don't got to look for him. He'll find you. There's those left hooks.
Yeah, double left hook from Callum Smith. Buatsi trying to work. Oh, and there's that left hook, that quick left hook. Kind of a counter punch off a body shot landed by Buatsi, and it dislodged the mouthpiece.
Here's something for the fans to look for. I mean, you guys are smart. You probably see it yourself. But I'll say it just in case. It ain't just a matter of throwing a punch to land it. It's a matter of throwing a punch and the right punch at the right time and the right moment. In other words, timing.
Timing.
And watch Smith. Watch him when they get a little separation here. Watch him how he'll look to time Buatsi in between a shot. Like that!
Yeah, like that. Very good. Right on cue.
He timed him as Buatsi was throwing his right hand. Smith threw the left hook right in between it and caught him. Again, not just because he threw a punch, not just because it was a textbook left hook, because he was thrown at the right time.
Yeah, Smith fighting better off. Buatsi's still dangerous in here. But Smith fighting better off the ropes against Buatsi than he did against Canelo Alvarez or Beterbiev.
Well, I'll tell you one of the reasons why. It's not Canelo Alvarez or Beterbiev in front of him.
Right.
that might be part of the reason why.
Yeah, and also it's Smith growing from those experiences.
Yeah, and
looking back and like, damn, I went into his shell against Canelo. I should have been punching back.
Yeah, and Buddy McGurk doing a good job, doing his job as a trainer, getting him ready mentally and technically and physically.
Oh, that might have hurt. That hurt him. That right hand. Yes.
Right hand in between the left hook.
And it was timing. It was between the shots. It was between Buatsi's punches.
Yep. It's got him hurt.
Yeah, and he's coming on.
This is where the footwork comes in, people.
Look at Buatsi. He's taking a deep breath saying, man, I'm in it right now.
Now, this is where you don't want to get smothered. So if you have to take a half step back, keep the rhythm going if you're Smith.
And Buatsi's, he's got a lot of heart.
Tremendous.
He's keeping his head. He's not getting overwhelmed in the moment, even though he's visibly hurt. He's stunned. He's feeling it. Maybe not feeling his legs too well, but he's hanging in there.
You know, something else that he hurt him again. Nice combination.
All right.
He's throwing nice combinations. Smart, educated, accurate combination, moving them around a little bit. Not the same punches, mixing them around, finding the opening. Actually, I'm going to go a step further. He's creating openings by the kind of punches he's throwing.
This is a huge round. Round 6, right in the middle of the fight. Huge round.
It's getting close to a 10-8 round.
Yeah, it is. It's so one-sided.
Left hook.
Right, it was
a timed left hook.
Yes. Oh, what a round we've got here.
Wow. It's become a phone booth fight. A phone booth fight.
I think that favors Buatsi. The inside fighting.
That round goes to Smith, obviously, but man, he finished strong.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Through 103 years of history, we've seen it all. The unbeaten Marciano, the haymaking Foreman, the baddest man on the planet, the long-reigning Joe, the 8-division champ, and, of course, the GOAT. But we're not stopping here. We're ready for the next Muhammad Ali's, for the next undisputed champions, the next Liston jabs and Hagler Hearns rounds, the next Wilder knockouts and Douglas underdogs. We are ready for it all. The ring, the legacy continues.
We've seen champions making history. Now it's your turn. Subscribe to The Ring and join the legacy.
Guys, we are watching one hell of a light heavyweight contest here between Callum Smith and Joshua Buatsi. And joining us now is a two-time former light heavyweight champion of the world, former undisputed middleweight champion of the world, and like Teddy Atlas, a Hall of Famer, Bernard Hopkins. Thank you for joining us, Bernard. What do you think? What are your thoughts so far on this fight?
First of all, Doug, thanks for having me. It's a back and forth. It's going to play out to nutrition and who's in better condition, which Teddy always mentioned, when he's commentating from the old days to now, is that, these guys are even up in talent as far as I'm concerned, but it's going to come down to nutrition and who want it the most, who want to be dominant when is needed. And that's going to be, to me, the outcome of this fight.
I can tell both men are supremely well-conditioned. They're well-conditioned. They've both had success. I've got it even after 6 rounds, 3 rounds apiece, 57-57. It's anybody's fight right now.
Well,
I love what I'm seeing from the veteran, though, the older man, Callum Smith, taking the fight to the young bull in Buatsi.
First of all, Bernard, you look as good outside the ring as you did inside the ring.
Well, ducking helps, Daddy, over the years. Things can build up on you, and you pay a price.
Dresser
using
too,
this,
yes,
being smart.
Absolutely. The computer must be intact.
The most powerful muscle in your body, this thing over here.
Correct.
Better use that, not just the other stuff. Listen, you're the perfect guy. Really, I'm so glad you came. How did you know I wanted you? I don't know how
instincts.
You know that.
Instincts.
Well, that's another part of being a great fighter.
Correct. Yeah. You must have those instincts. Anticipate the anticipation.
Absolutely. Well, of course. And you can talk a little bit, so Teddy and I can give our voices a rest because we got a long night.
I want to. This is why I'm so happy you're here. I was saying with this fight that at this level, at any level to be honest, but at this level especially, it's not just about throwing a punch it's about throwing a punch at the right time. The right time and the right punch. Being calm enough in an uncalm environment and being able to have the vision and the wherewithal mentally to know what punch, select the right punch at the right time. And this fight turned around on both sides, and lately by Buatsi, not just by throwing a punch, when they timed the other guy, when they threw a punch as the other guy was throwing.
Exactly, Telly, because I see that both guys understand that they are going to mimic each other based on, success of each other. They literally throwing 3 or 4 punch combinations and connecting every time. It's my turn, it's your turn, it's my turn, it's your turn. Once you get to a point where they just out and out just want to end it or just want to be different when they throw those combinations, that's going to be a factor.
100%. And here we're going to see some replay here. Good right hand.
Yeah,
right with the lead jab.
Smith started well. It started fast with that long straight right.
Right, and you see the misses there. This would a good straight right hand.
But I'm going to say one thing here, and I know you're going to jump on this. He timed him. He was throwing a left hook in front. And as he's throwing he's trying to throw a left hand. He timed him and beat him with the right hand down the middle.
He come right over with the right hand over the sort of lazy left hook that was coming off short, and he went over top of it. What I didn't see is a left hand to follow up the balance of that right hand. Right hand, left hand brings you back on balance because the right hand can hit or miss. The left hand will bring you back, and 9 out of 10, the second punch will hit you.
Right. And a jab can put you back on balance as well.
That's to stabilize everything that comes next.
My mentor, Cus D'Amato, used to always say, to your point, what you're talking about here, Bernard, he used to say, Teddy, why you hit him with 1 if you could hit him with 2?
Yes.
I mean, that's not hard to figure out.
You open the door, but you don't go in.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a reason jabs are jabs. There's a reason jabs 100%. Are not to knock you out. It's to set things up later. Or now.
I'm going to give you one more since you gave that one. I'm going to give this one. You set the table with the jab, but then you got to go eat with the right hand.
Absolutely. And you must have the tablecloth or a handkerchief on your legs so you won't spill gravy.
I mean,
you won't spill gravy on your white jeans or your white pants.
Yeah, you better have defense.
Yes.
100%. And you better remember what your mom and grandma told you. Don't waste food. Don't leave anything on the table.
Exactly, and he didn't leave anything off the table. You see the combination, Doug, and then he finished with the left hand.
Right, he used to say that, wipe his nose.
Yes, wipe his nose with the left. Because at the end of the day, you have to end it with something that he can remember the next second or minute of that fight. So you want to continue to mix it up and change up in certain ways so they won't get used to. They won't expect you to throw the same punches all the time.
I tell you
fakes,
what.
the fakes, the jerks, the moving your hand. All these things are subtle movements that can offset your opponent to be confused or to wait before they throw a punch.
Hey, you don't want to be predictable.
Correct.
Smith halfway through this round 8. Smith is wiping the nose of Buatsi. And he's setting the table well, and he's eating.
He is, Doug.
And he's eating.
And both guys, Teddy and Doug, it seemed to me is just like, okay, I'm taking a little rest here, but if I can get some shots in, like that straight right hand just now just landed, they're going to take advantage of it. Another straight right hand. He seemed to believe that straight right hand is going to be effective as long as he keep throwing it because he's having success.
Especially if it's long range. Buatsi coming back here a little bit, but I think, with his quicker jab.
Yeah, he is, but
but he needs more than that.
But the distance right now is to both guys' advantage if they use it first. They both got good defense in the pocket. You see the roll, the shoulder roll, the movement, and every now and then they get hit with a solid shot. That's going to be a telltale sign later as to get into the championship rounds.
I said from the very beginning the jab was going to really be a big part of this fight. That whoever controlled the outside, when they're on the outside, who controls it with the jab is going to have an edge. And the jab was set up what we just saw, the other punches to come.
Don't it seem like, Teddy, that either guy that throw a punch, it seems they have success more than one. If it's throwing 2 or 3, 4 punch combinations, the crowd goes, woo, the crowd sees something every time they make those combinations land.
You just hope that the judges aren't going just by the crowd. You hope that they're seeing it and going by them.
Speaking of that, Teddy, speaking of that, I just hope the judges had some coffee before they sat down.
Yeah.
Nobody went to sleep. Because, listen, this is not a hard fight to judge. It's back and forth. I have it really close, Teddy. I have it close for each guy. I don't know how you feel, Teddy or Doug.
Yeah.
I have this fight pretty close.
No, it's very close. And I tell you, I started to make this point with Doug earlier, and I'm glad you brought that up. I hope the judges, and God almighty, I shouldn't even be saying that, I hope. They're professionals. They're supposed to know this.
Correct.
Understand what the scoring criterion is supposed to be. Who lands the most clean, effective punches. And I would only hope that the judge, and too often they don't, or it doesn't seem like do from the results of their decisions, but that they understand that criterion. Who lands the cleaner, more effective punches should be winning the rounds.
Yes, I totally agree. And we came along. We took a long time to get there, but it's been evolving, but it haven't got there yet, Teddy, to be honest with you. But we must. I love that shoulder roll, but he didn't let that right hand go. You don't get points for shoulder rolls.
You shouldn't.
Ring generalship, right? It's lost, and I would say, unfortunately, and setting up shots, this with the foot, the movement, the shoulder roll, we must understand that there's a reason those moves are made.
Yeah, at the highest, highest level, your defense should set up your offense.
Defense is a good offense. Offense is a good defense. Correct.
Well,
talking about shoulder roll, Floyd Mayweather did a pretty good job of making that sort of a household word.
Yes.
For people that love to watch boxing.
But if you come through Philly, and anybody, and Teddy has been, and you has been, shoulder roll has been one of the few middleweights in history in Philadelphia and welterweights. The shoulder roll is arguably a debate that it started in Philadelphia.
Oh, yeah. Well, they were called the Philly Shell.
The Georgie Bentons of the world.
Great fighter.
And the Slim Jim Robinsons and the Cyclone Hart.
You're talking, you know what, with Slim Jim and with Georgie Benton, you're talking about former fighters who became great trainers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
He was a great fighter and a great trainer.
Yeah.
And right now we're looking at one of those, I would say, sort of like throwback in your face. No, a lot of foot movement here. Nobody's trying to box. It's a nutrition fight. It sounds weird. A nutrition fight. It's like
you better
who wanted the most.
You better have good nutrition if you're going to be in a battle of attrition.
Correct. And I still have this fight pretty even. Very close. You can make an argument for either guy to have a slight edge.
It's a great fight.
But these rounds are important, Teddy.
Yes.
These rounds going into the last round, providing, this action stays the way it stays. And it's going to be moments like this.
Smith's just letting his
Yes,
letting
but it's going to be moments like this
Yep.
when guys' heads snap back and it look like they won that round by that. That, again, is part of digging down.
That's the dangerous thing
You see
with the
that right
judges,
there?
where
Yes.
you can have a guy like Smith come out and really take the fight to Buatsi for 2.5 minutes, but in the last 30 seconds, though, Buatsi lands these big head-snapping, flashy shots, and that can influence the judges. It shouldn't, but
and
it
the
does.
judges in the audience at home remember what they seen in the last 30 seconds.
Right, it's true. But I think Smith has won the last 2 rounds, though.
But what you're talking about, Doug,
I got to split. It could go the way, but I got to split on those.
When you talk about those spots, what you're talking about is the art of stealing rounds.
Mm-hmm.
You know, go watch Sugar Ray Leonard and Marvin Hagler.
Absolutely.
That's the perfect blueprint.
Yeah.
Of how to steal a round, especially
that was his fight plan.
Yes, you
had
first of all,
plan.
You use the crowd to your advantage because they are mesmerized by the flash. And some of them punches, Teddy, is literally glass. Is not actually effective, but they're hitting a part of the body, and it looks good. And the screams come, and the judges say, "Hey, it was a close round. Who do I give it to?" They give it to the guy that was throwing the punch last.
That's right.
100%.
And the judges, it's not like they're looking at monitors and they're watching the replays or anything. They got to turn in those cards as soon as the bell rings, ending the fight.
Hey, Bernard, you know what I was talking about with Doug before you came up here? I was talking about, look, when a punch lands, a clean punch, an effective punch, but whenever it catches everyone's eyes, right? When it lands, I understand the physical component, obviously the technical component, but the speed, the power, that is all part of the process and effect.
Like that right hand.
Yeah, but it's always usually a flaw defensively by the guy who gets hit.
Correct.
Always.
Yes.
And I name the main ones. You pull back straight from too close. You pull back too tall from too close.
You drop your hand after you throw a jab and you get hit with a counter right hand.
Yeah, and how about the best one? You take a picture after you punch. You pose after you punch. Pose after the fight when the guys are taking pictures and
admiring your work. You're hitting, and you're looking, and next thing you know, you get hit with another right hand yourself.
The most basic thing: move after your last punch. If you're in punching range, move after your. Customato used to scream at me, Teddy, when I was a fighter. He used to say, Teddy, if you don't move your head, the other guys are going to move it for you.
Exactly.
That's a good one.
You learn that. You learn that skill and you learn that discipline in training, Doug, and you understand in training that you must move that head when you throw a punch. Even the bag, you has to literally make those bags that you hit, the heavy bag that has arms.
100%.
You hit that bag, you have to move like that bag is throwing punches back. Like
Absolutely.
you have to sort of look at that bag as being somebody that's in front of you throwing punches.
Yeah, use your imagination, even when you're shadow boxing.
Your imagination, that's the word I was looking for, absolutely. You have to do that.
Maybe leave to someone in front of you, throwing back.
It becomes automatic, Teddy.
Develop good habits.
Yes.
Another one that Cuz used to tell me, Teddy, you got to make these fighters do it so regular, so much repetition, where they couldn't do it wrong if they wanted to. It's a habit. It becomes natural. It becomes automatic. That, again, they couldn't do it wrong if they wanted to. Again, when
it's
you watch
locked in muscle memory. It's locked into your mind. It's locked into your reaction. Some guys say, well, what I hit him with? You knocked the guy out. You should know. Not necessarily. It's automatically comes in. Your body, your mind know what to do.
This is quite a fight, guys. I'm telling you
this
right
is
now.
a battle of attrition, and I'm telling you what, Buatsi has got a world-class set of whiskers.
Not only attrition, and everything that goes with that word, heart and will and desire, good body shot in between there. But, man, I mean, you talk about back and forth, rock 'em, sock 'em. I mean, this is
old school fighting. This is old school fighting.
I mean, this is
a close round. This is going to be a tough round to score. Unless Buatsi can hurt Smith here, I think this is Smith's round.
And they're taking turns. Every time you think one guy, as you said earlier,
that's dominating.
Is landing the big clean shots. The other guy comes right back.
Yeah,
it's got everything you want in a great fight. Ebb and flow. Back and forth. Nobody wants the other guy to get control or full control of the rhythm of the fight.
And this is
Theo right there.
And what I'm saying round by round is what boxing is about. will and determination, and learn how to be smart and strategic as rounds go by, and as round coming too close to the 12th round or the 10th round in the case of some certain situations. You must continue to push forward, even though things might be not as good as the last round. Right. You must continue to keep going. That's the will. That is the skill. That's the training. That's all the things you train and work for and you look forward to. You're going to have to face those challenges at that moment.
I think we're seeing that from both light heavyweights going into the championship
100%.
rounds.
What you just described, that's the making of a champion.
And I still think I have Smith ahead, but I think Buatsi, he can still take over this fight if he has it in him to rise to this occasion in these championship rounds. After 10 rounds, I've got Smith up 96-94.
No, like you said,
6 rounds
this
to 4.
round and the next round, I mean, we're in the 12th round.
Yeah.
I tell you what, Smith's conditioning, I mean, he came prepared to let his hands go every round.
Well, again, on the outside, whoever's using that jab, Bernard,
you see it? He's using the jab. Yes.
He's going to control that part. And it might be the most important part in close fights, close rounds. Whoever uses that jab when there's separation is going to have the edge. And on the inside, for me, whoever does not kind of, make a silent agreement, put his hand behind the guy, and hope the other guy goes along with it. Whoever keeps his hands in punching distance and makes a conscious decision to work on the inside,
he's going to have advantage.
He's going to have the advantage.
Yes, because he's still working. He's not trying to rest, Doug. He's not trying to let the another setup come by based on breaking apart. He wants to make opportunities for him to do damage, like inside. Right here, Teddy was talking. When you punch and let your hands go, nobody's grabbing. And when one guy, you're going to see probably a clinch.
If Buatsi's trying to let it all. There's that punch.
That's it right there.
That's the punch. He's getting a warning. Good.
Well, it's like the second, third warning, correct?
No,
or he got
all
away
of his
with it.
fights, and all of Buatsi's fights, he's always landing that shot. I mentioned it earlier to Teddy. Like that might be his pet punch.
Look, we're talking about Ring Magazine here. That's why we're here, Ring Magazine, with all the history, Bernard.
Yes.
If this was a Rocky Marciano fight, against Archie Moore, that would just be another punch by
that's true.
Rocky.
Hey, you turn your back just a little bit, he's going to clip you there. He's going to hit you anywhere.
It's part of the game.
Yeah.
So Buatsi's having his moments here. Callum Smith is working hard. Even when he's back to the ropes, Callum Smith is he's punching back.
And let's not forget body language. Judges look for body language. They look how you reacting at a certain time of the fight, and showing awareness, showing that maybe he's getting tired. I'm gonna give it to the other guy. I mean,
early in this round, it looked like Buatsi was arm wary, but he surged well over the second half of this round 11.
It's a nasty cut over the right eye. I don't know if it came from a punch.
It came from a punch earlier in the fight. In Callum Smith's corner is a veteran cornerman, cutman, Russ Amber, and he's done a good job controlling the flow of blood. Isn't he? He's great.
He's Beterbiev.
Yes, he is.
Canada. Listen, ebb and flow again, and ebb and flow back and forth. I think that I would favor Buatsi, I believe, in that round.
Yeah, but I'm giving it to Buatsi.
Back and forth.
But it's a close round.
Well, every time you think that one guy has the edge, and he does have the edge for the moment, the other guy knows I can't let it go too long. I got to come back and break up that momentum.
Yeah. What are the judges thinking, Teddy, right now, going into the 12th round? On we don't know what the scorecards are, but what do you think they thinking now? If
it's a close fight and they have it close like we do, they want to see who finishes, stronger. What I used to always talk about when I was doing the commentary, as I'm doing now, by the way, I would talk about, look, there's two parts to this. One is obviously you got to be able to fight like a champion, but then when you get to the championship rounds, you got to be able to behave like a champion. That's what it comes down to. And you could see both guys are behaving like champions here. I would say Buatsi, when it got to, as Doug said, the championship rounds, when it got to that 11th round, he behaved like a champion. He said, no, I don't want to lose this title. And he stepped it up. And that's what it's about. Yeah, I know it's about fighting like a champion. They've both been doing that already for now 12 rounds. But it's about behaving like a champion. And right now, you could see Buatsi stepping it up a little bit and understanding that. Although Smith is right there with him. Tremendous. Again, I know we're repeating ourselves, but just a tremendous, everything you want and you need in a great fight. Theater, back and forth. One guy takes control and then the other guy comes right back.
And nobody's backing up and giving up. Nobody's retreating. They are actually throwing punches. Good
what
left
a
hook.
night. He set that up beautifully
in the right hand
from Smith, and now Smith's following up with the right hand.
Yeah. You know what Smith's got going for him? Obviously good conditioning. They both do, and everything else, and the will and the drive. But that this is...
The distance he fights, the distance that he throws punches.
With the jab, he's got a little edge on the outside. I said that before the fight started. A little edge on the outside, and he's showing that right now with that jab on the outside. But there's also something else. I always talk about 75% of it is mental. It's also something else. There is no tomorrow for Smith. He loses another fight, and he may very well retire.
He's fighting with that sense of urgency.
He mentioned that, too.
Yeah. He's showing he still wants to be a champion.
Yes.
He's been there before, and he hasn't given up on that dream of being a champion
100%,
once again.
Guys. I mean, look, there's a tomorrow for Buatsi.
Absolutely, of course.
I mean, no matter what, win or lose, he'll try to get his title back, obviously. But there is no tomorrow for that guy. There's an urgency. There is something that's an X factor that is very important, and it's showing itself right now.
Never mess with a hungry dog, and he's hungry.
Yeah, that's is Buatsi his mouthpiece? That's the second time Buatsi's mouthpiece has been dislodged.
That's telling you that we're finally starting to see who's actually maybe a little winded.
Yeah. It happened earlier in the fight, Bernard, but it was courtesy of a left hook from Callum Smith.
But what did I say about behaving like a champion? They're both doing that. And now with, 38 seconds left?
Yeah, 12th round.
Yeah, watch Buatsi.
Yeah, Buatsi, man, he's got character.
And look, keeping everything tight, too, Teddy. He's not throwing wild punches. Look, double left hook.
I thought he was going down. Buatsi might be a little dazed, but he's still going to let his hands
go.
go.
You see the distance. Look right now. He's at a distance where now it looked like he got a right hand in there and kind of like got some mileage out of that, as far as hurting his opponent. But I see that he's keeping that jab out first and then let everything come after that. In the 12th round, they both are tired, but they still hanging in there to look and see if they can take advantage of each other.
I'll tell you one thing. If it came down to the last round, for me, Smith won it.
Yes.
Yep. He won that on my card.
The last couple of rounds seemed to be the same type of round.
Yeah.
He came on at the end even stronger.
Again,
and he hit a crowd. I mean,
he fought guys like a guy that there was no tomorrow.
Yes. And he was in that position because of his previous fight.
Yeah, I have Callum Smith winning this one, 7 rounds to 5, 115, 113.
Unanimous.
Very, very unofficial scorecard, but we'll see what the official judges, we'll see what they have to say. A lot of great matchups coming up. Great matchups in the heavyweight division.
What a night of boxing. What a night of boxing. A card that's from top to bottom. And so far now, it's playing up to the hype.
Have you ever seen a card from top to bottom that was just this solid, this full of, not only, we said it earlier.
But I'm going to ask you a question, Teddy. Yeah. Have I seen that?
Yeah, have you ever seen a card
it's been so long I forgot.
I mean, at this you don't forget nothing.
When you fought William Joppy, remember when you fought William Joppy?
Yes.
That was a stacked card. I remember that was like Corey Spinks versus Ricardo Mayorga.
Yes.
I think John Ruiz and Hassan Rockman and a few others. But
we're talking. We're talking over 15 years.
We're talking at least 5 main events.
Correct.
On this
one. For me, the thing that really separates this card is that not only the names you have, that everyone can identify with, champions, and obviously the star power, but each one is in a competitive fight.
Yes.
Each one is in a fight where you could make an argument for either one to win.
Yes. And each guy have something really to lose, not just a title. Yeah. They actually what they're going to do next as the last.
This one is the perfect start of that. An example of that is that he was at a crossroads, a true crossroads.
His 3 brothers in there, all of them professional fighters. Liam Smith, the guy with the salt and pepper hair, he's still fighting.
Yeah.
And I don't know, Doug, how
next month
I don't know how you, Doug, and Teddy been along with both of us.
Yeah.
When the judges take a little bit longer than normal, what do you think is going on? I mean, they ready to announce it probably right now, but I always, from back in the day, wonder with the scores are close.
What do I think? No, I don't think that.
It's like a jury. It's like they've been in there long enough. 3 days, 4 days, they're still deliberating. What's going on?
I start looking over to see if they have erasers on their pencils.
Yo.
Yeah. It always makes me nervous.
Because be conscious. This thing has been what? It's been enough. Look, when you're waiting for a score to come through, you wonder. Oh, here
all right, looks like they're ready.
Wow. That's more like it.
Yeah.
Jeez.
This is one. Unanimous. Yeah. That other score was.
No, they got it right.
Yeah, they got it right.
But I don't agree with that.
Yeah, 119, 110 means like 11 rounds to 1.
Yes,
Come on. Come on. Learn
Somebody
how to
had to
score.
go to the bathroom and come back.
Yeah,
I mean,
all right. Hey, Bernard, thank you for joining us, guys. We'll be right back right after these messages.
Through 103 years of history, we've seen it all. The unbeaten Marciano, the haymaking foreman, the baddest man on the planet, the long-reigning Joe, the 8-division champ, and, of course, the GOAT. But we're not stopping here. We're ready for the next Muhammad Ali's, for the next undisputed champions, the next Liston jabs and Hagler Hearns rounds, the next Wilder knockouts and Douglas underdogs. We are ready for it all. The ring, the legacy continues.
We've seen champions making history. Now it's your turn. Subscribe to The Ring and join the legacy.
And we're back, everybody. Teddy Atlas will be back with us shortly, but in the meantime, Teddy Atlas is a Hall of Famer. Seating in the seat where you're seating now, Bernard Hopkins, Hall of Famer. You very well may be a future Hall of Famer. We're talking about the Ring Magazine, WBO, Junior Welterweight Champion of the World, Teofimo Lopez. Teo, the takeover. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
All right, you're here at a historic card. We just saw the first 12-round undercard fight. It could have been a main event in its own right. Callum Smith won a 12-round decision over Joshua Buatsi. He moves into sort of that mandatory challenger status for the winner of tonight's main event between Artur Beterbiev and Dimitri Bivol. Just give us your thoughts. Were you watching? Were you able to watch on the monitors up here? Or
yeah, I did. I got to see some work, especially on the corner of Callum Smith, and I think that the right man won tonight. Great.
Glad you see
decision.
it the way we saw it.
Yeah, absolutely. Just hearing the instructions between Russ and Buddy McGirt, phenomenal guys, phenomenal, great. Honestly, icon.
That's a great corner right there.
It really is a really great corner.
Those are two veterans.
Just like anything else, though, a loss doesn't define you. So, to Joshua, I think
for Buatsi, what would you tell him? And you've been there, with the highs and with the lows, and having been an undefeated fighter. And Buatsi was an Olympian, and
yes, he was.
Signed, into the pro ranks with so much promise. And I think he showed us a lot out there. But it's got to be hard getting that first L as a professional. What would you talk to him? What would you tell him?
Don't quit. I think that just go back to the drawing board, really, as anything else, and just go back to what was right for you and what wasn't. I think that he was fighting too close in the inside game, a little too much. Maybe if he kept his distance a little bit, I think that would have helped him a little bit more and showing the punch count to the judges. It's
I
so
think he
hard,
got outworked. I think, and there was one official scorecard. It was kind of crazy. I saw a very close fight, 7 rounds to 5. One of the official judges had it that way. Another official judge had it 8 rounds to 4, 116, 112. And then one judge had it 119, 110. And I think that judge was like the CompuBox judge. He was like, one guy's throwing more punches than the other, and he wins that round and wasn't really looking at, the punches landed. He was just looking at the punches thrown.
Yes.
And since it was Callum Smith, who was really the workhorse in there, he just scored 11 rounds for Callum Smith, and that was wrong. The right guy won.
That indeed. I think we agree to that.
You know what was missing from Buatsi's attack, which I usually see from Buatsi, and I got to credit Callum Smith as to why he wasn't able to get this in motion, was the body attack. I didn't see as many body punches from Joshua Buatsi as I normally see.
I think, yeah.
Welcome back, Teddy.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Thank you. It's great to have you with us, Theo. It really
it's great
is.
to be here.
I'm going to say something. I say what I believe, and some people like it, they don't like it. But I want people to always see this side of Theo. I really mean it.
Oh, thank you.
The human side, not the promotional side.
Okay.
The human side. You're a great kid.
Thank you.
No, really, you are.
Yeah.
And I just always feel that I want people to. A lot of people, I get the promotional side. You got to sell fights and you got to do all that, and we all do it. Everyone does it, right? But I just love a moment like this where it's a little more intimate, and where people could just say, "Hey, yeah, that's Theo. He's a good kid."
Thank you.
And a student of boxing history too.
Yeah,
he really appreciates it.
Not just a talented fighter, and he's as talented as they are. I mean, as far as talent. Let me ask you a question.
Yes. You can ask me anything.
I always say thank you. I always say that 75% of this game is mental. I know you got to have the physical ability, you got to have the teaching, the technical, all of that. Obviously, the skill sets, and you have all that. But it's mental.
Yes.
And 75% of you agree with that?
I agree that it's I agree it's mental. I think the ratio though, the percentage is a little higher, at least for myself.
Yeah, well, that's even more to my point.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm saying it's 75. You're saying 85 maybe.
Yeah.
So I mean, to my point, that it's more mental than it is physical.
Indeed.
And I think that there are times in your fights, and I've heard it. I've heard the stuff out there where people will say, "Man, he looks like the best thing since Coca-Cola or whatever." And then there's days when he's off. And for me, it falls into the department of concentration.
Yes.
Where sometimes you're just not there the way that, and again, I'm being very frank, the way that you were there other times. What makes that pendulum of concentration go from here to there? Is it the opponent? Is it the moment that you got to be up for? I mean, what is the explanation of that? Because, again, I think it's vivid that you see. I've seen you where, like, wow, I don't know how many guys are going to beat this guy. And then other nights where I say, yeah, you can beat him.
Yep. No, I think
is that a fair question?
Yeah, it definitely is. It's I think when it comes to it with a guy like myself, I'm 27 now. I have yet to fight at 27 years young. So a lot of times they say we're about to get into our prime state. But I think my biggest issue was that I was dealing with a lot of personal issues with my soon-to-be ex-wife. And I think that came into my sport that I love mainly, and my first true love, and that's boxing. So I know it sounds like an excuse and stuff, but a lot of stuff like that, I love and I fight for what I love. And if those things those parties are not correct in your household, it can never be correct in your home field, so to speak, in your canvas. So it was just
it affects you mentally.
It definitely does, because you're like, what am I really doing this for? But then you got to realize something though. In this boxing game, you're doing it for yourself, because it's mano a mano, is one man versus another man that's there to defeat you. And I think that the biggest thing that I had to go through was that, and the hunger for the sport again. I think accomplishing all these things at that young, the fire, the fuego, the push for it wasn't there last year. I think this year, coming into it now, it's a new drive. I'm very excited for it.
Well, at 27, the biggest fights are about to be here for you. So it's a good time for you to be right here.
Indeed. I think at this time, I think it's not my story. It's something much greater. It's whether you want to call it universe, God, all of these things that come to one. I believe that it's the story that he's making and writing for me to make sure that through all these difficulties, although I may get the wins and it may not look pretty sometimes, the whole purpose of this is to never quit in anything that you go through.
Keep moving forward.
Keep moving forward, one step at a time, and in the beautiful, wise words of Kobe Bryant. May he rest in peace.
God bless.
And we're looking forward to you fighting again this year.
Absolutely.
There's some ambitious plans.
Might look like in May. Times Square takeover.
Yeah. Well, we're looking forward to you coming into your own.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. It could be Times Square. It could be maybe Alcatraz. We've heard some talk about that. That would be different.
Just make sure you don't stay there.
Yeah, exactly.
You know something? It works though for my character for sure. You know, you gotta sometimes aim for things.
I think you could have fun with that.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, they gotta put me in a straight jacket. In a straight jacket. Get me in a straight jacket. I'm good with that.
All right, so. They're announcing the next one. This is a heavyweight matchup. Like the previous bout, we're talking about two top 5 ring-rated fighters. This time in the heavyweight division, we got Big Bang, Zhang against Ajit Kabayel. Zhang is number 4 in Ring Magazine's heavyweight rankings, and Kabayel, number 5. Kabayel's coming off back-to-back victories over contenders, legit top 10 contenders.
You know, something I want to say about this fight. We know more, obviously, about Big Bang.
He's been around longer.
Yeah, and, with the signature fights, the big fights that he's had and everything else, and his size, he gets your attention, right?
Sure.
There's a reason why he's called Big Bang.
He's got personality, too.
Yeah, he does.
Even though he doesn't speak English, there's something about him.
And again, there's a reason why Big Bang, he's big and he bangs. Yeah. And that's pretty simple, right? We can all get that. But there's an old saying in our country, and it's pretty much throughout the world. You can't judge a book by its cover. Kabayel's that book for me.
Yeah.
That there's more to him. There's chapters that are unread in that book that you haven't gotten to read yet. That you look at the book of Kabayel and you don't really see what's there.
Yeah.
You got to really get into the book. You got to really start reading pages to really see what's there. And I think you're going to see it tonight. I know I'm going out on a limb a little bit.
Yeah.
Because
I actually don't think you're going out on a limb that much.
This is going to be a tough fight, obviously.
I like what I've read so far from Kabayel, especially his last fight against the Cuban, Frank Sanchez. That's a difficult night for anybody. And he just took the fight to the Cuban.
He's the kind of fighter
and broke him down. Just broke him down mentally 100%. And physically.
Doug, he's the guy, and Tio, he's the kind of fighter.
Says a lot, though.
Where when it's going on, you don't really appreciate what he's doing. It's like you're watching him fight and you say, okay, what's going on? I'm not seeing it. But, and he'll know this to what I'm saying, but the opponent is feeling it and seeing it. But we're not. We're not seeing it. We're saying, like, there's not a lot happening. But no, there is something happening. Because then you look back 2 rounds later, 3 rounds later, and all of a sudden the other guy is not standing as straight. The other guy is not throwing as much. The other guy's behavior is completely different. It's kind of like the analogy I used earlier, where you put a pot of boiling water on the stove, right? Yes. And the flames on the water, and you don't see nothing happening. You don't know what the flames doing, like there ain't nothing happening. You go away, you come back 10 minutes later, there ain't no water left.
Right. That's true.
Then you say, oh, now I know what the flame was doing. Mm-hmm. It was getting rid of the water. It was boiling the water. And that's kind of what Kabayel represents to me. That you don't really see and notice immediately what's going on. But you come back a few rounds later, and all of a sudden, you notice.
What do you guys think as far as Kabayel? Like, what's key points for this fight right here with Big Bang, with Zhang?
I think for me, Tio,
so like the body work.
He's got to mix it up. Early on, he's a little bit more mobile. He's got to be able to get angles, get in and out, pick his spots a little bit, use his legs a little bit. And then I think that because of knowing his temperament, I think I know his temperament, and to the point I was making before, then believe it or not, I think he's going to go into no man's land, giant land. He's going to go on the inside with the big guy. A lot of people say, no, Teddy, he's got to stay away from Big Bang. I think he's going to go inside where he'll actually be safe in the eye of the storm. You know about that, yes, where he'll be safer inside, and then shorter punches than Big Bang, where all of a sudden he can start getting some damaging punches through on the inside. So I think he does this. He moves around a little bit early on, as I said, using his leg, picking spots, using a jab, pot shotting a little bit. I think eventually, if we get to that, you never know, eventually he's going to work his way inside, and he's going to kind of like finish the job. Like, see if he can chop the tree down a little bit.
I agree.
That wouldn't surprise me.
That sound like a good fight plan to you, Tio?
I think so. I think you got it on cue right now, especially with this, how it's starting. Definitely, you can see in the heavyweight division, though, it's one punch. That's all it takes.
That's true.
Yeah, I think that's the exciting part about this division.
One punch or one mistake.
One mistake, indeed.
And Zhang's he's very dangerous early because despite that size, he's got pretty quick hands.
Quick pot shot.
Think about Kabayel. He's not afraid to let his hands go at any point of the fight. And he's attacking that body right away.
But, Doug, do you know what the key is with letting his hands go, to your point? He lets them go at the right time in the right place.
Yes.
Tio knows that. That's the key. Anyone can let their hands go. You know what? The other guy's going to let his hands go, too, and you're going to have a problem.
Yeah.
Because you let your hands go at the right time, or wrong time.
Yeah. Kabayel's not wild with it.
It's conserving those punches at the same time.
Picking his spots.
But he's confident with it. And it's like you said, Teddy, it's at the right time and the right placement, too.
Kabayel is the kind of guy... set up that right hand nice with a little throwaway punch with the left hand to distract him.
Yeah, Kabayel's he's getting some respect. Some respect early.
Little reaction out of Zhang right now.
He's trying to get it back.
Yes.
He's trying to let him know, hey, I'm the big man.
This fight can turn so quickly. So quickly.
And Zhang, he's kind of got that attitude, too. He lets his hands go, and then he says, what are you going to do about it?
No, but you know what he's really saying? You got to laugh here. Tio will laugh. Because when he does that, he's like saying, why don't you stand in front of me so I can hit you?
Exactly. He's like, hey, pose for me.
Indeed.
Come forward.
And Kabayel's saying, no, my mom didn't raise a fool. I got a little bit more sense than that.
Hit and don't get hit, right, Teddy?
Yeah, 100%. And again, he's looking for a spot. Right now, Kabayel's moving around. There's a method to this. He's looking for the right spot to come in. He don't want to come in the wrong spot. He's moving around, and he's doing one other thing. He's trying to keep the giant off balance. He's trying to keep moving his feet, turning, because you're a giant, you're a puncher, but if your feet aren't set, you can't deliver power. So Kabayel's trying to make sure that he moves to the sides so he doesn't set himself, so he disarms him. He takes that power away. That's what he's trying to do here. And look for his spots again. I used to say when I was broadcasting fights, when a guy's moving around a lot and he's looking for something, you've done that, where he's moving around, he's looking for. I say he's like the janitor in the building with that big key ring. The big giant brass key ring where he's got 100 rings on there, and he's looking for the right key to get in the door.
Yeah.
And he's just trying to find it. He's going to move, he's going to move. This key, this one ain't the right one. This one, no. Oh, I got the key.
Yep. I think right now with the changing levels that's actually being produced right now, I think the overhand rights really for him is really going to set the tone right now.
And that's Kabayel.
Yeah, Kabayel.
We're seeing some highlights here, and it's Zhang landing. And now here's that overhand right that Teo spoke of. Zhang came right back with his left.
Yeah, but you know what Zhang did right there? With the left hand, obviously. But before that, he uses a southpaw, obviously. He used what I think is the most dangerous punch in boxing for an orthodox fighter.
Right hook?
Right hook.
Yeah.
Because that's a punch that the orthodox fighter is not used to seeing. And it's coming from a peripheral place where it's hard to pick it up. It's a dangerous thing. If you're an orthodox fighter fighting a southpaw, it's a very dangerous punch.
Oh, that's a nice two-piece landed by Zhang. And Kabayel, he's got that heart.
Oh.
He's coming right back with body-head combinations.
Yeah.
Both fighters are deceptively quick. They got fast hands for guys who, if you look at their physiques, they look kind of ponderous.
That's a fair point there, Doug.
But they've.
But I think even going back to what you were mentioning, Teddy, Kabayel, I think with him, it's just like with the water and the boiling water and stuff. It takes some time. It takes time. As long as he's consistent and moving around, I think that we might see Big Bang Zhang slow down a little bit more.
Yeah, wear him down a little bit. I agree.
Yeah. Well, he's attacking the body effectively so far. We're halfway through. Almost halfway through round 2.
And, we see the obvious here, right? The advantage of Bank being so big, right? Such a big body. But where's the disadvantage? There's a lot of body to hit.
Yeah, that's true.
That's what I would, from the psychological standpoint, that's what I would be telling my fighter. Say, look, I already know what you're thinking. It's not a secret how big this guy is. And you're thinking that. But think about how much target there is.
Yes. You can clearly see this right now.
Kabayel standing his ground a lot more than I thought he would this early in the fight.
I thought he would wind up going into the eye of the storm, trying to get on the inside and work the shorter punches inside the wider punches if he can have an edge in there. And I think he sees that he might have an edge in there.
He's doing it so far.
Very comfortable.
A minute
very
left
quick.
in round 2.
Just in round 2 alone, both guys really getting really comfortable in there.
But again, one punch will suddenly, obviously, turn things around.
What I like right now from Kabayel, he's really working that body on Zhang.
Yeah, there's a lot of body to work.
Yeah, it's already getting red on. You can see it right there in the liver shots and everything from just Zhang himself.
And look, let's face it, you're not going to mistake Zhang for Arnold Schwarzenegger when you look at his body. I mean, it kind of makes sense to kind of touch that soft flesh a little bit. That I'm not saying he's fat, but
or flubby,
you can
right?
see, you can see there's a little softness there.
Yeah.
And look, after all, he's huge.
That he is. Pause.
Yeah, he is.
Though, it shows the ring IQ, though, out of Kabayel.
Yes, it does.
It
really does. I'm glad you brought that up because that's the point I was trying to put across. That when I said it, that you can't judge the book by its cover. When you look at him, you see him. You don't see that. You don't appreciate that. But then when he's in the ring, you start saying, wait, this guy's doing something right.
There's a lot there.
This guy's doing something that I didn't see, that I didn't catch. I'll use another term that I think Tio's going to like, besides the boiling water. I used to always say, it's kind of like on a real hot July summer day. And you know how it rained a minute ago and there's a little puddle in the street, right? And then you see that little puddle and it's so hot. The sun's bearing down. And then you go away, you come back an hour later, there's no more puddle. The sun evaporated the puddle.
Right.
I think that's kind of what me and Tio are both talking about, that Kabayel evaporates his man.
Yeah.
And so I'm looking, I know this is going to sound a little funny to the fans out there, but they're used to me being funny anyway, so they tolerate me. I think that you might see this big giant start to evaporate. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. If it goes Kabayel's direction, you will see that. But he's very game, Big Zhang, and he will be right back as much as he can be right back, coming back.
He's just trying to fight with Kabayel on the inside. In the center of the ring, Zhang is trying to push Kabayel to the ropes. And I thought Kabayel did really well in round 2, just standing his ground. I thought he won the round, outworking Zhang, and on the strength of his body attack.
Well, I think that we're probably all in agreement that the longer the fight goes, I would think it favors Kabayel.
Yeah.
Because Zhang, what is he, 41 now?
41 and just carrying all that weight. He slows down after 5 or 6 rounds.
We've seen it, right? We've seen him burn a little bit. We've seen the tank go a little empty.
I think the main thing, though, for Kabayel, he needs to stay composed, though. Punch count is great and everything, but, Zhang is still a tough guy right there. He's a champion in that regard. I mean, he has the ring IQ.
And he's got to be very aware of his distance, Theo, that he doesn't stand in front at the end of his punches, that he slightly gets out of range or all the way in range, that he doesn't stand in no man's land, where he just does a good right hand again. He doesn't stand at the at the distance that's good for Zhang, right at the end of his fight. He's in a little bit or he's out just a little bit. Very important. You know, you want to know your range. You want to know, am I out of range or am I in range?
Those body shots. I mean, it's the Old Testament of boxing, though. It's chopping down the tree, huh?
Yeah. He's literally doing that. But this dude he's thick like a redwood. But Kabayel, he's undeterred. You know, it's like, okay, I'm going to go about my business.
You guys starting to see why I said what I said before the fight started?
Yeah.
About Kabayel?
Sounded a little crazy. It sounds less crazy now, yes.
You know, a little bit, right?
The great Teddy Atlas, ladies and gentlemen.
But it sounds counterintuitive, you know, you're going to be safe up close against this giant southpaw.
Oh, and
with fast hands, you know what I mean, and a lot of power.
And now look,
but he's doing it, and you know what? Zhang his output has dropped.
Indeed,
and it's never that high. You know, he kind of gets off in spots, these bursts.
But from this fight and the Deontay Wilder fight, I mean, hey, it's a big difference for sure. Kudos to Kabayel.
Yeah, well, Wilder looking for that one big shot, and he reached a stage where he just could not pull the trigger.
Yeah.
So then what do you got? You got that one shot, and you're not able to pull the trigger.
Yeah, that one trick pony. Right?
Yeah. You know what? That's another round for Kabayel. Round 3.
And a solid round. Really.
Totally. Yeah, he bossed him in that round.
And to the point of Wilder, who's got a tremendous right hand, tremendous heart.
Oh, yeah.
You got to give him credit.
Oh, yeah, you do.
But he was up there in age.
Yeah.
You know, he had some miles on his odometer.
Yeah, he really did.
2008 bronze medalist?
Yes.
As well for USA?
Yep. I think the same Olympics that Zhang was in. I think Zhang was in those Olympics too.
Yeah. You know who was there calling him for NBC?
Right here, the Hall of Famer.
No, well, I don't know, but I was there.
You were there?
I was there in Beijing. That was an extraordinary.
How many Olympiads have you called the box? 4. Now, starting in 2000?
Yeah, Sydney,
yeah.
Athens, Beijing, and then London.
Not bad.
Man, I had just missed you for 2016.
Yeah, I'm sorry I missed you.
2016, that was in Brazil, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Rio?
Yeah,
Rio.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, he's picking up where he left off, right, fellas?
Yeah.
You know, going
and going about his business
Kabayel,
with Kabayel with a little bit more. I mean, he's always confident, but I think a little more confidence.
You know what I noticed too, Doug?
He's seen the success of it, and now he's not just standing his ground with Zhang. He's backing him up a little bit.
100%. Oh, he pushed off.
Zhang's getting a little desperate. Yeah. He's like, I gotta, I gotta regain control here. I gotta,
Oh man! Like I'm saying, you see that puddle start to evaporate a little bit.
It's shrinking. It was a big ass puddle. It started round 1.
And tell me if I'm right. And I know that part of this is just what you imagine you see, but is Zhang looking a little smaller than he did when the fight started?
Yep. The puddle is evaporating. It's shrinking.
And to go back to what you were mentioning, Doug, at the same time, Zhang usually controls the center of the ring, and I'm not seeing this right now in this 4th round.
Now he's giving ground a little bit.
No, you're right.
It definitely goes to show for everyone out there with the body chopping down the tree.
Yeah, he's frustrated.
Yeah.
No, he's frustrated.
He's doing a lot of shoving.
But he's also sending a message to not just us, but more importantly to Kabayel, guy you don't want to send that message to, that Kabayel's getting to him.
Yeah.
He's sending that message by doing that, and also one other physical message, that he needs room to punch. He's telling him that. He's saying, I don't want you in close because I have longer arms than you. It's harder for me to work on the inside. You have shorter arms. You have an advantage on the inside. I don't want you inside. So that tells Kabayel, you know what? I'll be inside then. You don't like me inside? I'm gonna be all over you.
Kabayel is not neglecting that body, not for a second. And if you notice, he does not load up with any shot. He just lets them go, but they're solid, heavy shots. But he's never, so he keeps his energy. He conserves it.
I'm going to say now, unless he stops in the middle, standing in front, in no man's land, he being Kabayel, I think he's going to wind up stopping. And I kind of, was hinting at that before the first bell.
Yeah.
But I think he's going to wind up stopping Zhang.
Oh, man. Kabayel's getting off right now.
And look, things can change quickly, if you make a mistake and you stop in front. Like that. He laid right in front.
Couple 1-2s.
I used to tell my fighters that when I didn't want them to lay in front, I used to say, that's kind of like your parents used to tell you, your grandparents or your parents would tell you, don't loiter on the corner. Don't hang out on the corner. Nothing good can happen. Only bad can happen if you're just hanging out on the corner. And it's the same thing in boxing. You don't hang out in front. You don't loiter in front. Either do something or don't hang out on the corner. Take a walk around the block. Yeah. Get out. Don't hang out on the corner. There's a great fighter. We had him with us before, Teal. The great Bernard Hopkins, middleweight, light heavyweight champion of the world. And he's an example, really, of the sweet science and really the benefits of it. Kind of like Floyd Mayweather. And what I mean by that is he could fight as long as he did, and he fought awful long because he was smart, because of his style, because he understood the sweet science, hit and don't get hit.
And also, he took care of his body. He would, after fights, he wouldn't go party and drink. He would go right back to his room and recover.
And that is why he looks so good at 60. By the way, he's 60. I hope you don't get mad at me.
No, he's proud of it.
But he's 60.
Yeah, he'll tell anyone who will listen.
And he looks like he's 30.
Yeah. It doesn't hurt that he knows how to dress.
Oh, that helps.
That indeed. Knows how to carry it well.
The only one who knows how to dress here is Doug.
No, not me.
Yeah, he's got control of this fight.
The DAZN is showing Chris Mannix's scorecard. He gave the first round to Zhang and all the rest to Kabayel. I don't always agree with Chris Mannix, but I do this time.
And to the point that I think I made early. Oh, he got caught. There's the one mistake.
That's true. We saw that with Joseph Parker, who was boxing Zhang's ass off, but your concentration laps for 1 second, Zhang can clip you.
The southpaw power punch to left hand, I believe.
So
we've
got a fight here.
He stopped in front. He laid in front.
Oh, Kabayel needs to actually smother those punches from Zhang and work inside again.
So we got a little bit of drama here in round 5.
You know what I think happened? Obviously, he got caught.
What happened?
To the point that I was talking about. He laid in front. He stopped in front. He didn't understand the range. He stood right at the end of. He's doing it again. At the end of Zhang's punch. And now, look, it's hard to really negotiate and understand the range of somebody that long. You got to know, where am I out? Where am I all the way in? You can't be in no man's land. And that's why he got caught.
Yeah, Zhang is still a live dog in there.
Oh, he can punch.
Oh, that too. And this is the
Kabayel reacting well from the knockdown, though.
Yeah.
He got right back to business. Got up from the knockdown and put some combinations together, and now he's back right in front of Zhang, but not getting clipped, and he's working that body again.
Again, the danger for Kabayel is getting knocked out. I'll put it right there. I don't think he's losing a decision. Getting knocked out. And the only way that happens is if he makes a technical mistake and stands in front of Zhang too long. Either get out, get in.
Either go around the block, or don't go in the corner at all, right?
Yeah.
Don't stay in the corner.
100%. Go downtown or go around the block.
Around the block.
As you can see, though, I don't know if you guys noticed, but Zhang, he took a big, deep breath.
Yeah. Even after the knockdown, you could tell he was like arm weary.
You know, the best thing
dropped his arm, dropped his defense down, and he was like kind of pawing with his shots. He's already tired.
Guys, the best thing that happened for Zhang might be the worst. He scored a knockdown. He came back in a fight. And that might be his last hurrah.
Yeah.
He might have.
Oh, hey, look, you see it in the body language. He's tired.
He might have.
And he won that round 10-8 because of the knockdown. But he looks gassed. He goes back to his corner gassed.
He might have spent all his bullets there.
Yeah.
That might have been the round that he had to sell out. We're going to find out.
Yeah, we will.
But he might have had to sell out to win this fight.
There's here comes the knockdown. We're watching a replay here.
Yeah, the power punch for a southpaw, the back punch, where you could turn into.
It was a left cross.
That was all with motion, too. He missed the right uppercut, came back with the strong left hand.
Yeah, misses with the right uppercut. Right, that's right, Teo.
Yeah,
comes over with the left.
And let me tell you,
man, his mouth is open though. Even with this knockdown, he's breathing hard.
He caught him in a bad spot. Watch this, behind the ear. Really, watch this punch. That was behind the ear.
Yeah, it was.
That is a bad punch to get hit because that throws your equilibrium off. I see a lot of guys don't recover from that punch. Give Kabayel credit.
He did well.
Give him credit.
Got right up. If he was feeling like his equilibrium was off, he hit it very well.
Well, he's a pro. He's behaving like a pro. What do I say all the time? You got to fight like a champ, but you got to behave like one. He knows how to behave like one.
Yeah.
So does this guy.
Yeah, he's a fighter.
He's going right back to work, huh, guys?
Yes, he is.
I mean, now he's like, okay, I'm going to get my concentration a higher level. I'm sure his corner got his attention. Say, you know what? I think the reason you got hit, I know it's because you stood in front. I get it. But I think that you were having too much success. You got a little, does that happen to you sometimes? You get intoxicated with the fight going all your way, and you kind of forget that the other guy still has a say.
Oh, yeah, it definitely could happen. Absolutely. Uh-oh.
Body punch.
Oh, boy.
That was a body shot, wasn't it? Or was it a low punch?
Yeah, the referee thinks it's low.
All right.
No, I don't think so. Kabayel, it's definitely sure doesn't think so.
Yeah, you're right. But I think he lost his concentration when he got caught that shot. That he was, like I said, it was almost too easy. He was in such control of the fight that he did something very human. You know, he lost his concentration. He took things for granted. One thing in the ring, right, Theo? You can't take anything for granted. 1 second, things change.
Until the final bell.
Zhang is still swatting in there.
Yeah,
he's tired, but he's still swatting.
Yeah, 100%. But
they're holding on. Yeah,
he's
grabbing and holding whenever Kabayel gets in arm's reach.
This is why boxing is the toughest sport in the world to this day. This right here tests everything.
And it looks like it.
Yes, it does.
You can tell.
I think he hurt him to the body again.
I mean, I love his inside work game right now from Kabayel. He's doing great. It's changing the levels, and it's showing right now.
I said about 4 rounds ago that if Kabayel doesn't get caught, which he did, a big shot, he's going to stop Big Bang. And I think
he's back and bang up.
I think he's
down, and that's an accumulation of punches. Yeah, it was to the body. He's hurt. Something to, I think, to the liver.
It's over.
Solar plex, liver shot.
Yeah, he reached back, like in the kidney, the liver area, like something hurt him.
This whole week they were talking about banging.
Man.
Kabayel sure came up to
6-round
bang.
stoppage.
On the Big Bang, Zhang.
Yeah. After being dropped. After being dropped in round 5, Kabayel comes back, gets right back to the game plan, which was working that body. And he landed something. We'll see in the replays, the slow-mo. But when Zhang went down, he gets up on one knee, and he sort of reaches over with his glove saying,
I need an
great job tonight by Kabayel. Very good.
Well, I've been selling his stock to anybody who would listen all week. Buy stock in Kabayel.
Hey, he's on quite a run.
And I didn't
Arslan Beg, Makhmudov, Frank Sanchez, and now Big Bang Zhang. 3 in a row. That's not bad at all.
And I didn't push Tio's stock a lot because it's already too expensive.
What was that?
It's already too expensive.
You know, it's too late. You should have bought. You should have bought right after Frank Sanchez.
You got to get in early.
Yeah, you're right.
You know, if you're a good stockbroker, you got to tout it before everybody knows about it. Let's see it right here.
Now, what shot is this, Teddy?
Left hook.
There's a right to the solar plexus.
Yeah, both.
Yeah. Oh, that's the one that put him down. But he also, and then just a little cleanup shot of left right to the side. There he is, the left to the side.
The right hand, and
the right to the bottom.
And then, like you said, the left hook for good measure as he's going down.
Creating that space with the forearm.
All right, hey, Teddy, thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely.
Folks, we'll be right back after this.
The take him.
You're fighting on one of the biggest cards
of the year, and you're fighting Israel Madrimov. A lot of people see it as a 50-50 fight. How do you feel going into this fight this week?
I feel very, I'm very excited. I'm looking forward to it. I really am. I know it's going to be one of the best fights on the card, if not fight of the night.
It might steal the show.
It might.
Yeah.
It has the potential to, for sure. I'm just really looking forward to it.
Yeah.
I really am. This is what I look forward to the most. I like my downtime, but sometimes I'm a little bit too much into the downtime. I'm like, okay, I got to fight again. Like, let's go. I get a little antsy about it.
Yeah. I mean, that's understandable. It's a big fight. It's a big opponent. I mean, Madrimov is a tricky guy. He's got a very unique style, and it's kind of hard to time him in the ring. We saw that when he fought Bud Crawford, but you being the pressure fighter, you having the aggressive style, what do you have to do to set the tone early and take control of the fight?
I mean, without giving away too much, just be myself, man. Just don't think about it too hard. I think the main problem Crawford has was he was thinking too hard about it. Just be simple.
Mm-hmm.
Simple, easy does it. Yeah.
Easy does it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be a hell of a fight. As a boxing fan, I truly think it's a 50-50 fight.
Just moving on to my favourite fight on the card, Virgil Ortiz taking on Israel Madrimov. A great fight, and I'm sure you feel the same sentiment when it comes to these two fighting.
And a pure 50-50, really. I mean, as much as I love Madrimov, I mean, I've watched the Crawford fight back. I had a little sort of throw the toys out the pram in that fight as well. It wasn't, in my opinion, like even the Bivol fight wasn't a robbery. I just felt that he won clearly. I thought Madrimov just edged the fight against Crawford. And if it wasn't, it was like, and also, same thing with that. You get in the ring, 116, 112, 117, 130. I'm like, what? Like, it was a fight like that.
Yeah.
How can we not get a split? Or how can we even not get a draw on the scorecards? One card. Yeah. And it's just like every fight, it's like the scorecards are already written. Yeah, Crawford on points. Yeah. But Madrimov went into that fight with what? 10, 11 professional fights. The experience that he gained from sharing the ring with a great like Crawford, like that could take him to another level. Like Bivol, I see a different Madrimov this week. I just see a real smiley, healthy looking, strong Israel Madrimov. And then on the other hand, I see a guy in Ortiz that I think is probably thinking, I need to move to middleweight. These weight cuts are getting harder and harder. Got dropped by Bakole. A lot of people felt he lost that fight. But this is a great style matchup because he's a great volume puncher. And Madrimov's a good counter puncher, but also must, in the Crawford fight, he probably didn't throw quite enough punches. Mm-hmm. He's got to be active against Ortiz. It'll be a brilliant fight. I do think Madrimov will win by stoppage. Yeah.
We've seen champions making history. Now it's your turn. Subscribe to The Ring and join the legacy.
Welcome to the Ring Magazine podcast. I am joined by the great Joseph Parker here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And Joe, you are do you have a residency here at this point?
Yes,
this is
I
like
do.
Your fourth consecutive fight. Do they know you at the restaurants? Like, what's going on?
You know what? It's always nice to come back to Saudi Arabia and see familiar faces. And I feel like with the fights that I've had here and the success, I've got a good support crew here and some of the locals. So it's nice. It's nice to be back.
Do you does it get more comfortable every single time fighting in this environment, knowing kind of when the start time of these fights are, where you got to go to train? Like, how much more comfortable do you get?
You get a lot more comfortable because you've done it, 3 times already, and this is the 4th time, and you're familiar. And we know that when we come here to Saudi Arabia, we fight late on the card. So now we have to adjust, we have to adapt, and we have to do this for the next, obviously, 2 weeks, although it's fight week now. So we have to do it for the rest of this week. But it's nice, it's familiar. And I think familiarity brings confidence as well.
What do you think of the way these fight cards have developed over the last year and a half, where A lot of these big fights have been coming to Saudi Arabia. A lot of these cards, including the ones you've been on, have been loaded from top to bottom. As a fighter, what do you think of that?
As a fighter, I think it's fantastic seeing all these mega fights that we probably wouldn't have seen happen. And now you're getting to see the best fight the best. And slowly by slowly, you're just pulling away the ones that are losing, and the best keep going on to having bigger fights. But I think for boxing, it's great for the fans, for the supporters, seeing all these big fights happen. It's like boxing coming way back in a great way.
And that's how you get new fans, right? Like, fans don't want to see A side versus Z side. They want to see A side versus A minus side. Like, that's how you get it. That's what other sports do, whether it's soccer, basketball in the US. UFC, frankly, does best versus the best a lot. Like, to me, that's the only way to rebuild boxing to a high level.
That is the only way. Like, you're right. You can't really see fighters who are the top 10 fighting the 100. You know what I mean? That's not good for the sport. The best need to fight the best. The top need to fight the top. And that's going to bring more eyes to the sport and more traction. And that's why boxing, like I said, I think boxing, it was down for a while, and now it's right back at the top again.
Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for joining us. The last crescendo watch along for Ring Magazine. And Teddy, we've had some nice guests so far. We've had a Hall of Famer like yourself with Bernard Hopkins, and one of the brightest young talents in boxing today with Teofimo Lopez. And we'll see who joins us a little bit later. But for now, let's pick up where we left off. We've got some questions from the public. And this is from a guy named Izio. And Izio says, what's a sleeper fight in this card? And he's talking to you. What's a sleeper fight on this card that people aren't paying enough attention to, in your opinion?
Well, literally a sleeper that could go to sleep is Bakole and Parker. Last minute notice. I'm coming all the way from the Congo. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Come on. You're arriving today?
He just got here, right?
Over 300 pounds. I mean, you talk about, man, what's his name? Izio? What's his name?
Izio.
Izio, you're pretty smart, Izio. I mean, we might give you a real sleeper because early on, Bakole's going to be very, very, very dangerous to Parker, who had a full camp for the fight. You figure has the advantage, but he was getting ready for one specific style,
correct,
a different style, and now he's got to fight a guy on, 24 hours notice in Bakole, a whole different style, and a dangerous guy, and a desperate guy. Because here's where the real, there's the man right here.
Right here,
See,
Frank
this is
Warren,
the guy right here.
Another Hall of Famer joins us. Hey, Frank, nice to see you.
Not only a Hall of Famer as a promoter and as a father, as a person, but as a dresser. Someday I want to be able to dress a little bit like Frank Warren.
Yeah.
But I'm going to have to go quite a ways before that can happen. It's really great to have Frank here with us. I mean, I always talk about how the British fans are the greatest fans in the world. And look, I know they're throwing knives at me already.
Yeah, the Mexican fans are pissed off at you right now.
The Mexicans, the Puerto Rican, the Irish, the American, they're all getting mad at me. And they're all great fans. Don't get me wrong. I love them all. But the English, they have such a history with the sport. They go so far back that it's incredible. And the fans always come out. They're so loyal to their fighters. I mean, where else you're going to put 98,000 people into Wembley Stadium?
Sold out one day.
That happens nowhere else.
One day.
That happens nowhere else.
And you know what? If it wasn't those guys, if one of them was fighting the doorman from the King's Arms, you would have had 60,000.
Right, exactly.
Okay? That's not too bad.
No,
Frank,
not too shabby.
Thanks for being with us.
Great to see you, my friend. You know that.
No, it's great to have
greatest. When they talk about greatest and Hall of Famers.
No, it's great to have you with us. And, we talk about the resurgence of boxing with Turkey Al-Sheikh. He's been around forever. It's changed the face of boxing. It's changed the trajectory of boxing.
Yeah.
Where it was moving in a trajectory that a sport that's been around longer than any sport in the world shouldn't move in. where it was less relative.
Yeah, being
less
marginalized
relevant.
to irrelevance.
And now,
at least on the U.S. scene.
And now
we can't speak for the UK, but U.S. man.
Again, because of what Turkey Ellis did.
Absolutely.
But a big part of it has been this man and Eddie Hearn and Spencer Brown, but they are a big part of it, making it happen. Turkey had to go to somebody, and I'll tell you what, thankfully he went to these people, and he went to this man too.
Yep. Done an incredible job.
Well, I've got to be honest, it's been, for me, I've been doing this now for 47 years.
47.
And it's... it's like a new lease of life. I mean, the fights. I mean, look at the first 2 fights on here. They're main events in their own right.
Absolutely.
Anywhere, and they were just amazing, well-matched fights, and that's what's so good about this show and most of these shows, that the fights are even money. There's no walkovers for anybody.
100%. You know, I was saying earlier to Doug that I've seen fights where you've had big names on them, you know, that sprinkled throughout the card. I've seen that. We've seen that, but I've never seen a card that had the big names, the names that the people want to see, and top guys, but fighting other top guys, fighting fights that, as you said, you can make an argument for either side to win the fight, and a legitimate argument, a real argument.
Correct. And when you look at it, it's Riyadh season. And His Excellency, Riyadh Season has made this happen, because Riyadh Season isn't a promoter. It's an event. It's a cultural event for a period of time. And boxing seems to be and is, I think, the main part of it, which is thankfully for all of us. But as a result of that, he just wants the best. He wants to bring the eyes of the world to Riyadh. And Riyadh now is the world capital of boxing.
Absolutely.
There's no doubt about that.
And he's bringing all of the power brokers and the players together. You look at the dinner last night, all the promoters, the sanctioning, I was telling Teddy, the sanctioning body folks, you know, the managers, and you know, legendary fighters like Lennox Lewis, so kind of like ambassadors for the sport. They're all there.
All the legends, all of them are there. And what he's done with the ring.
Yep.
Look at this. Well, you know, we're sitting here now.
Not too shabby here.
You know, this is now the ring.
You get these stories on these guys who are coming up, like Martin Bakole, who we'll see.
Correct. And before we had any when I was a kid, you waited for this to come out in the UK, but there was no internet, nothing like that. Yeah. But it'd take you 2 months before you got it.
Yeah.
But you got it to see all the results, read about the fights, because the people who were writing the reports, you know, were real good boxing journalists, and you respected them. And it's a renaissance, isn't it now?
Yes.
I mean, this is just fabulous.
So it's not just a relaunch; it's a rebirth.
And that's what's happening in boxing in January. It's a renaissance of boxing, and it's emanated from here. And it's just fabulous for the fans, fabulous for the sport, and everybody involved, all the promoters, the fighters, they're all getting a great opportunities, and as they're professionals, they're all making money out of their God-given
and they're
talents.
taking it. And when they have that opportunity, they take it. This Martin Bakole right here, he took a fight with your guy, Joseph Parker, who is a dangerous fighter. He's a grizzled veteren.
Where do you
he
see
took it
cards?
on a day's notice, and Parker accepts it, like the danger man in the division.
Yeah. But to
the
that
danger
point,
man says, "Yeah, bring it on."
Where do you see a card that was as stacked as this, but then a fight falls out, which is the nature of the beast? It happens in our business, right? But then it gets replaced by a guy like Bakole, who in some ways might be as more dangerous than the original.
Yeah.
I mean, where do you see that? I got to tell you the truth.
It's unprecedented. Hey, listen, right now, just started in the junior middleweight division, 2 top 5 ring-ranked junior middleweights. Israel Madrimov, I think we have ranked number 2, and Virgil Ortiz Jr. undefeated. I think he's 21-0 with 20 knockouts.
Yeah, you know the thing that I see.
He's number 5.
To set up this fight a little bit, Frank, and tell me if you agree with me. You know, Ortiz was kind of like Mike McCollum. He was known as the body snatcher. Remember him, Mike McCollum? Yeah. And dedicates to the body, and he gets you done. He was known as, they didn't call him that formally, but I would have called him that, the body snatcher. It was all about pressure, attack, aggression, you know, seek and destroy. But then something funny happened on the way to the grocery store. He went the distance in his last fight. You know, and he got dropped. He got hurt. And he had to make an adjustment. And he had to show another side, a side that he I don't think he had really shown before, and I think he's going to need that side tonight. His athleticism and his boxing skills, because the guy can box too. Everyone saw him as just a seek and destroy guy who hits you with the left hook to the liver, Mexican style. But he's a guy that has a jab. He's a guy that can use his legs. He's a guy that, again, is athletic and has boxing skills. I think he's going to need that package, because just being a seek and destroy guy was not going to get the job done here.
This guy at Madrimov, in his last fight against Crawford, it was a very, very close fight. And you think he went into that fight, was it 11 fights?
He just had 11 fights.
I mean, it was tremendous to be in with somebody of Crawford's, ability and, one of the pound best in the world.
I think he got Crawford's respect and made him think.
And I think he's going to give Ortiz a lot of problems. He's not
he
phased.
gives anybody problems.
He's not phased whatsoever. And you look at him; he's got a nice long reach. He uses nice straight shots. Very, very smart fighter. Very, very, very capable.
You know what? And this should speak to you, obviously. But one of his greatest attributes, what the old timers would say about Madrimov, and it's a great compliment. It doesn't sound like one, but it's a great compliment. They used to just say, "This guy's steady." And what that meant was he could fit in with anybody.
Yeah.
That he didn't do one thing sensational, like, it's eye-popping. Wow, look how fast he is. Look how explosive he is. But the package, the steadiness, the consistency. Yeah. The guy was steady. And he could fit in with anybody. And that's him. And to speak to what we said before, you said about he only had 11 fights. He shocked people. He had 300 amateur fights.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a bit like Lomachenko. It's the same thing, isn't it? Yeah. But you're going in at that, when you're going in at that level, going in with someone like Crawford, that's a bit of a thing to go and do that in your 11th fight. That's a bit of a feat. And give him the fight he gave him. I thought it was a very close fight. But this one, he's not phased. And I think if Ortiz is what people say this is the guy to really bring it out of him.
Yeah,
we're in for a hell of a fight. Yeah. Frank, you're needed elsewhere. I wish you could stay with us for the rest of the fight, because you've got some awesome insight.
No, I love it.
I agree with you.
I'm with two brilliant guys of boxing, Doug. And
we'll carry on as best we can without you.
And keep listening to The Ring. It's the place to be.
Thank you, Frank.
Thanks, Frank.
Teddy,
Frank,
how do you score that first round?
It's a tough round. I mean, early on it was Ortiz, trying to control the outside with his jab. I think he's going to need his jab.
Absolutely.
And I think that then all of a sudden Madrimov changed gears a little bit, and he started moving, spot shotting, showing another dimension to himself, which was an awkward dimension, unorthodox dimension, where he's moving, he pot shots, he's moving, he's keeping you off balance, he's awkwardly clever. And I think that's what gave Crawford a little trouble early on for the first half, and maybe a little more, was to kind of decipher that, again, you're going to see it here. His hands down a little bit, out of range. People say, Teddy, if his hands down, isn't that dangerous? Not if you're out of range. And he
almost never sets his feet.
Not if you're out of range.
Yeah,
he knows when to have him down, when to have him up. When he's out of range, he can have him down. And when you got your left hand low around the hip, it's kind of like Larry Holmes. When you got it, it's hard to judge the distance of that jab for the opponent, because it's not in the conventional chamber.
Yeah.
So it's coming from the hip to like, that can't reach me. And then all of a sudden
kind of like
reaches.
out of the range of sight, and it just comes up.
And it's very difficult.
And
really,
he's so
to measure.
Yeah, he's got such a varied offense. Sometimes it's a straightforward jab. Sometimes it's that up jab. Sometimes it's a body shot from the hip, fired from the hip.
Well,
and as the old timers say, he can punch on the fly.
Yeah, and look at this again. Look at this style. He's moving this way, he's moving that way, and then he's going to pop shot a little with the jab. He'll be doing it in a second. He's trying to keep Ortiz off balance, which is a smart move. Why? Because Ortiz is the power puncher in this. Yeah. So if he's not set on his feet, if you're keeping him turning his feet off balance, he can't be the power puncher.
That's what he's doing so far.
Well,
we're midway through round 2.
You got to have a game plan. You got to have a fight plan, a strategy.
I don't know who won the first round, but the second round is being controlled by Israel Madrimov.
I think the first round could have been stolen by Madrimov. I mean, it was very close.
Yeah, he finished out very well.
You could make it 10-10.
I think I'm going to do that, Teddy. Thank you.
But again,
because I think neither fighter landed anything of real consequence in that first round. You saw both of their styles. The first half of the opening round, it was Virgil Ortiz charging out behind a power jab, coming forward. And the second half of the round, you saw the light on his feet, athletic, somewhat unorthodox boxer puncher who can punch on the fly.
Well, before too much time goes by here, and Madrimov has control of the rhythm, the flow of this fight, which he's trying to do right now already. I know it's early. Before that goes too far, I'll tell you one thing, and Ortiz has a great trainer of the year. Ring Magazine, awarded him trainer of the year with a lot of good trainers out there. Robert Garcia, the former world champion. Ortiz better start not only using his jab, but throwing the jab low to the chest.
To the chest, right.
Just to stabilize and control. Look, he's missing to the head.
Right.
And there's a sneak punch. That is the awkward style. That is the effect, the danger of the style of Madrimov. 1 minute he's gone, the next minute he stops and hits you. He is awkwardly clever. He is a son of a gun to fight because of that herky-jerky, this way, that way, and then all of a sudden the other way.
That round 2 was a good round for Madrimov.
Oh, you know what it's almost like? It's kind of like, remember the old cartoon which they asked the guy, which way did he go? That way.
Oh, yeah. Right.
And they point the fingers both different ways.
Yeah.
That's kind of like fighting Madrimov. Which way did he go? I don't know. He went left, then he went right, then he came up the middle. Right now, that's giving Ortiz trouble. And right now, the trainer of the year for Ring Magazine, Robert Garcia.
Yeah, he earned that.
He's telling him, look, you got to neutralize this guy. There's two great fighters, Usyk and Crawford. For me,
and they really admire each other. There's a lot of respect between those two generational talents.
Well, that's 1 and 2, and I'll leave one other guy in there. In a way, that's Usyk.
That's the dynamic three right there.
Yeah, I agree with. That's what I feel.
They're brilliant.
Again, before too much more time goes by here, I think that Virgil Ortiz needs to inject his jab into this fight low, to the chest. And I think he's doing it already. To the chest, just to keep this guy stabilized a little bit, till he can get a target. Just to keep him from doing what he's doing, which is pot-shotting. Neutralize him, stabilize him, slow him down. Find him. You ain't going to find him chasing ahead. Jab to the chest, and then you could start going to the body. And I definitely would want Ortiz to be able to start to find a way to take air out of the tires and go to the body, because you see the tires, the wheels of Madrimov is a big part of his fight.
Absolutely.
Take those legs away, and you've gone a long way in making them easier to deal with.
And Madrimov seems like he's already in his rhythm.
Yeah,
it didn't take long. I thought it would take longer for him to be this comfortable.
He's an awkward son of a gun.
He really is, but he's athletic at the same time.
Well,
he's dynamic in the way he moves.
I mean, he's going one way, then the other way, then he stops, he pot shot. This is what gave the great Crawford trouble deciphering him for the first 7 rounds, where that movement, and not only the movement of the legs, but of the upper body, the arms, dropping the arms every once in a while, doing a little herky-jerky movement, just keeping you unsettled, not sure when it's going to come.
Yeah, and I think that bothered Crawford, it was a puzzle for Crawford to figure out, and I think it took Crawford 5 or 6 rounds, which is saying something. Right. And Crawford, of course, to his credit, I mean, he's a future Hall of Famer. He figured it out over the second half of the fight and really came on strong down the stretch.
Well, you know what he figured out for me, from the trainer's standpoint?
Yeah, I want to know.
Yeah, he figured out, don't get mesmerized by the movement. Kind of like the magician trick. Follow, don't get tricked by where the hands are going, where you want your eyes to go.
Yeah, that's misdirection.
Yeah.
Look over there.
100%. Right, don't get mesmerized. Don't get tricked by that. Instead of just looking and saying, gee, what's that? And you're overthinking it. You're waiting. And meanwhile, he's pot shotting you, he's moving. You're overthinking it. Start to just shoot to the middle, to the guy. You know that old joke when the guy comes back and he says, I'm seeing double. What should I do? Hit the guy in the middle.
Guy in the middle.
Start shooting the jab. Instead of waiting for the perfect spot. It ain't going to be there, buddy. Instead, you're going to lose rounds. Start to just shoot for the middle to the chest.
That's another round for Israel Madrimov. And, folks, we will be right back after this.
Through 103 years of history, we've seen it all. The unbeaten Marciano, the haymaking Foreman, the baddest man on the planet, the long-reigning Joe, the 8-division champ, and, of course, the GOAT. But we're not stopping here. We're ready for the next Muhammad Ali's, for the next undisputed champions, the next Liston jabs and Hagler Hearns rounds, the next Wilder knockouts and Douglas underdogs. We are ready for it all. The ring, the legacy continues.
We've seen champions making history. Now it's your turn. Subscribe to The Ring and join the legacy.
Welcome back, everybody, and joining us, one of the rising stars in the British promotional scene, Benn Shalom of Boxer. Ben, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Good to see
Ben,
you.
good to see you.
How are you doing?
Good.
What a show so far.
Yeah, it's tremendous.
Amazing.
Crazy.
Really, really is. We said, we've saying it before, Ben, that I've seen, I've been around a long time, and I've seen maybe longer than I want to admit, but my gray hair is going to kind of tell the story. I can't lie anyway. But I've seen cards that have been sprinkled with, big names. But I don't know that I've seen a card from top to bottom sprinkled with top names with other top names. In other words, a card that had this many competitive fights where it wasn't one-sided fights with one big name. It was, you could make an argument for either side to win the fight, and a legitimate argument, not a promotional argument.
It's crazy. I've never seen anything. It's almost relentless. You don't know when you can get a break. Like it's intense. Buatsi's our guy. In the UK, we'd have headlined an arena.
Oh, yeah, that would have filled an arena.
Unbelievable.
Like 02.
Yeah.
Like that big of an arena.
So
Will there be a rematch? I'm sure people are thinking that already since you're here.
It's worthy.
So. Look, Buatsi was very, very tough in there, but Callum Smith was quality as well. But as I say, to have that fight at the start of the card, sat down to watch that.
That was the kickoff.
Ridiculous.
That's amazing.
Ridiculous. And then I saw Zhang Kabayel from the changing room of Martin Bakole. That was unbelievable. So, yeah, I've never seen anything quite like it.
Here Madrimov, the first couple of rounds, giving Ortiz a problem with his style. In and out, moving, one way, this way, then all of a sudden pot-shotting, keeping his hands down. I was saying earlier that when you get your hands down like that at a safe distance, outside, not inside, which Madrimov was doing, it's hard for the opponent to judge the range, the distance, how long those punches are coming. And you can see that was a problem. But you can see now, and it's about the right time now, the fourth round, before too many rounds got away from him, where Robert Garcia has made an adjustment with Ortiz. He's put more pressure on, he's using jab a little more, and he's trying to close the gap and go to the body and take some air out of the tires. Because without the wheels, Madrimov is not quite as effective a fighter. I mean, a big part of it is his legs. And I think that you see in this round, at least early on, that Ortiz understands the urgency before this fight gets away from him. Use my jab, close the range, and start to try to do that. Go to the body.
Better round for Ortiz, at least in terms of distance. He was able to get closer. He wasn't able to really punish him, but he got in there. And here's the thing, Madrimov moving around a lot. He's not punching as much as he was in the first three rounds.
What I saw from Ortiz there?
What?
I saw it at the very end. I saw it maybe 30 seconds before that. He understands right now what's going on.
Yeah.
He's getting outworked. He's getting outmaneuvered a little bit. That's even say maybe out-cued it, out-speed it if you want.
Yeah.
But he's realizing now I got to time punches.
Yes.
It ain't no matter me just stepping it up and throwing because this guy pot shot me even more. I got to throw the punches at the right time. And there you could see it. He looked for the right spot to throw a clean shot.
He has to do that just to stay dialed into this fight. If he doesn't do that, he's going to get frustrated.
Ben, how do you see it?
I didn't see the first 3 rounds, but I imagine from how you're speaking, Madrimov was on top and Virgil started to come. From afar, Virgil Ortiz, I've always absolutely loved him. In the UK, we're so excited about it. But Madrimov, I was in Los Angeles against Terence Crawford, and I thought he pushed him the whole way. And at that point, when Virgil decided on this fight, I was very, very surprised, to be honest, that Golden Boy and Ortiz decided they were going to take Madrimov.
I agree with you.
Yeah. I'm not surprised that Virgil accepted it, because he'll fight anybody. I've known Virgil since he was a teenager.
Really?
That's just who he is. But I was a little surprised that Golden Boy gave him the green light.
Such star potential, Virgil, and it's credit to him. I mean, this is what this card is all about. But you've got guys with real star power putting it all on the line, and
that's what adds to the significance of any matchup is when the participants are risking something.
You know, to your point, Doug, I agree with you what you just said a minute ago about Ortiz. You know, it's not only his style, you know, to be aggressive, obviously, to be fan-friendly, to be a body snatcher, but it's his attitude to be a fighter.
Yes.
I mean, he really does have that attitude. He wants to engage you. He wants to, I don't like to use this because it becomes cliche-ish, but he wants to entertain the fans.
Oh, he does.
It is where he's most effective.
He was literally raised that way. And he's having some success in this round. He's finally found the range to where he's able to land solid punches.
And again, look what he's doing. He's not wasting punches. He's trying to throw shots at the right time that means something, that don't leave an opening like that. The jab, just at the right time. He's looking to time him. Slowly shrink the ring, take small steps, because with a guy moving like this, you don't want to take big steps. You don't want to get over anxious. You don't want to feed into his style where you reach in and you leave yourself to a counter. Look how he's slowly just shrinking the ring.
Yeah, he's in range. He's finally in range, and he's staying in range. And he's going to need to nail that body. Easier said than done against a guy like Madrimov.
But you got to do it with science. You got to do it deliberately, and he's doing that. He's starting to stabilize the movement of Madrimov, and he's doing it with the jab on the outside.
Oh.
It's all the jab for Ortiz now. I know most people probably going to say, Teddy, it's the left hook. You know, it's the left hook. You know,
it's the right hand.
Yeah, it's the power shots. But no, I mean, he'll get to the power shots maybe, but it's the jab right now that's got to stop Madrimov from doing what he's doing.
What will you be saying to Madrimov now? Because obviously Virgil's starting to come into the fight now.
Yeah, well, you got to slow down momentum, right? I mean, I think the right word, and I think you said it right, but the right word is he's starting to get the rhythm of the fight, the momentum of the fight. Break up the momentum. If that means make a stand, and I don't mean a stand where you stay there too long, because obviously you don't want to do that. You don't need me to tell you to do that with Ortiz. But more of a stand. It ain't working as much, you know, sprinkling. We need a little bit of a rain shower.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? These little sprinkles ain't getting it done. It ain't making the guy bring out an umbrella. We got to make him bring an umbrella out. And the only way you're going to do that is to have cloudburst in spots. Have a little cloudburst, slow him down, and then go back to the movement. I think that's the end. That would be my answer.
I got a question for you on this fight. Obviously, Hamza Shiraz in the UK is a big deal.
Yeah.
Carlos Adames, we've not seen a lot of him in the UK.
Fight.
Really?
Dangerous fight. Real fight.
I've heard maybe early on he's dangerous. What do you think?
Dangerous fight.
Really?
Listen, I love Shiraz. Am I saying
Shiraz.
Shiraz. I love Shiraz. I love the way he conducts himself. He carries himself. I love just his way outside the ring as well as inside the ring.
Yeah, he's a
I
gentleman.
love his potential.
Yeah.
I love what he can be.
Yeah.
You know, he can be a superstar.
And the middleweight division needs that.
And I love his size.
We haven't had it in a while.
And even more than his size, because people have his size, but not a lot. But I love the way he uses his size, that he understands how to fight tall. He understands that is my identity. I need to own the outside. Not like Fundora, who I love Fundora. I love the heart of him and everything.
Yeah.
But he never knew how to fight tall.
Right.
And that's one of the, and he was taller than anyone.
Or he's just so comfortable fighting short, fighting on the inside.
Getting
That's
away
just what he
with
does.
it.
Yeah.
But sooner or later, somebody had to tell him, you ain't going to get away with it always. When you get,
well, he probably needed to be knocked out by Ryan Mendoza. Let me keep my distance a little more.
I disagree. If you could see that coming as a trainer, you teach it before you get knocked out. And again, right now, we're seeing Ortiz trying to cut the ring down, move laterally with him, not follow him, and stabilize him with the jab so he can get to that body.
We're seeing Madrimov hold now. He took a two-piece to the body and reached out to grab Ortiz.
You know what
Prior to that, a lot of movement, not planting his feet.
Remember earlier, Doug, I said that the only dimension we had seen before his last fight when he got dropped, he got hurt, the aggression, the body work wasn't the only thing that was going to win fights for him at this level anymore. He got that memo.
Oh, there was definitely an evolution over those 12 rounds.
But
Sergey Boachuk brought it out of him. Like, oh, wait, I got technique.
But to his credit, he learned something.
He did.
And I said coming into this fight, to win this fight, he's going to have to show that dimension, the athletic dimension and the boxing skill dimension.
Yeah.
The package, not just the power, not just not just
nice
the left hook.
Yeah.
Well, that's his signature punch. If he can land that to the way he likes to land it, to the liver, you're going to see some flat tires.
That's a good analogy.
Yeah.
Well, Oscar's happy. He likes what he sees so far from Virgil.
Yeah, because
especially the last round and this round.
Well, he's changing the tempo of the fight. And I give credit to Ortiz. I give credit to his corner. They saw something. And they saw it soon enough before it got out of hand. Or was getting out of hand. The subtle little thing Ortiz is doing right now, guys? Controlling range. Look at him. He just knows when he's in the right range. Look at that. That's beautiful. I know that's so subtle. Nobody really pays attention to him. But he just understands the range. He's right in the right range. Look at him. Look, he's just understanding the range.
Yeah.
He's taking those little steps. He's not over anxious. He's doing what Customato, my mentor, used to say. He used to say, Teddy, make hay slowly. I used to say, what is this old man talking about? What the frick is he talking about? Make hay slowly.
Yeah.
Now I understand.
Yeah.
Little by little.
He's getting his confidence. He's getting that confidence back. Getting into his rhythm.
To be fair, from what I've seen in the past 2-3 rounds, Virgil looks on top and looks comfortable here.
He is
right now.
And again, he's showing the dimension that for his first 20, whatever it was, Doug, fights, he didn't have to show. I mean, he was going in there and he was seeking to destroy and he was blowing guys out.
Yeah, mostly overwhelming guys.
Yeah, he was blowing guys up. But then he had that turning point in his career, and it was up to him to learn from it. Where you ain't going to knock everyone out.
Yeah.
You know what? You try to knock everyone out, you might get knocked out because he got dropped a couple times.
Yeah.
You better start to understand why they call this the sweet science.
Yeah.
That there's more to the package than just brute power. And he's showing that.
The great thing about that is from his gym experience, sparring with Sergey Boachuk, he knew what he was in store for. So he knew it was going to be a battle of attrition. That one might go the distance. And so he prepared for that. And he has some gym experience with Israel Madrimov as well.
Yeah.
So he knew what he was getting. He knew it was going to be a difficult night and likely a fight that could go the distance. And so he would have to train in a way where it's not just about conditioning. It's not just about punching power. It's about strategy.
To Ben's question earlier, which was a good question, you're seeing it now. I'm telling you right now. I know which way it's going to go. But you're seeing that they told Madrimov, you got to start getting some rainstorms here. You got to get some clout.
You better believe it.
You better believe it is right.
Yeah, I know. His trainer's a former fighter, Joel Diaz,
but
and he doesn't mess around.
No, Joe's another top trainer.
You better get some damn respect.
Well, you talk about coming from a fighter's family.
Yeah. The Diaz brothers,
you talk about it being in your blood.
Yeah. Joel, Antonio, and Julio, who won the lightweight title.
And look, that was a nice setup for a counter. A nice little sneak shot, a half step back. And then if Ortiz comes in a little reckless, Madrimov will catch him coming in. Those are traps. That's called just setting a trap. Try to get the guy to come in a little careless, a little unassuming, and do that. Sneak a right hand in there. And he's picking the spots pretty good.
I think so.
He's had a better round this round. He needed it. He needed to make a stand. And he made a stand. And not too much of a stand. Not where he stayed there too long to get hit a left hook to the liver, something like that. But just enough to slow down the pressure. Just enough to change the trajectory of the fight where the momentum wasn't all Ortiz.
And I like watching it. I like watching a Madrimov that lets his hands go because he's such an athlete and he punches so fluidly.
And
there's some real variety to it, too. He's hard to anticipate.
Yeah, 100%. Well, he's awkwardly clever in a lot of ways. But again, I give credit to Ortiz, too. He's not getting reckless. He's not getting over anxious. He
looks completely unfazed.
He really, he's keeping himself, as you said, composed. He's using that jab, working his way close. He got beat to the shot with the uppercut there. When you get in close, you better get off before the other guy gets off. Otherwise, he'll do that. He'll beat you to the mark.
What impressed me about Madrimov against Crawford is just how difficult it was for Crawford to break him down.
Yeah.
But Virgil seems to be the aggressor, seems to think that he can find a key here.
Yeah,
we've got a fight here.
One advantage to that point, I'm glad that you brought that up. One advantage to that point, my son is a scout in the NFL for 15 years, and sometimes a new quarterback will come along and he'll tear it up. And then the next year, he ain't so good. And I said to my son, how come? He said, Dad, we got film on him now. And then it's kind of like...
Do you think that's what it is?
Well, I think that's part of it. You got film on him now. You saw him with him. You know what to expect now.
That is best for 12 rounds as well. Yeah.
Ben, you got things to do, man.
Listen,
you got a heavyweight coming up.
Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, the night is still young, everybody. Martin Bakole versus Joseph Parker. We're looking forward to that.
Really
Good luck
crazy.
to your guys.
I've never seen anything like it.
You went from, how is this possible, really? You went from Dubois, a dangerous fight, to another fight, last minute replay, that might be more dangerous. Might be in some ways more dangerous because you haven't prepared for that, and he can punch like hell.
He can. Look, he's phenomenal talent. Any other boxer that I've ever had would never take a fight like this on 48.
I'm going to say one other thing and tell me if I'm accurate. It's my instinct. I think he's a great kid, great person.
Unbelievable person. Unbelievable person.
You can tell.
He don't not one complaint. He arrived at 2:30 in the morning this morning for a fight tonight. Not one complaint.
Unprecedented.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
But he's up against it without a camp.
Yeah.
But if anyone can do it, Martin Bakole can do it.
I don't think I'm saying anything
Ben,
that's a
you.
big secret, but he's going to come out fast.
Watch it.
Ben, thanks for joining us. We
Good
really
to see
appreciate
you.
it, man.
I appreciate it. See you later.
This is a good fight. I mean, really, I'm really enjoying. Look, the other fights were incredible, but obviously the Buatsi Smith fight was I think a candidate for fight of the year right now.
Yeah, early candidate because they let their hands go 3 minutes of every round. This one more tactical than a lot of people figured. I'm not surprised though because of Madrimov's style.
Yeah, well, you had to make it tactical. I mean, the other guy physically has an advantage of power, explosiveness. So he had to make it technical. He had to make it, as awkward as possible, as unconventional as possible with using his legs, looking for angles. And again, people say, Teddy's moving all over. But there's a method to the madness. He's looking to keep a real good punch off balance.
There's nothing wrong with using the entire ring.
Oh, that's where you got to look. That sneaky right-hand counter. He did it again. He faked low. He went high with the right hand. I mean, Ortiz has to be really alert because this guy will throw sneaky right hands and they're counter shots, they're time shots when you don't expect them, where maybe you throw the jab from too close, he'll throw the right hand over it. Or maybe you're a little lazy with it, he'll throw the right hand over it. Or maybe you're standing too tall in front of him, he'll go low and come high. You have to be on your P's and Q's with this guy. Punches are coming from all kinds of directions.
Yeah, unpredictable angles. I think he's got Ortiz thinking a little bit. Because Ortiz is just covering up, and he's not letting his hands go.
And Doug, he's got him doing something else. Keeping those hands up real tight. Because he knows something's coming. He blocked it right there. He's got him really covered up tight. And for a reason.
I've got this fight even after 7 rounds because I scored the opening round.
This is a very interesting round.
But
Ortiz trying to steal it.
Yeah, Ortiz is going to have to land something really significant. I don't think Ortiz could steal that round. That's a round I'm giving to Israel Madrimov, so I have him pulling just ahead.
See, I'm showing my experience. You know how, Doug? I'm leaving it up to you so you get yelled at.
Yeah, exactly.
Not me. I learned something after 50 years. You know, you got to learn something.
You're a broadcast veteran. You know how this goes.
It's nice to be back in this seat. I hope the fans feel.
I was going to ask you, do you miss it? Do you ever miss it?
I hope the fans feel that it's nice as much for me to be back here with you. But
they miss you.
Yeah, I mean,
fans do, for real.
It's nice to hang out with the fans.
Yeah. And you know what? You've been working hard this whole week. You've been giving more interviews than the fighters, man. Oleksandr Usyk. Undisputed heavyweight champion of the world and arguably #1 pound for pound. That's rare.
And how about maybe one of the greatest winners we've ever seen? He just knows how to win.
He's a competitor.
I mean, the guy won the gold medal in the Olympics, right?
Yep.
Then he wins the cruiserweight title. Then he unifies.
Undisputed cruiserweight title. And winning every title on the road in the opponent, the defending belt holder's home country.
He does that, unifies the title, and then what's he do? Then he steps up as a small man, a la Holyfield. He steps up as a smaller man against a big heavyweight in Joshua in his home country.
Yeah.
As a big favorite. He beats him. And then just to show it wasn't an accident, he does it again.
Rematch, yeah.
And then he unifies the heavyweight title the way he did the cruiserweight title. First time in 25 years.
That's right.
That it was unified since Lennox Lewis unified it against Evander Holyfield.
That's right. And the sport needed that. Sport definitely needed. We need to know who because fighters don't fight as often as they used to. And, there's 4 belt holders out there. Fans need to know who the real champion is.
Well, here's something funny.
When there's back when there was 2 belts and fighters are fighting 4 or 5 times a year, you could tell between the WBC or the WBA which one was better, right?
Yeah.
Like people knew. Larry Holm never unified all the titles, but we knew that he was the champion because he's the guy who beat Ken Norton, made a bunch of defenses of that WBC title. There was shenanigans or whatever. WBC strips him. The IBF pops out of nowhere and says, take our belt. He says, sure, why not? But he's still Larry Holmes, and he's still defending that title against quality opposition, and he had the consistency.
I'll tell you another
while
thing.
The other belts were always, like a hot potato being passed around during the 80s.
I'll tell you another thing that we know. We know that Ortiz knows he lost that last round because he is dominating this round.
He's coming out. Yeah, he's working.
No. He's come out. He's not coming out. He's come out. He's come out for the last 2 minutes. This guy, 3 minutes. 2 minutes.
Well, 2 minutes so far.
Yeah, this guy, he got the message in the corner from, I'm sure, Robert Garcia.
Sure, of course.
You better step it up, son.
Oh,
and you better
right
go
to the body.
You better close the gaps.
Hey, he may have stung him.
Yeah, you better close the gaps. You better do it behind the jab, and you better bang that body.
Yeah.
You better take control of this damn fight. Because the last round, you didn't.
Yeah. And you know what? It's okay to talk to Ortiz like that.
Yeah.
He was literally raised like that. Like, hey, crack the whip, and he will respond. And I think he's taken some air out of the tires of Madrimov in this round.
No, he's responding.
I know Madrimov felt one of those body shots. There was another right to the body.
Tremendous. And he's shown people what I think people that were backers of Ortiz always thought was inside him. That he's more than just a puncher. I thought he was more than a puncher.
Oh man.
Yeah,
Ortiz closed hard.
Control.
He took that round 9, man.
When I say more than a puncher, I mean a guy that has the other skill sets to go with it. That he's well-rounded.
Yeah.
And again, he's very athletic. It was kind of hard to see that he had these other skills when he was just blowing guys out.
True.
And he has them. And there's Robert Garcia. I don't think you need an interpreter or a microphone to tell you what he's
to us, and we know exactly what he's saying.
Go to that body, both sides.
And it's the right to the body. His pet punch is usually, like you mentioned, the left to the body, but he's finding a place for the right to the body. And Madrimov is feeling it. Boom, there's the right to the body again, followed by a right hook, and then hook cross combination.
Yeah, beautiful.
That's the way to end a round.
Look at that, right hand to the body,
and then such leverage,
and then put them together upstairs real quick.
Yes, that was a right cross, left uppercut combination.
He needed that round.
Man, Madrimov coming out showing like, hey man, you hurt me, but you didn't take my spirit.
Oh, what did we say earlier? These are the championship rounds.
Yeah, almost. Yeah, we're in round 10.
Yeah, right. What did I say earlier? It's not enough to fight like a champion. You got to behave like one.
Yes.
And Ortiz behaved like one in that 9th round. And right now, Madrimov's behaving like one here.
This is a little uncharacteristic of Madrimov, coming out and bullying his man to the ropes, trying to pin him against the ropes.
I think we know why.
Actions back into the center of the ring.
I think he got a message in his corner the way
Ortiz
got a message the round before.
And knowing Joel Diaz, there's probably some F-bombs in there.
Joel is, his blood is boxing.
Yes.
His family.
Yeah, he's not going to sugarcoat anything.
See, I like this, what I just saw there. I know nothing sensational. The defensive moves of Ortiz, the athleticism, the full package, the technique, not just the raw power. He weaved a few shots, made him miss.
We're seeing more of this now that he's stepped up to truly world-class and even elite-level opposition.
Yeah, that's where you need it. But see, the good trainers, they understand even when you're blowing guys out that you're going to need it. And they start teaching it because there was a headbutt,
Yeah.
They start teaching
Maybe
it
Ortiz
before.
got the worst of it. Is there any blood? I don't see blood. Referee's giving Madrimov an earful. The referee's talking to Madrimov as though he believes Madrimov did that on purpose, that it was not accidental.
And he's also
we'll have to see the replay.
And he's also talking to him as if he understands English, which he doesn't.
Yeah, right.
That could be a problem.
Man. Ortiz is coming back extra hard, doubling up his efforts. And that's one thing he showed us in that fight of the year candidate against Sergey Boachuk, is when he was dropped, he would get up and just let his hands go.
You got to love Boachuk. I mean, he's one
of my favorite fighters.
You got to love him. I mean, this is a guy that, when the bell rings, he comes right across the ring. He comes right to you, gets in your chest, and he just starts throwing punches. And he don't stop.
Nice straight right landed by Ortiz. Madrimov was throwing these looping shots, I guess trying to get over and around the high guard from Ortiz, but he left himself open for that straight right.
Yeah, that's a good point you just brought up, Doug. When a guy has his hands up like the peekaboo, like I say, he puts the earmuffs on, sometimes you're not going to catch him with the conventional straight shot, so you got to loop it around the ear, behind the glove.
Yeah.
And I think he's trying to do that now.
Yeah, Madrimov is trying to do that.
And the reason is what we alluded to earlier, that Ortiz really tucked up well with his gloves. That was a interesting round.
Yeah, it was competitive. I gave the edge to Ortiz in that one.
That was a better round.
I have
that was a better round for Madrimov.
Oh, it was. It was a really good round.
That was kind of a round he had to have to stop the tide from coming in, because the high tide was coming. And it was looking to wash out Madrimov. And he needed to have a stance. And he had it. But he still lost the round, I would say.
You're watching highlights right now. We're seeing, and these are these looping shots that Madrimov was trying to get around that high guard and left himself open for a nice straight right from Ortiz. He's looking amped.
All right, now officially
motivated,
we are in
fired
the
up. Now we're in the championship
Can I
rounds.
say it now, Doug?
You can say it. You can say it. We're past the 10th round.
We are in the championship rounds.
And this is where that fight with Boachuk is so important for Virgil Ortiz.
Yeah, he's had a test run.
Prior to that fight, he'd never been past 7 or 8 rounds. And that fight let him know that he can not only go the distance, he can go the distance in a bona fide war.
Yeah, he had a dress rehearsal.
Yeah, that was a hell of a dress rehearsal.
Yeah, it was. Oh,
but this fight in its own way is just as grueling because I think there's more of a mental task for him in breaking down this style. He's not just breaking down a man physically. He's got to get around this herky-jerky style in front of him.
You see what's going on here. Madrimov, again, a message was sent. You're in the championship rounds. You got to take it to him. Even if that wasn't what we were looking to do all night long, it was more not to stand in front of the stronger guy, the better puncher. But you know what? You got to make a stance.
And I think that speaks to the experience that he had with Terrence Crawford, where he competed with him throughout the fight, but there was a point during the championship rounds where he needed to bite down on his mouthpiece and let his hands go a little bit more.
Yeah, they're telling him right now.
That's a hard lesson.
Well, I think the lesson was shown right now is they're telling him, you got to take the title now. You got to go in there. I know we practiced to use your legs, to move, to pot shot, and we did that early, and it worked pretty good early. But now you're in a position, son, where you got to just go take the damn thing. Yeah, you got to tuck up.
Look at Virgil with his jab, man.
And
backing up with the jab.
Virgil now is turning the tables. He's becoming a boxer.
Yeah, he's getting lighter on his feet here in round 11.
No, but to his credit, he saw the change, the adjustment by Madrimov, the desperation, if you will, of having to be aggressive. So now he's boxing a little, trying to take advantage of Madrimov being aggressive. In other words, starting to be the matador with the bull a little bit. Oh, this guy wants to be the bull? All right, then I'll box him. I'll catch him on the outside. I'll mix it up a little bit.
And he can do that.
I have the best of both worlds. I got to make a stand on inside with him. I will, like right now. But then when I'm outside and he's just going to stand in front of me, he's just going to come forward, he's going to try to do what I do, then I'm going to box him. I'm going to pot shot him like this. Good round.
Yeah, Madrimov has landed some decent shots here.
Good round.
Obviously, the harder shots landed by Ortiz, but it seems like a pretty even round.
Close rounds. You favor Ortiz there?
I do, just slightly. I would have no problem with somebody scoring that round for Madrimov, though.
I haven't been scoring. I probably have Ortiz a little ahead at some
just
close rounds.
Just a little bit.
I would have to send the message to my fighter that this round is the most important round of the fight. That, you got to win this round.
Yeah.
Both guys.
Both guys.
Send that message that, hey, we got to win this round.
I guarantee you, both trainers are telling him just that. I know these guys. Hey, I knew them when they were fighters.
Yeah, so did I.
I wrote about both of them.
I called their fights, especially Diaz, his brother.
Oh, Julio was, wow, what a talent.
A lot of fights on ESPN.
Yes, a lot of fights on ESPN. And I think it's the middle child, Antonio, he was an action hero. He had some hellacious fights.
Well, again, you know what the memo was, I think, in the corner of Madrimov by Diaz. Maybe we worked on, picking spots and boxing, and right now, you want to win this fight, you just got to get down and get dirty, get in the trenches, and just win the fight. And that means that you got to go into you're going into the geography and really the game of Ortiz. I mean, you're going into the lion's den, but it's time to go and try to.
Yeah, he's in there.
Slay the lion.
Yeah, he's
there's
in
no
there.
choice.
Yeah, and you know what? Credit to Madrimov. He's taken in the first minute of this final round. He's taken some hellacious shots from Virgil.
Again, he's going into the lion's
he's
den.
taking them. Yeah, I mean he's
he feels good uppercut by Madrimov.
Yeah. He's sacrificed. I mean, he's taking that pain and punishment just to land these shots.
Again,
and he's getting his power shots in. Not as much as Ortiz, but he's getting them in.
He understands that.
He's standing right in front. He's staying right in that chest of Ortiz.
With no risk, there's no reward. He has to maybe even fight the wrong fight right now, the fight they didn't want to fight, on the inside, in the other guy's territory, where the other guy is at his best with power. But if you're going to win the title, that's how you're going to have to do it.
You got to take a risk. You got to gamble.
Been a terrific fight, another great fight.
And I can see Virgil's his technique is broken down a little bit. He's feeling the burn of fatigue.
Is the ref giving
is the ref going to take a point? I mean, Madrimov was being rough. It seems to me the referee believes Madrimov is purposely coming in with his head. And, it's hard for me to tell because his style is so awkward.
Did he give him enough warnings to actually take a point
Not
away?
really, but that looked like a hard warning. If it happens again, I won't be shocked if this referee takes a point. And that could be the difference in a fight this close. So let's hope that doesn't happen. Let the fighters decide it.
20 seconds left. See, the problem right now, Madrimov needs a big shot.
He does.
And he ain't that kind of puncher.
Yeah, he's a solid puncher. He's got heavy hands, but he's not a knockout guy.
I think Ortiz earned it.
I do too.
I think it was a terrific fight. A fight of not only fire, but water too.
Yeah.
Where
I like that. Yeah, he had some water.
Yeah, but they had to, there had to be strategy. There had to be adjustments. Water finds a way.
Yeah.
And it finds openings. And
right.
Ortiz had to make adjustments in this fight, and he did.
It's close competitive fight all the way through. I had it even at a number of points during this fight, but I had Ortiz pulling away in the final 3 rounds. I've got it 116-113 for Virgil Ortiz Jr. But we'll see. We'll see. There were some rounds that I scored for Virgil that I thought, I can see an argument being made for Madrimov, and a couple rounds that I scored for Madrimov where I thought I can see an argument for Ortiz. But it looks like he's feeling good. He's not too busted up. And he's got these high cheekbones and the kind of skin where he bruises and puffs up, especially around his eyes, pretty easy. And there's definitely, he knows he's been in a fight. You could tell he's been in a real fight, a real championship fight. But he's not too busted up.
No, but to that point, that you brought up, I've always talked about that when I was doing the broadcast in regular, that a lot of times people think that a guy's all marked up, he must have been the loser, or he must have taken the worst of it. And it's not necessarily so. Sometimes it's just because of his facial structure.
Yep, the structure, the bone structure.
That a little bit on a guy like that, he's going to bust up, or he's going to bruise up, he's going to show it. Where I've seen guys that you could hit them all day, and then twice on Sunday, just for
no
fun.
Mark, not a mark.
Nothing.
That's amazing. Yeah, they're blessed in a way. But Virgil, he's got these cheekbones to where he swells up. It's imperative for fighters like that with those high cheekbones or tender skin to have a world-class cut man.
Look at that uppercut there.
Yeah, they're both. But Virgil's eating an uppercut as he's landing a body shot. That kind of fight.
Yeah, and that was a timed punch. And you know why he landed it? Because he timed it inside a wide punch of Ortiz.
Yeah.
He threw it. He took the risk. He got inside, and he threw it in between a wide shot. I'm going to say Ortiz. Ortiz.
Oh, that's right. He had the WBC interim title. I was like, and still? Oh, yeah. There was a belt on the line. Great victory for Virgil Ortiz. And when you think about his last two fights, after the way his career started and progressed before he had some health issues that kind of took him off the out of the scene for a while, he's come back at a new weight class from welterweight to junior middleweight. In his last two fights, he's been pushed to the wire. The 12-round distance, and those 24 rounds, you have to think that's going to benefit him so much going forward.
He graduated. He went to college.
Yeah. Got his degree.
And he needed it.
Yes.
At this level.
Yeah, he absolutely did.
And I want to give him credit. I want to give his trainer credit for making those adjustments.
Yeah, they knew what they had to deal with. And he's saying that right now with his interview, in the ring interview with Chris Mannix with his own.
Is he saying that?
Yeah, he's like, we knew it was going to be tough. We knew we had to prepare for it. It's 12 rounds. And it's great to see somebody who was a KO artist, build that way, and I think at least early on, proud of that, develop into this more well-rounded professional, world-class professional.
It's exactly what I expected if he was going to win.
Yeah.
He wasn't winning just by being that seek and destroy, body snatcher alone.
At some point, you're going to have to evolve if you're going to climb. And I'm turning to the Ring Magazine rankings because I'm wondering where we rank him now. I think we rank him 5 or 6. I think he's number 5. But here we go, the ring ratings. When I look at junior middleweight, Virgil Ortiz, number 5. Israel Madrimov, number 2. Terrence Crawford, number 1. I wonder how far Virgil Ortiz Jr. will advance. Maybe, does he take that number 2 spot? I think so. Matter of fact, I wonder if he takes the number 1 spot because Terrence Crawford's leaving the division. We'll talk about this and more. We're going to take a break. Be back soon.
Just moving on to Shakur Stevenson, changing opponent this week, taking on Josh Padley, who he's not got an upset win himself over Mark Chamberlain. But yeah, how do you view this one? Do you see it as like a showcase for Shakur, especially when it comes to his
it's not ideal. I mean, he told me when we made the Floyd Schofield fight, he said to me, he will not fight me. I was like, he's signed to fight you. He won't get in a ring against me. And actually, when I saw Schofield in Saudi on Saturday or Sunday, I texted Shakur and I said, told you, your boy's there. And he said, he won't fight me. I'm like, he's in Saudi. Anyway, he's not fighting Shakur. And we had 3 days to save Shakur on the card. I mean, it's a very difficult job at that stage, but you can't let your fighter down. And we had 3 or 4 options that we took to His Excellency. And of course, he remembers Josh Padley beating his favourite fighter, Mark Chamberlain, at Riyadh season in front of 90,000 at Wembley. So he said, him, 15-0, British fighter, 12 in the WBC, but well out. I mean, well in the deep end. The thing with Shakur in this fight is, I know that I say it's difficult to look good. People say, no, it's not. He's a big favourite in the fight. But sometimes when you've been messed around, sometimes where does a fighter lack a bit of motivation? Like the key for Shakur here is to make everyone go, wow, what a fighter. Because we don't really need Kid Schofield. We don't really need Josh Padley. What we need is Gervonta Davis.
Yeah.
And that's the kind of fights where you're going to see the true greatness of Shakur Stevenson. And let's get Saturday out of the way, move on to a big fight in the summer, and then we want Tank.
Do you think there is pressure on Shakur to perform well? Because he had the Edwin De Los Santos fight and he had the Artem Haratunian fight, and he does have his critics for his style. So do you think that there's, Shakur needs to come in there with that conscious effort to be a bit more entertaining?
I think Shakur, people like Shakur and Terence Crawford, they live by the hit and don't get hit, right? The art of the skill of boxing. Shakur's never going to be going in there being gung-ho, making mistakes. But styles make fights. And when you've got someone that's coming to win, a quality fighter like Gervonta Davis, that's when you're going to get the very best of him. It's like Crawford. When he fought Spence, he got the best of him. And That's the difficulty with Padley. I think Padley will throw it all on the line, but he may go into a little shell after a few. You just have, so sometimes it's hard to look good against opponents that are just getting outboxed for 3 or 4 rounds, and they lose the will to come forward and really try to win the fight. But Shakur, he's one of the most skillful fighters that's ever laced up a pair of gloves. And for me, currently the best lightweight in the world.
Through 103 years of history, we've seen it all. The unbeaten Marciano, the haymaking Foreman, the baddest man on the planet, the long-reigning Joe, the 8-division champ, and, of course, the GOAT. But we're not stopping here. We're ready for the next Muhammad Ali's, for the next undisputed champions, the next Liston jabs and Hagler Hearns rounds, the next Wilder knockouts and Douglas underdogs. We are ready for it all. The ring, the legacy continues.
Welcome to the Ring Podcast.
I do this job not like someone asked me to do this. I do this job by myself. I want to do this.
Good. This is the greatest fight card there's ever been in the sport. It's not, nothing comes close.
Those fights or those losses are actually lessons.
Like, I would love for the fight to happen. I would love to make the fight. It just seemed like he's very scared.
I'm trying to move forward. I'm not a lone person in this world who has losses.
But Beterbiev, he's got a boat lock, I think. He's one of those guys where I don't know that Father Time could even get in his door.
Well, I think my dad really instilled it into me. My dad was always tough on me, with you could call it tough love or whatever, but he built me this way.
And that's just how I am. It's not rehearsed or thought about. I'm like this because I always say after boxing, you've got to go back to your loved ones and your people.
We've seen champions making history. Now it's your turn. Subscribe to The Ring and join the legacy.
And we're back. Welcome, everybody. This is the Ring Magazine Last Crescendo Watch Along. We've had some amazing guests, and right now we have a former 2-time welterweight champion who is now making his bones as a premier broadcaster. Probably the hardest working man in boxing, Sean Porter.
One of.
Showtime.
One of.
I think you're number one. If there's a ratings of former champions who are doing the broadcast thing, I don't put anybody ahead of you, bro. I really don't.
Well, yeah.
Here's the thing about you. You're on every network.
I am.
How do you do that?
I like to tell people.
What's the secret? Everybody else is exclusive.
I like to tell people I'm the only man in boxing that can get in every room.
You can. And you cross the street, no problem.
I think that God blessed me with a charisma, energy, and it translated in the ring and outside of the ring. And I think people, they see that I'm genuine. I'm never out to get anyone, do anything disrespectful. I follow the rules, and I have fun along the way.
This is an Ohio fighter right here, man.
And one other thing, he's got good taste in clothes.
I tell him that every time I see him.
No wonder he gets in every room.
He's already had like 3 wardrobe changes today.
When you dress like this, you get in every room.
It's true. And the smile, the $1 million smile, that helps.
I was always a laugher. I wasn't a smiler the way that I am now. Didn't always smile, but I happened to be somewhere one time. I was nervous, and so I kept smiling, and it was working. And so now I smile when in doubt, smile.
It's good. You're spreading good vibes.
Absolutely.
It's contagious.
Absolutely.
And I noticed that you raised the game of your co-commentators.
That is my number one job now to the sport, is to proactively, positively, and affect the boxing game, and make others feel like, hey, I can do that too.
We could use some good vibes.
Absolutely.
And hey, we're getting good vibes with the Last Crescendo. With this fight card has been amazing so far.
Yeah.
We've seen some 12-round wars. We saw a knockout, a heavyweight knockout with the Big Bang. The big puddle got dried up, as Teddy Atlas told us.
Oh no!
Adjit Kabayel. Yeah, Teddy's been bringing the analogies all night.
Man.
And then I think Virgil Ortiz that points victory, 12 rounds over Israel Madrimov. That was it wasn't a war, it was a tactical fight, but it was really engaging, very entertaining.
I like to tell people all the time, as our job as analysts is to get people prepared for what they're about to see. You know, I think that people should have been prepared to see a tactical war opposed to a all-out, middle of the ring, every single corner of rope.
Yeah. Guess what?
Yeah,
that's what I told him.
Come on now. I didn't know.
Teddy's been calling it all night.
I didn't know where to look.
Well, now what do you guys? We got middleweights, two top 5 middleweights. One of them is the WBC champion. The other is undefeated. The undefeated up-and-comer is Hamza Shiraz. He's a sensation in the UK. Actually trains in Southern California. I think he's on a 15-bout knockout streak. A potential star in a division that has lacked a star for a long time. And in Carlos Adames, you got the veteran. You got the guy who is truly battle-tested.
I want to say this because Sean can speak on this too. But listen, in this sport now, we have so many titles. Let's be honest. We always like to keep it real here.
Sure.
We have so many belts. I mean, you need a belt, I got a belt for you.
Honestly.
You can sometimes navigate your way to an easier belt.
Absolutely.
That ain't the case tonight with Shiraz. He is not in there where he's going to get an easy belt.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, at the end of the day, maybe he makes it easy. He is going into the fight. This is not one of those cherry-picked spots where you can say, you know what, we're going to get the belt here. It's an easy one, and then we'll get some more fights with the title, make some money, and then, we'll go for a tougher fight. No, this is a tough fight. This is legitimately earning the belt that Shiraz, the young Shiraz, is going to have to do. And another thing he's going to have to do is he's going to have to do something I've been touting him on. He's going to have to fight tall.
Yeah.
He's going to have to show that I was right, that he knows how to fight tall. Unlike Fundora, and I love Fundora, the heart, the family. And he got a title, I love him. But he never had learned how to fight tall. So he kept fighting short in a short man's game, and then finally got knocked out. You have those kind of assets. You have to learn how to use them. And one thing about Shiraz, he knows how to use them. He's going to have to use them consistently here tonight. And one other thing that he's going to have to not do. Because sometimes it's not about what you do. It's what you don't do. He's got to not be tall when Adames gets close. Because when you're tall when a guy gets close, then all of a sudden your advantage of being tall becomes a detriment.
Absolutely.
Because now there's a big skyscraper. And you know what people like to do with skyscrapers?
Break them down, baby.
Make windows.
It's all this torso there to be punished.
And Teddy's right. I can speak to that because when you were a tall guy and I got close to you, you never knew where I was going to go, and you never knew how big the explosion was going to be. It was explosion with the legs up to the head. 100%. It was explosion to the body. And, you're right,
Getting
Teddy.
your legs, and you have strong legs. Getting your legs behind it.
Absolutely.
And you know what you were good at? You son of a gun. You know what? He was good at going low, like he was going to stay low. Bop!
Yeah.
And then,
really?
He got me with that right here.
You know who was good at that? I'm going back. Here it is. Ring Magazine. History, baby. I'm going back. Rocky Lockridge. Remember, you guys remember Rocky Lockridge?
The 130-pound champ.
He was good at that. He'd be inside like this, setting you up a little bit, and then bop! All of a sudden switch up, get you.
You know what helped him is he would do the cross arm.
Yeah, the turtle.
You kind of like going like that. Yeah. Rocky Lockridge. Rest in peace.
God bless him.
Yeah.
But again, this you talk about being thrown right into the fire.
Hey, listen to the crowd.
Listen, I give them credit.
Crowd,
They're taking this as their first title shot to try to be a superstar. And Adames is going to have something to say about it. And I think we know what he's going to try to do. He's going to try to work his way in responsibly, not get caught on the way in, and then, again, try to see if he could break some windows.
There is nothing better than when two fighters act accordingly, when they do exactly what they're supposed to do to win a fight. And that's exactly what's happening right now.
That makes us feel smart.
Oh, man. Well, not even beyond that, though. Like, you get greatness, And obviously it's premature, but Adames came out the way he was supposed to, and so has Shiraz.
You know what?
Adames is bringing the world title, but he's also bringing a big chip on his shoulder. He's kind of had this attitude, like, I'm going to show you, young man.
Yeah. When you have styles like this, physical assets like this, you know what I used to always say, Sean? I would say, look, you're the taller guy, right?
Yeah.
You got to make him go through a bad neighborhood to get to you, and then you mug him.
Right. Yeah. Oh, I love that. I love that.
And Teddy's been bringing the analogies.
Make them pay a price to get to you.
That's how it was for me. I had to work so hard to get to you. And my dad would always say, once you get there, it's time to work. You
better make the most of it.
Yep.
Oh, your father would get on you.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my goodness.
What about a jab coming from Adames?
He should be using it because there it is. And you know what I used to call that?
He's got it.
Putting bugs on the windshield. Coming behind that jab, blow the other guy's vision a little bit. Make it hard for him to see you coming. Make it uncomfortable to see you coming. Put bugs on the windshield with your jab.
I'm so grateful that I came up here. I have not heard any of the analogies you've given so far.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Put
I
bugs
appreciate
on the
you being with
bugs
us.
on the windshield.
It's a bit of a reach, I think. Bit of a reach, but it's still classic.
No, but I get it. Yeah, obstruct
when
the vision.
When you start using it, just credit me, please.
Yeah. This is one from Teddy.
Again, to Sean's point, if you're going to press as a smaller guy, you got to move your head, you got to bring your legs, but you got to use that jab to come in. Yeah, you got to put bugs on the windshield. You got to come in behind that. You got to try to come behind that jab. What he's trying to do now is you could come this way too, is tuck up, bring his legs, move his head, and just walk in, close it down. Walk it down. That's what he's trying to do right now, Adames, without the jab. And you could do it that way.
Yeah.
It's a little harder.
I tell you what I like from Adames. Pull back, be a counterpuncher, and force Shiraz to give up his height.
Oh, it's beautiful.
And then,
I agree.
And then work from there.
Well,
because I think this is what Shiraz expected.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, there's two ways. There's always more than one way to skin a cat, and to skin a tall guy. There's always, and one way is the traditional way that you're seeing he try to do now, Adames, is work your way in, bring your legs, don't reach, take little steps, close it down a little bit, move your head, close the gap. The other way is what you just alluded to. Get the guy to give up his height.
Yeah.
Get him to help you.
Yeah.
Hey, buddy, can you help me a little bit? Step back a little bit, draw him in, set traps.
Yeah.
Get him to give up his height.
Come here.
Yeah. Play the Beatles song. I get by with a little help from my friends. You sometimes gotta play a little music. All right, who are we giving that round to? You saw aggression, but nothing effective.
Right.
He wasn't able to get in.
It wasn't effective.
And you didn't see anything on the other side as far as, anything special. Yeah. Anything, and there was no anything to really separate these guys.
Yeah, both guys landed a few jabs. I thought Hamza's jab was a little harder. I think he made Adames take a back step once or twice during the round. Adames tried to put bugs on the window. He landed it to the midsection once or twice.
Maybe tell me if you agree and if Sean agrees. Maybe you slight Shiraz because he kind of controlled the geography he needed to a little more. You want to call it ring generalship? Go ahead. Call it whatever you want to call it. But he kind of controlled the outside, which is what he's going to need to do to win this fight if he's going to win the fight. He kind of got his way a little more.
Yeah, that is exactly what I thought. Thought Shiraz had his way a little bit more.
Yep.
And
Nice jab.
Yeah, beautiful jab coming from Shiraz. Great timing on the jab, too.
Yeah, I agree. And you know this, Sean. Everyone loves to say, jab, jab. You got to use the jab. Greatest punch in the sport. But you better use it from the right distance at the right time, and from the right place. Yeah. Because if you throw a jab, as great as the jab is, it can also be a dangerous punch. Because if you throw the jab from too close, you leave the window open for a right-hand counter with an orthodox fighter.
It's just there's so many variations to the jab, and that's, to me, is what makes that punch, even though it's the most basic punch in boxing, that's what makes it beautiful to me. You could throw it with speed, off speed, up, down, the levels. There's so many variations to that punch, and I always told people I was nothing without my jab.
You know what I love right here? So you need jab two ways. If you're the shorter guy, you're the aggressive fighter. If that's the way you're going to make your living, you need the jab to get in. If you're the tall guy, you need the jab to keep the guy out. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. And to the point I made earlier, what I love about Shiraz, he knows his identity. I always say when you're starting with a fighter trainer, you got to make sure your fighter knows his identity. What am I? You can't be Joe Frazier one round and then Muhammad Ali the next.
Yep.
You got to know. You have to have an ID. And that's what I love about Shiraz. He knows what he is.
Yep. There's so many fighters that we could talk about right now who either don't know their identity or they get caught up trying to use different identities.
Right, be somebody else.
Yeah, Shiraz is, I love the patience. I love the
I was about to
poise.
say that. He's patient.
I love the poise, you know, and this is, when you get into the ring with something that you understand, you know, hey, this is a round-by-round fight, and, you know, it looks like he's ready to do just that.
He's giving Adames just enough respect. Just enough. Not too much.
Just enough. Oh,
nice.
Beautiful.
Enough to set something up like that.
And
Double jab followed by the straight right.
And again, the simple, the basic is you see the punches thrown, they're straight, they land. You see that. But what you also have to appreciate and see for the fans out there is that he's thrown them with the right distance.
Yeah.
If he throws that jab from a little too close, he can leave himself open to a counter. He's throwing the jab at the right range.
Mm-hmm.
He's fighting tall.
Yeah.
I love the way, Sean, that he's as Adames tries to work his way in and comes in 5 inches, you see Shiraz go back 9.
Mm-hmm.
Just enough to keep that edge, to keep that advantage of distance.
That's beautiful boxing from
Yeah,
Shiraz.
it is.
Thought the first round was close.
Yeah.
I did give it to Shiraz with that round right
Same
there.
here.
He managed it.
Yeah, round 2 was definitely Shiraz.
Yeah.
Well, you know what's going to happen.
Very
here.
controlled, but he had the moments. You know, he had enough moments where he's snapping the head back of Adames, but he has to keep that respect. Because one thing I have noticed, Adames is quicker. His hands are a lot quicker than I thought they were. He's got fast hands. Yeah.
He's caught in the in-between, you know?
Yeah.
He's not all the way out, but he's not all the way in.
Right.
And he's got to
There's
do
the
that
right
right
there.
Yeah.
See, that's what I'm talking about. He threw that one from too close, a little too close.
Yeah.
Distance,
And Adames was in position to let that right hand go, and he followed it with the straight left.
Well, that's what I like about Adames. His feet are under him. You know, you don't see his upper body ahead of him when he's trying to be aggressive. You know, he's not getting ahead of himself. He's bringing his legs with him.
Yeah.
So he's balanced. He's got his legs where they need to be. He's not out of position. He's not available.
He's well schooled. He's well schooled. He's a good athlete. And obviously he's got the experience in this matchup.
And he probably just got a message in the corner that you better start stepping it up a little bit before this guy starts to take control of the fight, before too many rounds get ahead of you, or get before he gets ahead of you with too many rounds. Mm-hmm. You better not let him take control of the rhythm of this fight too early. And I think you see it. He's starting to step it up a little bit. And I think that you probably could bet that there was a little bit of that message sent.
He's not committing enough, though, you know?
Yeah, but a little more.
Yeah.
But you're right. It's still got to be more.
Yeah.
You know, the flame has to be turned up a little bit.
Funny, Teddy, you mentioned Shiraz's identity. We can see that right here, right now, Adames he truly doesn't have an identity, you know?
Yeah.
You're walking a guy down, but you're not offensive with the walk down, you know?
Right.
And then obviously we see right there he's got to play defense, but he played defense on the outside.
You're right.
Defense, but I got nothing in the return, you know?
Yeah, he did. Look, he did the hard part. He made a miss, but he didn't close the gap where he'd be close enough to throw back.
Right.
To make him pay.
The defense didn't allow him to get in range. It just avoided the punches.
And people ask me all the time if I'm coming back. That's something that people loved about me. I could play defense, close the distance, and be on you. I can't do that anymore.
No, you're right.
I can't come back because I can't be who you want me to be, you know?
Right.
Can't be that guy anymore.
No, but again, you're right.
It was fun while it lasted.
Right now.
Yeah, no, it was.
Right now.
You were rough and tumble, dude.
Yeah.
But, you could get real low and move your hand, and you're punching at the same time.
My dad was smart.
My
dad was smart.
Yeah, he was different. When you were training at Wild Card, I would watch some of the drills you guys would go through, and I'm like, nobody else does that.
Yeah.
It was like, I've never seen that one before.
And the thing you hear now is nobody fought like Sean Porter.
It's true. Yeah, you definitely had your own style.
Yeah.
But you knew it worked for you.
Yeah.
Adames has to close the range. I tell you this, you don't need me to tell you this. If he stays at this geography on the outside, he ain't winning this fight.
No.
He is not. I always say, Sean, that for me, there's a few important things, but maybe the most important is geography. Which fighter gets the geography that best suits his skill sets? And in this case, it's pretty simple. Adames has to get to geography, the real estate, if you will, on the inside. And, of course, Shiraz has to have the geography owned on the outside, which he's doing right now. And unless that changes, this will be only one guy winning this fight.
Now, Teddy, to that point, would you say at the elite level, geography is the number one thing? Like, that's the number one component to winning and losing a fight? Yeah.
Very important.
Yeah. Most important thing, would you say?
Yeah, that's why I brought it up.
Yeah. Wow.
Very important.
Yeah.
I mean, there's other things, too. But very, very important. And I'll tell you another thing that's important, that right now Adames is not doing. And you know what that is? I'm gonna get a chuckle out of you. Okay. But you got to make peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
Oh Lord!
And you're reaching into your bag to get food or something.
I'm getting a chicken Caesar.
Something.
I'm not getting peanut butter and jelly.
No, but you got to make peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. And right now, Adames ain't doing that. And what I mean by that is, he's doing the making them miss. That's the jelly, but he ain't putting the peanut butter with it with the punches. You got it. It's no good. Just a jelly sandwich. It's too much sugar. It ain't good. Yeah. But when you put the peanut butter, you got something. Yeah. He's got it. If I'm in the corner, I'm saying, listen, we need the peanut butter because you're making a miss, but you got to get close enough to put the peanut butter on that bread.
I think it's a matter of how aggressive are you willing to be. Good
right
hand
but
right
but
there.
at the same time, it's kind of like walking a little bit of a tightrope because you got to be aggressive, but you got to be responsibly aggressive. You know, if you're aggressive, you walk in there, you're going to walk into a right hand, you're going to walk into a counter shot. You got to be aggressive, but smart.
Yeah, nice left to the body landed by Shiraz.
And again, I think we could lay it out what you got to do. You got to come behind the jab. You got to move your head, obviously, to avoid what's coming at you. But you got to bring your legs. You got to close the gap. You got to bring the peanut butter. Come on. And you got chicken or something.
Yeah, I got chicken.
I got you. All right. You got lettuce and tomato. It's not just chicken.
Got to mix it up. Got to have some
variety.
variety.
You got to mix it up. I'll tell you another thing, Sean. Tell me if you're with me. I'm going to be like, what's the great coach that he was the Monday Night Football guy, John Wooden. He used to say, knock on wood if you with me. Knock on wood if you with me. Sean, knock on wood if you with me. I think that you're gonna, if I'm in the corner of Adames, I want to see feints.
Yes.
I want to see feints.
Yes.
Why? Because if you feint, you're coming in, he'll move back like he just did Shiraz prematurely, and then you can close the gap better, safer.
Did you teach your guys when they feint to step up as they feint?
There was two different feints. There was a feint, you got to be out of range. You got to be slightly out of range because if you feint from too close, guess what? You're going to draw the punch and get hit.
Sure.
So you want to be slightly out of range and then see what his reaction is.
Yeah.
So one feint was to get him to give up distance.
Just to see
Yeah, just to see. If you think he's bailing out on you, changing range on you, like obviously Shiraz is, I'm going to tell him, listen, give him that little feint, that you're coming in like you're going to put your toe in the water, but you're not. Give him that little feint like you're coming in, let him shy out on you, and then come in behind the jab. Then you know where to go.
Yeah, sure.
You're not reaching. You're not in space. You're not getting lost in space.
Show me where you want to be.
Yeah.
Sure.
And then there was the other feint, when you're fighting a counterpuncher. And then I would say, all right, tuck up a little closer, just close enough to draw the punch, and feint, draw the punch, slip it, and counter. Draw the punch, make a miss, and counter right there. Two different kinds of feints.
I think that's what we got right there from Adames.
Yeah, I think you're right. And again, that's an art. There's not enough teachers out there anymore. You agree with that, Sean?
I agree 100%.
I mean, that's an art. That's a lost art.
I'll tell you, yeah. Freddie Roach told me that back in 2014,
well, he
2015.
Told you right.
Yeah, he said, keep feinting. It's a lost art. Nobody feints anymore.
It's a lost art. And, again, Shiraz knows what he is, knows his identity, knows his game plan, and so far so good. The pressure is on the champion to really change things up. You ain't winning on the outside. Nice body shot. And it was set up by those shots up top first.
That was a great body shot.
Yeah, but it was set up by the left hook. Well, just set up beautifully by the left hook just to distract him, to freeze him. And then he went to the body. He had him where he wanted him. Did you used to use throwaway punches?
I didn't use a lot of throwaway punches. I used feints and I used my feet.
Yeah.
That got the job done for me.
Yeah.
I didn't really have to, use throwaway punches. I didn't pump my jab. I threw it to land it.
Yeah.
I threw it to pull it.
Yeah, I get you.
In the counter,
But that is another way to do it,
Mhm.
where you can use a throwaway punch to kind of move the guy into the punch you want to really land.
Mhm.
Kind of like a hunter when he's hunting, let's say, pheasant. You like pheasant?
No.
No, okay. All right. No, I picked the wrong thing. But let's say, something in the bush. And you got, maybe it's a pheasant, maybe it's a fox.
It's a pheasant because I had pheasant for Thanksgiving,
all
so
right,
it was a pheasant.
All right, it's a
Christmas,
pheasant.
it was Christmas.
And he's in the bush, you can't see him, so you throw a throwaway shot on one side of the bush to flush him out. And then you're ready to take that shot on that side.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you do in the ring. That's part of the sweet science.
Mhm.
You throw a throwaway punch to get the guy to move one way, and then you're ready for the real punch that you intended all along to land.
Yeah.
You set it up.
Shiraz is he's solid. He's solid. There's nothing that's shaking him up to make him uncomfortable.
No. There's one thing, though. I'd probably maybe get him to throw the jab a little more because Adames is getting a little bit, more aggressive, being allowed to be a little more aggressive this round.
Yeah.
I probably, see, what I would look to do, people probably argue with me because he's moving. I would have him sit down more. Like, yeah, you could change range, you could move, but grab the floor.
Right.
Because now he's moving just for defense. He's not ready for offense.
Right.
And Adames is sensing it.
Right.
While he's moving, he's saying, I could come in. He's not set
keep
to
going.
punch.
I can keep going.
Yeah, I can
Yeah.
keep going. He's not set. He's not set to make me pay a price, to hurt me.
Yeah.
And he's moving too much. If I'm in the corner, I'm telling him right now, all right, son, control the range. You could step, but don't be just floating around, balleting around.
Yeah.
You got to set yourself, grab the floor, and be ready to punch.
I always like to, when I'm talking about adjustments a fighter can make or should make, I always question, is that fighter capable of it? So if Shiraz is to sit there in the middle of the ring and use that jab, now he's got to pivot. Now he's got to step
true.
around instead of using
But
the
see
entire
what he's
ring.
doing? He's sitting down more.
Yeah.
This is what I would want.
Yeah.
I don't want him to let the
I was
guy
going to say,
in.
I don't want him to,
Let
get
the
banged
guy-
on like that.
No, I don't want him to let the guy in. But I want him set more. Just grab the floor, bend your knees a little bit, grab the floor, control the outside, and be ready to punch. Adames is a better round for Adames.
Sure.
Yeah, well, I think this is his best round so far.
Yeah, he's able to close the gap.
If he can keep this up for the next 30 seconds, he will have won his first round on my very unofficial scorecard.
Yeah, I agree.
Defense. Good defense. And this is what I was talking about, a fighter giving up his height.
Right.
And that's another way to get to it.
Yeah. So he opened up. He opened up a little bit there. Adames probably got the round, but
So that's another way to get a fighter to give up their height, though. Offense, you get off, and now it's their turn, and they feel like they got to get it back. And, right there at the end there, I think that Adames, he ended up taking a few that he shouldn't have.
Shouldn't have, right.
Yeah, do you think that Shiraz stole the round?
No.
No? Okay.
Yeah, he didn't steal it on my card.
See, it's so important to come in behind that jab if you're the shorter guy.
Yeah, but the thing about slowing it down is we can see that he didn't step with the jab. Shiraz just didn't get out of the way quick enough.
You're right. But I'm going to say it again. That was a pivotal round there.
Sure.
Adames had to stop the momentum. He had to. There's a warrior shoot.
Oh, man, Derek Chisora.
Chisora. Real warrior. What a warrior. My God.
Warrior and a character.
Yeah, why is he so
Have you met him?
Yes.
He shouldn't be fighting.
Yeah.
He's made good money. He could have his own reality show. Just have a production crew follow him around London. That's your show.
Yeah.
That's your show right there.
Right.
Unscripted, for
no
real.
Script. No script at all.
No script, man. Dude,
I just
that
don't
dude
want him
is something
to be
else. Yeah.
What Sean just alluded to. One of those guys that
Stuck around
stay
too long. Yeah.
Because, there's a price for every fight he wins.
Oh, yeah.
Because he takes the gift.
Well, he's already given so much.
Look at that score.
What?
Look at that
close? Come on, Chris. Man,
No. Look at the score. Adames is winning on his scorecard.
No way.
Yeah.
He had a 48-47 for Adames?
Yeah, I disagree.
No. I got a 49-46 Hamza Shiraz.
Yes, sir.
Hamza has been in complete control until round 5, and basically he took round 5 off.
Look, the first
he opened
round,
the door for Thomas to let his hands go a little bit.
Look, the first round was close. I think we both agree to that.
Yeah,
all of us agree to that.
But
it
was a swing round.
I thought, as Doug said, that the last round was the first round that I could really confidently give to Adames.
Absolutely.
And again, I think to the point I was making, and I think it's important, he shouldn't be doing what he's doing. Now he's giving up his height, and he's just covered up with the earmuffs on, peekaboo, and he's just standing in front. He's got to be on the outside, but set. He's got to grab, he's got to tiger claw the canvas. To put the toes into the canvas, grab it, and step to the side, step out, but be set to punch so the guy can't just walk in. Because when you're just floating and moving, he's going to walk in because he's got nothing to worry about. He's got nothing to respect.
We're about to see the maturity of Shiraz because he's allowing Adames to touch him. This is what I know as a fighter. Even though it doesn't hurt in the moment, you're getting touched. Your body's being worn down and you don't even know it.
100%. And
he's also giving confidence to this veteran who already entered this fight with the chip on his shoulder, feeling disrespected, not necessarily by Shiraz, but by the boxing business.
Yeah.
He felt that he got jerked around by the sanctioning body. He felt that Jamal Charlo owed him a mandatory title shot.
Right.
He was mandatory for like 2 years, never got it.
Right.
That'll make somebody, he'll be pent up with some aggression and some anger.
Yeah.
And now he's taking it out on this younger man.
Talking about geography, Adames is owning that geography.
But not doing enough.
But he's getting close.
I agree.
He's getting close. But you're right. When you get in there, you got to make hay. When the sun is shining, you got to make hay. You get in there, you got to make the most of it. You're right. What's the sense? I know your father told you this. What the heck is the sense of working your way in if you ain't going to do nothing?
Yep.
You feel like that's
Absolutely, yeah.
All right.
What are you doing?
That's another round for Carlos Adames.
Yeah, that's Adames.
He's getting
Hey,
close.
he's doing what he has to do.
Yes.
To be honest.
There's the kid. I tell you what.
What a talent.
People are talking about, he needs to knock this guy out. He needs to stop him, this and that. I just want to see him be better than he was his last fight.
There you go.
I want to see him be better than he was his last 2 fights, his last 3 fights.
He's got to regain that momentum because he was on top of the world as a junior lightweight champion. Unified Ring Magazine junior lightweight champion. Outgrew that division and hasn't had the same mojo at 135 pounds yet.
I checked out this kid Padley. He
comes to fight.
He'll surprise you.
Yeah, that's what the Brits are saying.
He'll surprise you.
Well, he surprised his last opponent.
He did.
He was a huge underdog with another undefeated opponent.
Yep.
Huge underdog. And he won. He pulled it off.
That was on the undercard, the Joshua Dubois undercard.
And I like what he said at the weigh-in. He said, what do you expect? What are you looking to do? They asked him. He said, the same thing we did last time. Take the bookies to the cleaners.
I like that attitude.
I like that.
I like that attitude. Carmen Basilio talking to Howard Cosell I think it was before the rematch with Sugar Ray Robinson. And he said, 8 out of 10 sports writers picked Sugar Ray Robinson to win this rematch. What do you have to say to that, Carmen? 8 of them are wrong. Brush right by them. 8 of them are wrong. Get out of my way.
You know what I loved about Carmen?
What?
There's a lot to love. The onion farmer, right?
Yeah.
That he fought Sugar Ray Robinson. He beat him. The great Sugar Ray Robinson.
Yep.
He beat him one time. But, of course, Sugar Ray Robinson did what he does when you beat him. He came back and beat you. That's
great in rematches.
Part of his greatness.
Part of his legend.
Because he learned something. He saw something. That's really what it was. But
Carmen was still a pain in the ass for 15 rounds in that rematch.
But in that fight, he was the Cyclops.
Yeah.
Right?
From the 4th round on, totally closed.
Sean, listen to this. He's got one closed eye. Closed.
Closed.
Right? And this wasn't a hangnail, you know what I'm saying? All right, so he's got one eye. And after, it was the biggest sport in the country at the time, so all the press was there. Come on. And they give him a little excuse, and properly. They're saying, would you say that the reason you lost is because you didn't have two good eyes, that if you would have had two good eyes, that you would have won? You think that's fair comment? And he goes, no. And they look at him, they go, no? He goes, no. I have one good one.
That's the attitude.
There was nothing wrong with my other eye.
Yeah. Wow. There it is.
But that was that mentality of that generation, of that time.
He just got close. He was like, okay, my vision is impaired. I'm going to get even closer to you, which is what Adames needs to do.
Well, he's doing it.
He's having more success in these middle rounds.
And he's making me, so far, look like I was right, that this was not an easy title belt. This was not one of those belts that you go to Chinatown in New York, and you just pick up. This one you were going to have to pay something for it. And, you got
to wonder, we're 7 rounds in, and he just abruptly changed who he was, changed his identity. He's sitting there. He's not doing it the way you thought that he should get it done, but he just abruptly changed his style. Now, my question is he not mature enough to stay consistent in what was working, and he's falling back into a lazy way of boxing?
Well, I'm going to say the simplest saying in boxing for a trainer: move your hands.
Exactly.
I mean, sometimes it comes down to simple stuff.
Yeah.
Right now, Shiraz has to move his hands more. Yes, at the right range. Yes, on the outside. Yes, when your feet are set. But move your hands. There's half of the main event. Bivol.
He's got something to prove. He's got a certain energy about him that he's had all fight week.
I saw it today.
He's dialed in, man. Yeah.
I saw it today. I actually I've predicted him getting knocked out tonight. I saw him this morning. I'm like, I think he's game to get it done.
You can tell he really wants this.
I think he's game to get
Look
it done.
at that guy.
Oh, he's a rock.
If you ever did another Star Wars, would he be a fill-in for Darth Vader?
Oh, he's a Sith Lord for real, man. But he's a Sith Lord you respect, though.
Well, no, you love him. You gotta love him.
Absolutely.
But that's Darth Vader.
Yeah. Darth Beterbiev.
Move your hands, Shiraz. You want to win your first title. Move them at the right distance. Sit down on them. Change your distance like you're doing right now. But by stepping and not allowing the shorter man, the world champion, by the way,
stay consistent,
to get in.
Yeah, just stay consistent.
Make them go through a bad neighborhood and mug them.
Love that one.
Move your hands. And I would think that he got a message in the corner. Shiraz.
I would hope so. He's trained by Ricky Funes, who is an understudy of Joe Goosen. And Goosen knew when to crack the whip between rounds.
Yeah, and he did it with Armani on.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah.
I mean, you got to appreciate
sometimes
that.
All denim.
You got to appreciate that.
Usually all denim.
Yeah, usually right?
all denim. But good denim.
Yeah.
Good denim. Denim with some sparkles, too.
There's good denim and bad denim?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like a designer denim. Like a guy that designed a certain style to it, a certain pattern on it. Just add that little touch.
Okay, so Mannix now has Adames up just by 1 point.
It was weird.
I have it just the. I have Adames closing the gap after 7 rounds, 66.
We both got
67.
It 4-3.
Yeah.
What do you have it? What do you have it, Doug?
4-3 for Shiraz.
Yep.
But Adames winning the last 3, so currently he has the momentum in this middleweight bout.
You know what I think happened with Adames in the corner? I think they brought a real estate agent in. and they told him, son, it's all about 3 things: location, location, location.
He paid attention.
Shiraz.
Yeah.
I blame Shiraz.
Shiraz got kind of lackadaisical.
He helped him.
Yeah, he did. Shiraz, he left the door open for that.
Doug, I've never told you this, man. I love your hair.
Thank you very much.
I never told you this.
I've had the same. I haven't had a haircut since 2000. Maybe I'm due.
Then I
shouldn't cut it all off.
I hadn't seen you in a while, and then next time I see you, you got some salt and pepper in there.
Oh
now.
yeah.
I said, man, he got the flyest hair.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about that, but
listen, Doug,
definitely the salt and pepper.
As long as you wash it, I don't care
yes.
what the hell you do.
I will tonight for sure.
Good.
I love how the crowd they yearn to see it. Mm-hmm. So when they think it's happening,
they're right on the precipice. They're right ready to, because Shiraz is he's the crowd favorite.
You know what? I'm gonna bring back something that one of you said. I think it was actually Doug early on. That was a nice little counter there.
Yeah.
He turned the left hook off of the jab. You see that? That was nice.
Mm-hmm.
Where he got to do more of that.
Mm-hmm.
Throw that kind of left hook
just
when
the accuracy to adjust
beautiful.
the punch.
Just off the jab, bang, just pop, pop, just turn it right over and catch him on the way in. If he reaches a little bit, that can be really effective, especially if you catch him reaching with the right hand. But the thing I wanted to say as this round ends is that I think it was to the point that Doug had made. You used the word patience, which you love to see, right?
Actually, that was Sean. Sean,
you used
Sean
the
beat
word,
me to the punch.
Yeah, you used the word patience. Right now, that is the enemy, I think, of Shiraz.
For both of them,
yeah,
I think.
But for Shiraz especially. And that was the friend of his early on.
It was.
Yeah. But now it's the enemy. He's being too patient.
Yeah. You got to have, you're the challenger, man.
Yeah.
You got to have that sense of urgency. And you're the young man.
Yeah. See that setup there, Sean?
Nice overhand,
he went
right.
low and he came high. Look, he bends low, comes high, and that's breaking a window, no?
Yeah. Yep, that's how it's done.
You know how those kids are.
That's textbook right there.
You get close to that building with all those windows, you start throwing rocks, start breaking windows.
I've never broken a window.
Oh, I used to love doing that.
I
got two brothers. We're all a year apart. And in the 70s, the parents just let the kids out all day.
Yeah.
Especially in the summers.
And y'all would come back.
We love breaking windows, doing bad stuff.
Did bad shit and came back like nothing
and
ever
barefoot,
happened.
yeah. Hey, no harm, no foul. Nobody got hurt. Nobody caught us.
And again, that was a great example of they're doing a good job with the replays here. That was a great example of where it's an advantage being tall, and it quickly turns into a disadvantage.
A disadvantage, yeah.
When you're tall, when the shorter guy gets close. You can't be tall when the shorter guy gets close. You got to become small.
Mm-hmm. Damas is in his rhythm, and you can tell he's feeling confident. And he's been here before.
Yeah.
He's been in some grueling fights.
Again, this was no gimme for a title. This was not a knockoff belt. This was earning a legitimate designer belt.
For both guys, even for Adames, this wasn't just
this was a risky fight to take.
Yeah.
Coming to Riyadh,
yeah,
fighting a British up-and-comer, somebody who's being celebrated by the press out there and has all this momentum, and has been featured on a number of Riyadh season cards, so you can consider him the house fighter.
I like the choice of those uppercuts a moment ago by Shiraz, splitting the guard of the shorter man coming in, maybe leaning a little bit. I like the choice of him going to the uppercut.
Yeah.
As Adames leans in a little.
Yeah, looks
Good
like
punch.
he's redialed in.
Yeah, and I'm going to say it again. His hands are fast. His hands are faster than I remember them.
You talking about Shiraz, huh?
No. I'm talking about Adames.
Uh-huh.
His hand. He seems faster and more fluid than I remember seeing him when he campaigned as a junior middleweight.
I tell you what he's not doing right now. He's not cutting the ring down. He's following Shiraz.
Yep.
Yeah.
And if Shiraz got something off as he stepped, he could catch him coming in.
That's two things. That's number one, him not being taught that or training to do it in the gym.
Yeah.
And then the other side of that is he knows he should do that, but he's being lazy. That's lazy boxing.
Yeah. I don't like this pawn with the jab.
Again, it ain't complicated. You better move your hands.
And Adames isn't doing anything either.
There.
All of a sudden, Adames forgot about his jab. And as soon as he forgot about his jab, what happened? Shiraz started jabbing.
Really? Was it that low?
It wasn't that low.
That seemed borderline to me.
But I'm glad you're talking to him instead of taking the point.
Yeah.
Would you guys agree with me on this one? And for me, this stands true, that there was more that we needed to find out about Shiraz in his fight than Adames.
Oh, of course.
We knew a certain amount about Adames.
We know about Bronco.
Yeah, I mean, he had been, tested in areas where you want to see a fighter tested, to feel that you actually know about him. But Shiraz hadn't really been tested yet. This is his test for the world title.
You can see it. You can see it on his face right now between rounds. He's feeling it.
So that's why I felt
he's not overwhelmed, but you could see it, right? He's like,
no, I agree.
Listen,
I felt coming into this, I was saying it all week with all these interviews, that I think his people have done a great job. But I also wouldn't have been against taking one more fight.
Right. I've heard that opinion from others.
I just wouldn't have been against.
I've heard that opinion.
Because I think the guy has the potential to be a star. But you also need something called seasoning.
Look, there's Frank Warren. He's saying he wants more. Frank is telling the corner, hey, he needs to do more. Frank's been around. He knows. Like, hey, listen.
I think Sean,
you can't just expect to win this fight by going the distance.
Sean, you like to cook, don't you?
Love to cook.
Yeah. How did I know that?
Because you're a cook.
No, I'm not.
You're not a cook?
My wife is a great cook. Great cook. If you're ever in New York, you come over.
What the heck am I thinking
you're
of?
welcome to have dinner with us.
Yeah, sure.
All right? She's a great cook.
Yeah.
But
I'll be
cook,
in New York next week. I'll try to make it around.
Well, we won't be there.
No,
I'm only kidding. We'll be there. You call me.
Yes, sir, I will.
You come over, please.
Yes, sir, I will.
And it'll be our pleasure.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You're a good man.
Yes, sir.
Not only
but I don't know how you knew that. But yeah, I love to cook.
Okay, when you, let's say a steak, right?
Yeah.
When you're getting it ready, don't you have to put seasoning on it?
Absolutely.
I just wouldn't have minded a little more seasoning for Shiraz before this fight.
Sure.
Before it was time to go on the grill.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. He's gonna have to step it up a little bit, I think, because it's a close fight, a very close fight. But I think it's a fight that
neither guy has separated themselves.
Yeah, nobody has. And as a challenger, even though Shiraz might be the favorite over here in some ways, to be frank.
Yeah.
But as a challenger, it's usually incumbent on you to kind of win the title.
Yeah.
Do a little more.
Yeah.
And it might be time to kind of start doing that a little bit. And again, nobody's really grabbing a fight. But so the door's open for both guys to go through it. But it is about geography. And there again, Adames got his geography, but he didn't do enough.
Been lazy.
My goodness, a good thing your father's not here.
What would Kenny be saying right
He said,
now?
my goodness.
Yeah, right.
You know my dad used to jump in the ring and stop the sparring and everything.
Oh, really? Yeah.
I do that too. When I was training fighters.
Yeah.
Jump right in the ring. Correct it right there.
Neither guy is as sharp as they would need to be.
Well,
in
neither
10
guy's
rounds.
grabbing a fight.
Yeah, grab it.
And again, it's there for both guys to grab, to be quite frank.
Yeah.
Shiraz could grab it on the outside, moving his hands a little more.
Yeah.
And Adames could grab it when he gets inside by moving his hands more, by going to work.
I haven't seen the kind of energy from Shiraz this fight that I've seen in previous fights,
I'll tell you one thing. Adames is leaving this round out there for Shiraz to take it.
Yep.
But will Shiraz take it?
Right now, he's got a little edge, I think. Little. I mean, it's close.
Yeah.
I mean, you can steal the round here. Again, nobody really just put their hand up in the air and say, I want it.
All respect, but we weren't allowed to wait. Waiting and posturing, and I was not allowed to do that. That doesn't translate to me.
I think I gave that round to Shiraz.
As did I.
Yeah, me too. So I have him up, but I had 96-94 Shiraz. I would not be surprised if there was at least one official judge that had it 96-94 for Carlos Adames.
I have a 6'4" for Shiraz.
Yeah.
And listen, I got to give Shiraz credit. I'll tell you why. Even though he could be doing more, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. But I'm giving him credit because he's learning on the job.
He is.
You know, Adames came in with the experience, with the seasoning for the grill. Yeah. You know, he was ready for the flames. He'd been in the flames before. He hadn't been. And he's kind of finding his way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, win or lose, he's going to be a better fighter.
Absolutely.
Because of this.
Yeah.
That's how it's supposed to go. Every fight's supposed to level you up.
I agree.
If you're doing the right things.
So, we're in the championship rounds, guys.
Yeah.
Here we are. Kind of came quietly, didn't it?
It did.
I just saw a counter right hand. Good left hook to the body.
That was. He banged it.
I saw a counter right hand by Adames earlier because, again, Shiraz threw the jab from too close. There's the uppercut punch that I've been looking for. You got a short guy, Sean, coming in there, leaning a little bit. You got to use that uppercut.
Yeah.
Right now, Shiraz doing what he got to do.
Yeah, getting a rise out of the crowd, too.
Yeah. And it ain't fancy. He's moving his hands more. So Adames coming back, though.
Just simply moving his hands more.
Yeah.
Like, just simply choosing not to be lazy.
100%.
I give you one. The clothes are right there. Just pick them up. How was that?
That's good.
Yeah. Pick it up. Love having you with us, by the way.
Yeah, man. I'm happy to come up here with you guys.
Yeah, thank you. I know you're working tonight.
This is a part of my job, man.
Man.
Anything I get to...
You go where you're needed.
Listen,
I respect that.
Number one, I go where I need it. Number two...
Listen, can I... Are we on camera?
I go where I'm going to have fun.
Listen, anyone who brings a bag with him, you know he's coming ready to work.
He's experienced.
Come on.
He's
experienced. He's bringing a bag
Everything
with him.
he needs or might need is in that bag.
I mean, the man is coming to work.
He's learned from experience. Look at that. They got a little corner window with Frank Warren, who has to like what he's seeing, but I'm sure he wants a little bit more from Hamza Shiraz.
I was just going to say, he likes what he's seeing, but it's a little too close for comfort.
It's too close for comfort, yeah. I would be, if I was his promoter, I probably would have yelled myself hoarse by now.
You can't be in this thing as long as some of us have and not perceive my guy isn't.
Oh, that was a nice.
And you know what set it up? Defense.
Yeah.
See, people don't talk about that enough. Yeah, we love offense, but the defense made that punch possible.
Teddy, that was a left? Or was it like a left cross from a southpaw stance?
He was square and just let it go.
Okay.
Yeah, he didn't switch or anything.
I want to watch that.
Wasn't that clean?
No, but it was created off a miss.
Yeah.
This crowd is in love with this kid.
Oh, yeah. He's popular.
And then to Sean's point, I think he said it earlier, your defense can create your offense.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple ways to create offense. One is off the jab, getting off first and the leads, right? Setting it up off the jab. Like Sugar Ray Robinson would say, you got to dress them up before you take them out. And the other way is off the counter. You make a miss and you let your offense be created off the misses.
Key word is created.
Yeah.
Fighters nowadays think that everything is supposed to just be there. They're waiting on that perfect punch. It ain't there.
Here, let's take a look here. There's the uppercut I've been called for. Body shot.
That's good boxing.
Yeah, and that body shot was delivered with some
there's a right hand behind the glove.
Yeah.
He aimed it right. The glove was there, so he went behind the glove of Adames.
Yeah, and there's that left.
Yeah, there's the left.
Yeah, you're right. It wasn't as solid as it appeared in real time, but it was awful a miss, as you said, Teddy.
Yeah, I was going to say the left, he turned it into a southpaw power left instead of a jab. He kind of switched his feet, and he threw the left hand straight like a power shot, like a right hand or a left.
Okay. Hey, Sean, I think you're needed elsewhere.
Fine.
We loved having you. This has been great.
I got to do this again.
Great having you, yeah. But,
appreciate you guys.
Others in this arena need your energy.
I don't know
Can
why.
he stay? Does he have to go home? Can he stay? No. They're shaking their head, these guys, whoever they are, saying no.
Thank you for being with us for
Really enjoyed
11,
my time with you guys.
11 plus rounds,
I'll
man.
catch you guys up later,
all
all right?
We'll see you soon, Sean.
Thanks, man.
Always
Thank
a pleasure.
you,
Always
thank
an
you.
honor. Gotcha.
I'll call you next week, okay?
Yeah. What do you like? What food do you like? Everything? Okay, that's easy. Everything, all right. Do you like Italian? Okay.
Of course.
You get everything on this broadcast, let me tell you. You get everything. You know, you get a cooking channel's touch to it, and you get fights, you get everything. An interesting fight, and a fight that's going down to the wire, I believe. I think Shiraz has an edge.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, I wouldn't. I mean, I'd be nervous if I was in his corner. I mean, he needs to win this round. I think he needs to win the 12th round decisively. And Adames, he's still got fight in him.
It almost feels like, I don't know what the, obviously just official scorecards are, but it almost feels, and I haven't been keeping score, just a little bit in my head, but it almost feels like he needs this round, Shiraz, to make sure it's not a draw.
Right.
Or the possibility.
A draw wouldn't, yeah.
He got
if he
some
gets
big
caught
shots.
with any more shots like that, he's not going to win this round decisively.
100%.
He might lose the round even.
Well, he's behind in this round just from those quality shots, maybe, because they were the most damaging punches, cleanest punches, effective punches so far of the round.
I agree.
Again, it's a simple formula, Doug. If you're the taller guy, use your jab, do that, keep him on the outside, set the table with the jab, and then eat. Don't just set the table, eat. But again, it really is the seasoning, the experience.
Yeah. He's getting the seasoning in this fight.
Yes.
Yeah. He didn't have it coming in.
And I give him
he looked like he totally lacked it in the middle rounds.
And I give him
now we're
credit
seeing
for taking this fight.
Yeah, down the stretch, we're seeing it.
Oh, it's a close round.
Yeah. Who do you think took it?
That was a close round. I mean, look, the punches that caught your eye the most were those 2 or 3 big shots that he landed probably about a minute ago.
Yeah,
Adames being him, the champion. Caught your eye.
I scored for Adames. I have a close fight. I got 7 rounds to 5 for Hamza Shiraz, 115-113. But this has the feel of a 7-5 fight. It could be 6-6, it could be 7-5 either way. And I think it all depends on how you scored those early rounds. I was seeing those early rounds for Shiraz.
I did too.
But
the first round was
maybe
close.
somebody else, right? Maybe somebody else scored that first round for Adames. Maybe they found another round in the first 4 rounds to score for Adames. If they did, then they probably have Adames winning this fight. But for me, Adames didn't come on until round 5. Not totally surprised by that because he's been kind of inactive. He's fought like once a year, I think the last 2 or 3 years.
I think
it's not enough.
I think he squeaked it out maybe. Close fight either way, but I think he squeaked it out. But very close. Look at that. Those are the shots that
we're
went
seeing
around.
Highlights right from round 12.
Yeah, those are.
And Adames getting in with these, he misses with an overhand and he caught one there.
Yeah.
But prior to that, he landed a nice uppercut, a nice hook to the body.
Enough to maybe win the round.
Yeah. They both landed in round 12, but you're right. The best shots of round 12
I know
belong to
neither
Adames.
guy, obviously, are from Saudi Arabia, but let me make a statement here. Tell me if you agree. Does it feel like, just a feel, that if anyone was going to get home cooking, it would be Shiraz?
Oh, Shiraz, definitely.
Right?
He's at least fought on, I'm guessing, I don't have Box Rec in front of me, but I'm thinking this is his 4th fight on a Riyadh season show.
Yeah, I've seen him a few
including
times.
the one that was in London at Wembley.
And I'll say it again.
Last September.
I don't know Adames intimately. I know Shiraz more.
Yeah.
And he's a great kid.
He really is. Yeah.
And I'm sure Adames is. I just don't know for that.
Hey, listen,
I don't have the experience.
win, lose, or draw, Shiraz is he'll grow from this experience. He's good for the sport. And he's great for the division. The division really needs somebody to kind of
if they
develop into that guy.
And
we
if
don't
you
have that
hear
right
what
now.
I think you're going to hear, which is I knew.
Yeah.
If you hear that, automatically, like the old times would tell me, Shiraz is going to get 30% better.
I remember that saying.
I used to always say that. Split, huh?
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
Wow, I don't like that scorecard at all.
Wow. Wow. Draw.
Split draw. I'm not mad. I'm not mad at that decision. And if either of these fighters are mad, they got to be mad at themselves.
What did I say in that last
I'm mad
round?
at that judge who scored 118, 110 for Adames. That just didn't happen. I'm sorry.
Did I say in the last round that this feels like
it does?
If what he doesn't win this round, it could be a draw.
Yep, and he didn't win the last round. And had he won that last round, I don't have the official scorecards in front of me, but my guess is he didn't win that final round on all three scorecards. But that opens the door for this.
Did I miss something, or did the announcer not say what I think you're supposed to say? And still, because
right in a draw,
right?
The champion keeps the belt.
Right. I mean, he's still champ.
You know what? In a way, this is a victory, even though it's not an official victory. It's a victory for Carlos Adames.
Yeah.
Because I know he was paid well.
Yeah.
And he took a risk. He came into the Lions Den.
And it's going to be a rematch.
He was the away. Oh, there's got to be.
I mean,
and you know what? Shiraz will be better. He'll fight with. He'll start quicker. He'll have a lot more confidence.
Well, he will have gotten the seasoning that he didn't have coming in.
Yeah.
And he will have what I always say, answers to questions that he had coming in.
Yeah.
Now he's got the answers. Yes, I can depend on myself at this level.
Right.
Yes,
Remember,
I can handle it.
Early in the fight, we were saying that he had just enough respect for the veteran. I think in his mind, looking back at this fight, he's going to think, no, I gave him too much respect.
I agree.
And he'll show him less in a rematch.
And I use
if they make it.
Sean's word. I show too much patience.
Yeah. You can't be lazy.
You know, sometimes it's not even lazy; it's being unsure of yourself because you haven't gotten answers to those questions to know if you can be sure of yourself yet. To let the punches go and be okay. You know, it's not really like he's being purposely lazy. It's more like he just doesn't have the confidence level, the experience, if you will, the seasoning, if you will, to throw the punches. It looks like it's lazy, but it's confidence. It's being sure of yourself that you can throw and be okay throwing. Yeah. That you won't be reckless. That it's safe. That it's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
And I'll use another word. It's just being tentative.
Yeah. You don't want to be lazy. He's going to learn from this. Hey, listen, coming up next is WBC lightweight champion Shakur Stevenson, and we caught up with him earlier this week.
Welcome to the Ring Magazine podcast. I'm Chris Mannix, joined by the 3-division world champion Shakur Stevenson. 2024 was a tough year for you for a lot of reasons, I'm sure. You had the hand injury during that year, only got one fight in during that year, split with your promoter during that year. I mean, was it the toughest year, would you say, of your career?
It was crazy. It definitely was like the toughest year as far as boxing. But as far as life, honestly, I think it was like a good. Like everybody get closer when everybody start. You know, the right people come around when people start hating you. So,
that's always true, right? Like,
yeah, sure.
when things are down, you know who your friends are.
For sure.
But professionally speaking, like, how frustrating was it for you to kind of be going through everything that you were going through?
I think it was more so hard mentally. Like mentally for me, I think I kind of made it more harder than it should have been. And I think now, my mental is a lot stronger now than it was back then.
Why?
I think experience. Experience is your best teacher, and I think God made. Could say to me no more. Like, what is the worst thing somebody could say to Shakur? Like, they already said every single thing.
That's pretty impressive to have that in your mid-20s. They already have that covered. Like, they've said everything that they can
It's nothing
say.
else. Like, that's what I had to learn. Like, there's nothing else you can say. I done heard it all.
But we're not stopping here. We're ready for the next Muhammad Ali's, for the next undisputed champions, the next Liston jabs and Hagler Hearns rounds, the next Wilder knockouts and Douglas underdogs. We are ready for it all. The ring, the legacy continues.
Just moving on. Changing opponent this week, taking on Josh Padley, who he's not got an upset win.
I mean, you know, he told me when we made the Floyd Schofield fight, he said to me, he will not fight me. I was like, he's signed to fight you. I saw Schofield in Saudi on Saturday or Sunday. I texted Shakur and I said, told you, your boy's there. And he said, he won't fight me. I'm like, he's in Saudi. Anyway, he's not fighting Shakur. And we had like 3 days to save Shakur on the card. I mean, it's a very difficult job at that stage, but you can't let your fighter down. And we had 3 or 4 options that we took to His Excellency. And of course, he remembers Josh Padley beating his favourite fighter, Mark Chamberlain, at Riyadh season in front of 90,000 at Wembley. So he said, him, 15-0, British fighter, 12 in the WBC, but well out. I mean, well in the deep end. The thing with Shakur in this fight is, I know that I say it's difficult to look good. People say, no, it's not. He's a big favourite in the fight. But sometimes when you've been messed around, sometimes where does a fighter lack a bit of motivation? Like the key for Shakur here is to make everyone go, wow, what a fighter. Because we don't really need Kid Schofield. We don't really need Josh Padley. What we need is Gervonta Davis. Yeah. And that's the kind of fights where you're going to see the true greatness of Shakur Stevenson. And let's get Saturday out of the way, move on to a big fight in the summer, and then we want Tank.
Do you think there is pressure on Shakur to perform well? Because he had the Edwin De Los Santos fight and he had the Artem Haratunian fight, and he does have his critics for his style. So do you think that there's, Shakur needs to come in there with that conscious effort to be a bit more entertaining?
I think Shakur, people like Shakur and Terence Crawford, they live by the hit and don't get hit, right? The art of the skill of boxing. Shakur's never going to be going in there being gun-ho, making mistakes. But styles make fights. And when you've got someone that's come in to win, a quality fighter like Gervonta Davis, that's when you're going to get the very best of him. It's like Crawford. When he fought Spence, you got the best of him. And that's the difficulty with Padley. I think Padley will throw it all on the line, but he may go into a little shell after a few. You just have, so sometimes it's hard to look good against opponents that are just getting outboxed for 3 or 4 rounds, and they lose the will to come forward and really try to win the fight. But Shakur's Shakur. He's one of the most skillful fighters that's ever laced up a pair of gloves. Yeah. And for me, currently the best lightweight in the world.
Welcome back to the Last Crescendo Watch Along with me, Doug Fisher, Editor-in-Chief of Ring Magazine, and the Hall of Famer who needs no introduction, Teddy Atlas. You guys are back just in time for the WBC Lightweight Championship. Shakur Stevenson making a defense against not the guy he was training for. He had trained for and focused on Floyd Schofield for, about 2.5 months. And then this week, Kid Austin comes up sick, and he's replaced by the plucky Josh Padley. Teddy?
Yeah, listen, it could be a problem. There's a level.
Well, is it a problem?
Well, it always can be, but here's the problem. It's not a problem with Shakur, and I'll tell you why. He's a silver medalist from the Olympics. He had probably around 200 amateur fights. What that means is when you're fighting in a tournament, and he fought in a lot of tournaments, national tournaments, world tournaments to get to where he got to, and the Olympics, of course, the ultimate. When you're fighting in those tournaments, guess what? You're fighting all week long, different opponents.
Yeah.
On 24
and you don't know
hours.
who you're going to get because it's a tournament.
And
right.
you're doing it on 24 hours notice.
Yeah.
One day you're fighting a southpaw, the next day you're fighting a orthodox, the next day you're fighting a aggressive tall guy, short guy, aggressive guy, counterpunchers. So he has had plenty of practice taking on different styles with no notice. So he's got a PhD in that. So that's not a problem for a guy like Shakur Stevenson. It would be for some people.
Yeah.
Not for him. And
by the way, he doesn't seem like he's flustered by this at all, this change of opponent.
And I'll tell you another thing. He's so talented. He's a reactionary fighter. What do I mean by that? He reacts to what you show him.
Right.
You're in there, you start to show him that you can be great. He'll react, he'll counterpunch. You start to show you're going to lay back, he'll start jabbing, and they keep you back there. So he's a reactionary guy. His style is not going to be at all, and because of his experience, is not going to be affected by last minute. And it's a different talent level, taking nothing away from Padley, but there's a different talent level.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Obviously, right here. Now, look, Padley, to his credit, not only took the fight, but he's undefeated. He hasn't learned how to lose yet, which is a great strength. And in his last fight, he pulled off a big upset.
That was against Chamberlain.
Yeah, big upset, huge upset, undefeated fighter. So there's something to have confidence in his mind and his camp's mind. To say, hey, we could do this. You have to have something to stand on.
Yeah.
You can't stand on clouds. You got to have something to put your feet on. And they're going to put their feet on that. Hey, you pulled off one your last fight. Now it's time to pull off another one. You can pull off another one. I'll tell you what the most difficult thing to set up the fight for me with Stevenson, his greatest talent or his greatest, the thing that gives you the most trouble. It's easy to say the hand speed, yes. His defense, yes. His elusiveness, right? His counterpunch, yes. His legs, yes. All of that. But it's his style. He has a difficult style to deal with. I mean, you come in.
By the way, nice ovation for Josh
very
Padley.
Nice.
Yeah, I like that.
The English and Irish travel well.
That's true.
They travel well. Yeah. You come in 8 inches with Stevenson. He goes back 12. And he counters you. Yeah. He's a master. He
always controls distance.
He's a master. He's got a PhD. I used that earlier. He's got a PhD in controlling range.
He does.
But he's got one other thing, and it's a strength, but it's also can be a detriment, a weakness. You know what it is? His temperament. His temperament, and it's a good one, but his temperament is to be cautious.
Yeah,
to be careful. And listen, that's what got him here. That's Floyd Mayweather did pretty good with a little bit of that. He stepped it up when he had to.
Well, certainly when he got a little bit longer in the tooth.
But when he had to step up, Floyd did.
Sure.
And Floyd was great and still is great.
Especially in the lighter weights.
Yeah, and there's a good guy, great, that's cheering for Stevenson Crawford. But what I'm saying is his temperament, you can't get around your temperament. I don't care what you tell a guy to do. I don't care what ability he has. If his temperament is to be one way, it's going to show. Mm-hmm. And his temperament is to be smart, is to be cautious, to be responsible, to be careful. Now, here's the question for me tonight. He's a different level talent, I believe. Does he take his temperament and say, sit over here tonight and watch me go and get him? That's what I'm kind of looking for.
Kind of feel like he needs that kind of performance, statement, because he had such momentum as a featherweight prospect, and he won a belt at featherweight, and then he really came into his own at junior lightweight, where he unified titles and won the Ring Magazine
and again, I'm not knocking
championship.
him. I mean, that's part of his greatness. Part of his success is that he's careful, he's smart.
Sure.
You know that you know he
had some performances at 130 because he stopped Jamel Herring. Which I wasn't really expecting, and I thought he was going to get a stoppage against Oscar Valdez, but Valdez's heart is just
he did a great job.
He's just not going to. Yeah, but he still dominated in such a way.
He did.
It was.
He did what had to be done.
It was fascinating,
and what was there to be done.
Yeah.
And sometimes the knock on him is he hasn't done what is there to be done. That his temperament took him a little bit too much down that road of doing just enough to win.
Well, we saw that in his recent bouts at lightweight. Even though he won a world title at lightweight.
And I think
the opposition hasn't been that great, and then the entertainment value of maybe his last two fights, it's garnered him a lot of criticism, especially in this social media age.
Yeah, of course. And then listen, again, if there was a gripe with him, if you will, it was that he had some guys that he could have done more and he didn't do more. That I'm not saying do more when you shouldn't do more. No, that's reckless.
Right.
But when you can do more, and that's where I think he's gotta. It's a fine line. He's walking a tightrope where you gotta control that temperament, that nature of yours, to be careful. When you gotta say no, I don't have to be quite as careful. In this guy, and he's so talented. Sometimes, in all fairness, you don't know if it's just the talent of him you're seeing or him being careful.
Yeah.
Because, that's his style. He makes you miss. He frustrates you.
Sure.
He fights his kind of fight. He controls range. So you don't know, is it being careful or is it just that's his talent?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I don't think he needs to try to change his style, and he won't anyways. He's too smart for that.
But I think it's attached to what your mind is.
People compare him to Mayweather, and their styles are different, but they're both ring generals, and they're both, they're brilliant. They have very high IQs, but every now and then, Floyd Mayweather would have a fight where he would remind you that he can bite down and really put it on his opponent. When the opportunity was there, we'd see him, dominate Diego Corrales, or open up against Arturo
100%.
Gatti. As soon as he figured out, wait, this guy's not on my level.
But that's the point
and then just
I'm making.
open up on him.
That's the point I'm making.
And even occasionally at the heavyweights, you'd see him say, you know what? Like against Mosley. Mosley hurt him. And then he came back and said, I got to hurt you back. I got to get this respect. And he did that. And then he goes back to the boxing.
But the point I'm making is, again, I'm going to kind of repeat myself.
That's okay.
When people felt that Stevenson was in there or is in there with a guy that his talent is that much greater, they feel like you could do more. You could take a little more chances. And it's okay. You could do more. And they want you to do more.
Right.
Because they see your talent. They want to see the other part of it. They want to see attitude.
Yeah.
They want to see that too. And they want to see your fire, your passion to do a little more. And now look, he can say, hey, I don't care what you want to see as long as I'm winning.
Right.
And I get it.
Yeah.
I understand it. But to your point, Mayweather, when he saw that unbalance of power, that differentiation of power, of talent, I should say, where he was so much greater, his temperament was to be cautious, to be smart. But when he saw that, he said, okay, I'm going to do it responsibly. I'm going to do it still smart with talent and technique, but I'm going to step it up.
Yeah.
I'm going to get this guy out of there.
Yeah.
But anyway, right here, for me, what you're seeing is what you see with Shakur. When he's he'll control the outside with the jab. He's a southpaw, obviously. He pick his spots real well. He'll snipe you. He'll pick pot shots. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't with Shakur when he's right. Because if you rush in, he's going to counter you. If you press in, he'll counter you. You got to use your jab, by the way, and you got to use feints. But if you come in reckless, he'll counter you. If you lay out thinking about it, he's just going to keep jabbing and control that outside. And eventually, maybe even go after you a little bit. But what I think you have to do with it's just a technician like Shakur that has that difficult style, that great talent, you got to use feints. We talked about it when Sean Porter was up here in the fight. You got to feint him make him show his defense too soon. Make him make his step out prematurely. Throw his rhythm off. Throw him off kilter. Throw him off balance a little bit. He's looking to counter you, feint. Then he leads, and then you counter him. You can get situations where you can counter the counterpuncher. But you got it. There he's doing it.
Yeah.
Padley. Yeah, there he is trying it. He's trying it. You got to give it a little feint, but then that was it. I like what he's doing.
You saw the foot.
He must hear me. Are we that loud?
Hey, we are loud.
He's feinting, but he's got to work off the feint.
Right. Ooh. Well, he just ate a nice
straight
left followed by a right hook.
Because Doug.
Ooh. That was a three-piece from
and that's
Shakur.
what you want to see with Shakur. That hand speed, putting them together.
Man,
not just one or two.
Boy, the speed is evident. And not just the speed, it's the sharpness and accuracy.
And again, it's the dimensions, his style. You wait in front because you're trying to figure him out, right? You don't want to get reckless. You're trying to think a little bit, so you're waiting in front. The hand speed, he beats you to the punch. He tattoos you. Bop, bop, bop. All right, now I'm going to come forward. He takes a little step back. He makes you reach. He counters you. Difficult style. Talent, and yes, difficult style. He would give a safe cracker fits. No, he would. He would because you come in there to crack the safe, and you want to get the combination to the lock, and he's got the kind of safe that is very hard to crack.
Yeah. And you can see that conundrum on the face of Josh Padley now. He's like, what do I do with this guy?
And you guys see something else, too. Even though it's early, you see the confidence. You see just knowing in Stevenson that he's completely in control.
Yeah.
Because you don't see too many fighters do what he did at the end of the bell. He backed up into the corner talking to someone.
Yeah.
I mean, that is complete control, complete confidence.
Yeah. We're seeing slow motion, the offensive moments that Stevenson had in the second round. And even the slow-mo, he looks pretty fast. And again, he's landing with some authority here.
Yeah, very basic.
It's 1-2.
The right hand jab sets up the left hand. You set the table and go eat.
That was a three-piece.
To his credit, he came back with the hook.
Yeah, I like it. I like that right hook. Wipe his nose, as Bernard Hopkins was doing.
Yeah, the old-time sayings.
Yeah. How would you describe Padley's style or his temperament as a boxer?
When he's at his best, and it's going to be hard to be at his best against this talent, this style.
Now, he may not get started against somebody like Stevenson.
When he's at his best, he's a guy who uses his legs a little bit. He moves a little bit, and he pot shots. Like, he'll do that. He'll pot shot. He'll move a little bit, but he shouldn't move straight back, though. That's a no-no. But he'll move a little bit and then pot shot. And then come in when you don't expect him. Like, he's like that. He'll snipe you a little bit. Just, take little pieces. He's not going to take big pieces. He's not a puncher. He's got 4 knockouts. Right. He's not a puncher. But, again, he's not a shark. He's a piranha. He's going to take little bites.
Little bites.
Yeah. And he's at his best what he's trying to do now. Use the jab, move a little bit, slide a little bit, step back, then all of a sudden pot shot. Again, he went straight back. He got caught. And this is where Stevenson's doing a little bit more of what you want him to do. He's been a little bit more aggressive. Not ultrally, but a little more aggressive with a guy that I think he can be more aggressive with.
Right.
That it makes sense.
It makes sense, yeah.
It's always a chess match with you got Stevenson in there a little bit, and usually the other guy's playing
checkers. Yeah. You beat me to the punch on that one.
Oh, it's kind of what Shakur's doing. He's beating him to the punch on the outside. And again, you see it. He does it real well, but it's not complicated. He'll use it there. He'll pour with it. He'll measure with it. Sometimes Shakur trying to set something up. He'll throw one soft one, then a hard one, change the range, change the timing on it, confuse you a little bit. But he's calm in there. He sees it. He's got good eyes, good vision. He's calm in an uncalm environment. And again, you lay out on him, he's going to tattoo you with jabs, and then eventually put something together. You come in, he's going to step back. Going to make you reach. He's going to make you tentative because there's nothing there when you come in.
It's a really sharp, hard jab that Stevenson is landing on Padley right now.
And watch how he take a little step back. Like I said, if Padley comes in 8 inches, Stevenson will go back 9. That time he just tied up.
I'm finally recognizing the tattoo pattern on Padley's back. It's like 2 old-timey, like bare-knuckle type boxers. You can tell the sport is near and dear to his heart.
Yeah,
and he's getting tattooed in the front now.
Yeah. Again,
but he's a blue collar. I mean, he's got a full-time job, right? He's an electrician.
Yeah. Well, unless he gave his papers in when he got this job, you know. Yeah, I don't know.
He'd have to win the fight. I would not advise him to quit his job. It's good to have something to fall back on.
I agree, but you got to give him credit. It's a great story. You know?
Oh, it is. Yeah.
And again. The hard safe to crack is this Stevenson, because we just saw it. You don't want to get reckless, right? So what do? You wait in front a little bit, and what happens? Yeah, like you say, you get hit a 3-piece. Yeah. You know, you wait, and all of a sudden, the hand speed, he beats you to it. He puts a come in there. All right, now you start to come in, and he ain't there when you come in. That happens, and then that happens. That is where you have a problem. You know, Houston, I got a problem. That's where you got a problem.
Stevenson landing with authority. We're seeing the highlights.
And that's why I said what I said earlier when you fight Stevenson. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. You come in, boom, boom. You don't come in, bop, 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 bop. Difficult style and talent to decipher.
Not a hard fight to score.
No.
Got Shakur Stevenson up 3 rounds to zip.
And you're seeing one other thing that we touched on and that I made a point of before the first bell. There's a distinct talent level difference here.
Yeah.
And that's no knock on Padley.
Not at all.
You know, he's a game kid. You know, he's fundamentally pretty solid. He'll use the jab on the outside. Again, when he's at his best, what he likes to do is control the rhythm, which he can't do with this guy. He's not able to do that.
Did Chris Mannix score the opening round for Josh Padley?
Yeah.
He's just
he did.
Just being nice.
I don't know what he's doing.
I don't know. But I think Stevenson has won every minute of every round thus far.
Yeah, I agree. And again, there's the style. You come in, he steps out, he makes you reach, and then what happens next time? You're a little tentative about coming in.
Yeah.
Because when you came in, there was nothing there. There was just air.
Yeah, you're whiffing that air, and he's stinging you. Stinging you with very, very accurate shot. He is an economical puncher.
Yeah,
I have to imagine his connect rate is very high.
No, he don't waste. He don't waste. You know,
there's no throwaway punches with him.
Yeah, you know, your grandma, your mom would have loved him at the table, right? He didn't waste on.
Doesn't waste. Yeah, not a wasteful young man.
At the dinner table.
Very very seasoned, experienced
See
for
what he did there?
a 27-year-old.
That was beautiful. I hope we get a replay on that. He showed him a jab and then turned it to a hook. Stevenson did.
Yeah,
that's talent. That's technique. That's being taught. He's moving, you know, he's being smart that why be a southpaw if you can't behave like one? So he's moving to his right, you know, to the side that gives an orthodox fighter more problems, less of an angle to catch you, a better advantage of an angle for the southpaw moving to your right. Takes the jab away from the orthodox fighter.
Yeah, we haven't seen a jab from Padley.
There it is again. He threw, tried to be aggressive, and what did he get? He got air. So it makes you tentative, makes you start waiting, and then when you wait, you get beat to the punch. Again, you're not going to get a scintillate for the most part. You're not going to get, and I said this before the first bell. I mean, it's easier to say it after 3 bells, but I said it. His temperament is to be careful.
Yeah,
but it's gotten him here. The thing
got him a silver medal.
Listen, you're going to see
Got him the big promotional contract and the exposure on ESPN on his come up.
You know what I want to see?
3 world titles in 3 weight
100%.
classes.
Can't knock him. But what I want
you can't.
Fans will say he's boring these days, but he's smart.
He is.
But I gonna say that if there's greatness in him, you're gonna only see it when he's threatened. When he's threatened.
Right.
And when he thinks he's threatened. Otherwise, you're gonna see this. And that's going to be Tank Davis.
Tank Davis. That's the fight that has to happen.
If that fight happens, which I like to see, but if that fight happens...
Everyone wants to see that fight.
Then we're going to see... We're going to see not what's on the outside of Steven. We see that. A lot of talent. We see that. We see the shiny car in the car lot. With the white walls, with the metallic paint job, with everything.
Yeah.
But then you're going to get to open the hood. And you're going to see what's under the hood. And that's what people always want to see about a fighter. They wanted to see that about the great Sugar Ray Leonard.
Sure.
And I say great because he's one of the greatest fighters of any era.
Yeah.
He really is. And they wanted to see, and he lost. You know what got him the most praise? When he lost the first Duran fight.
Yeah.
Because he fought the wrong fight, probably, you could say. He fought the Duran fight, whatever you want to say. But he won in losing.
Yeah.
Because everyone knew he was talented. Everyone knew he had a great smile.
Yeah.
Everyone knew that he was the golden boy. Everyone knew that he was part of the greatest Olympic team of all time. 5 world champions, 5 gold medalists, and then 5 world champions, I think it was, from that Olympic team.
Yeah, 76
right,
games.
with the Spinks brothers, Howard Davis, Leo Randolph. So many great fighters. And they, like I said, they won world titles. The only one who didn't win one was the guy who actually won a Val Barker trophy in the Olympics for being the best boxer. And he didn't win a world title. That was Howard Davis.
Yep, that was Davis.
And he came close against Edwin Rosario, I thought.
Very close.
Yeah. So, at the end of the day, everyone knew that he was very talented, kind of like Stevenson. Everyone knew that Sugar Ray Leonard was fast. He was gifted, all of that. But they didn't know if he was their guy.
Yeah.
They didn't know if they could root for him. They didn't know if he was a fighter. He didn't earn their respect. Like, we know. It's almost like they thought he was spoiled.
Yeah.
That he was given too much God-given talent.
Well, and they moved him pretty quick.
Oh, very quick.
I remember that. Just like,
quick.
Wow, this
and
this guy was in the Olympics, is already fighting for a title.
Who else gets credit? From me?
Who?
De La Hoya.
Yeah, they moved him quick as well.
He was beating John Molina. I don't know how many fights. It was about
like
9
14 fights, maybe
10.
Yeah.
Whatever it was.
That was the start of 95. Fought 4 times that year. He was Fighter of the Year, 95.
I mean, he
but that was like his 3rd year in the sport.
But you know what I say? When you have that many amateur fights, and of course you won an Olympic, you can fight better fighters.
Sure. You've already been tested against the best in the world.
You don't have to wait that long.
Yeah.
So the point I'm making is nobody really gave the full credit to the great, again, I'm going to use the word great, Sugar Ray Leonard, until he fought Duran and he lost. Because there's the body work now.
Yeah.
If he stays in that work,
and Stevenson,
he's going to get rid of Padley.
He's digging to the body.
Yeah.
I think that's a smart move from Stevenson.
Yeah.
Now he's going to the head, and he's twisting the head of poor Josh Padley.
Yeah,
and Padley cannot hit him in the ass with a handful of rice, as the old-timers would say.
He's got complete control now.
Yeah.
If he continues with the flame at this temperature, he's going to stop Padley.
Yeah.
And probably to the body.
And if he's teeing off on Padley like this for the next 2 or 3 rounds, then I think it would behoove Padley's corner to stop it.
Yeah, I agree. But what's happening right now, obviously, he's going to the body real well. And then, of course, he's going to be able to come back up to the head.
And he's really digging to the body.
You kill the body, the head will follow, like the old timers. But he really went to work on that body. He used the jab, set up the left hand from the southpaw, and then again, Padley was in front of him, so he went to the body.
Padley's a sitting duck. But back to your point, you're absolutely correct about Leonard, even though it broke my heart, because Leonard was like a boyhood idol. Losing to Duran, people respected him. Everybody who criticized him stopped criticizing. I remember 100%. That. They stopped criticizing him.
The reason, again, for me, was before that he was just a talented guy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, in some ways, a guy that people were, I don't want to say jealous of, but people were like, well, he's got more talent than anybody.
Yeah.
You know, but
and he was making like a lot of money for that time. Yeah. They're like, did he really earn that?
But
has he paid his dues?
He should be doing more.
Yeah.
You know, I know he's talented. It was kind of like he's the spoiled kid.
Yeah.
He got more stuff than the other kids on the block.
Right.
You know what I mean? And nobody likes the kid that's got more stuff than the other kids on the block. But then, what does he do? He doesn't show just his talent. We knew he had talent. Everyone knew that. But now he showed his heart. Now he showed his grit. Now he showed that he could behave like a fighter, that in people's minds, they could now like him. They could now, you use the word respect him.
Yeah, but that's what it was.
They could now embrace him.
They saw that character.
Yeah.
And, it was a great 15-round fight.
No, he behaved like a fighter.
Yeah.
He did what the people wanted. I'm not saying you got to go take a beating or you got to lose. I'm not saying that. But you kind of got to earn the respect of the fans. You got, again.
I think they respected that he actually took the fight to a fearsome fighter, a fighter who'd already proven to be
but
great.
That's why they liked him better after that fight.
Exactly.
Well, I think this is going to stopped soon.
I'm not even bothering scoring these rounds, Teddy. I'm just watching the slaughter.
Well, it's either going to be stopped by the ref or the corner.
Yeah, I mean,
who's going to stop it first? The corner's going to stop it.
Often these corners are braver than the fighter, unfortunately.
Game kid, but he don't have to pop anyway.
No. But he needed to do something. So Padley had a little shoe shine to the body there that
and again,
Stevenson
what
turned his head and laughed at.
You lay back, Stevenson puts punches together. He used the hand speed. You come forward, he counters you. You're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't.
Yeah, and Stevenson is feeling in control and bold enough now to where he's walking forward.
He got caught a couple of shots there.
He did.
And one of his strengths, obviously, Stevenson's, is his defense.
But you think Tank Davis could be like the Roberto Duran for Shakur Stevenson?
That's why I brought it up.
Yeah.
I really do. I really do.
Yeah.
Because everyone knows. No one's going to argue and say, well, Stevenson ain't talented. Nobody's going to. But they're going to say.
Nobody's saying that.
What they are going to say is that he's the spoiled kid on the block. and you know what? I want to see.
He kind of has that look like a little spoiled kid, too.
A little
he's
bit.
cheeky. Yeah.
And I'm not knocking him.
Me neither.
I'm just doing my job.
Yeah.
And pointing out something that, people want to see. We know that the kid's got a lot of stuff. We want to see whether or not he's going to share.
Yeah.
And in sharing in this way, they mean go out there and engage.
Yeah.
Engage. Again, earn our love.
Yeah.
We already know you're fast, but are you a fighter?
Right.
Do you deserve our acknowledgement?
Yeah.
Our commitment to you.
We haven't seen that. We haven't seen him have to dig deep the way Leonard had to dig deep against Duran. Davis is probably that guy because Davis is a very underrated ring general. He's a tremendous athlete, got the speed.
Complete fighter, though.
He's a complete, yeah. Oh, no, and he knows when to turn it on.
Davis,
he will bide his time. He'll set traps.
Pound for pound,
and he's wired to where the moment never gets the better of him. It doesn't matter how big the event is. He's very comfortable in there. He's very comfortable under those lights. And to his credit, Shakur Stevenson seems that way as well, although he hasn't been in the type of events that Davis has been in.
Yeah, where the temperature has been turned up, real high.
Yeah.
But what?
And Davis has that power.
He's got the eraser.
Yeah, he really does. So.
But he can do everything, Davis. Here's the thing with Davis. He can be aggressive. He can go get you. He can fight in the trenches. He can counterpunch. He can set traps. He can use his legs. He can be patient.
Yeah.
He can gradually stalk you and walk you down.
You're right.
I mean,
it's fun to watch, even when he's taking his time. Davis, there's an intensity
100%.
to his fights. He's very compelling.
While he's doing all that, he's defensively responsible.
Mm-hmm.
See, there's the count. I think the most dangerous punch, I said this earlier, for the southpaw is the counter right hook. Because the orthodox fighter he's not used to seeing that punch come from that direction. It's hard for your peripheral to pick it up.
Right.
And I think right now, a good time to set a trap. because Padley's got to be a little desperate where he's going to, throw something, and maybe a jab, a little step back by Stevenson, and get Padley to bite a little bit, and then the counter right hook, which is hard to see. He tried it right there. See, now this is the kind of fight, again, I'm just being honest, where people are going to say, why didn't he take him out of there?
Right.
Why didn't he just, push the thermometer up? He's got it at about, 73 right now.
Yeah, maybe.
Right? Why didn't he push it up to 90? Just, why not? Why didn't he push it up to 85? And just get rid of a guy that the people watching feel he can get rid of. Just feel he can get rid of. And that he should.
Right.
Which is probably more important.
Yeah, that's the expectation for a fighter of his caliber. But, yeah, we're going to need to see him in there with the likes of Davis. That's not going to be an easy fight to make. But if not Davis, somebody else, maybe the guy from Mexico, William Zepeda, if he can get past Tevin Farmer, if he can look better against Farmer, who's an excellent, tough Philly veteran who gave him hell in their first fight. And we'll see what happens in the rematch.
I love Farmer.
Oh, yeah, no, he's one of my favorites.
Real veteran, complete fighter. Go get you. And
he was the right kind of boxer to give Zepeda, who is a pressure fighter, volume puncher with decent technique. Fits because he can actually stand there in the pocket with him.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
And then he countered
and Zepeda's wasn't used to that.
No, he gave him a taste of his medicine.
Yeah.
He fought fire.
Well, and actually, Zepeda hit the deck in that fight. So Zepeda's got something he's got to prove against Farmer. If he can do that, I suspect he can. That's a fight that needs to happen. That should be the next fight for Shakur Stevenson, because for as long as that fight lasts, Zepeda will make it interesting because of that pressure and because of that value. And because he's got heavy hands. They're damaging. And he's not going to get you out of there with one punch. But, the punches that land on the arms or the shoulders or whatever, they're hard. And he likes to go to the body. He mixes it up, body and head.
I was going to say, he's going to give you indigestion.
Yes, that's good. But we need to see that. We need to see somebody try to test the heart of Shakur Stevenson.
And the key with his forte, of course, Zepeda's forte, two things: pressure and body work.
Yeah.
Right? And then big punch numbers. Big
high volume.
Numbers. Big volume.
80, 90 punches per round.
And here's the guy who I call the face of boxing, Turkey Al-Sheikh.
Yeah, we just saw him on the screen there.
That in the last year and a half has changed really the trajectory of the sport by giving the fans the fights they wanted in the sport, the fights they needed. The top fights, best guys fighting best guys. But getting back to Zepeda, the potential of him instead of Tank, either one, fighting a guy like Shakur. The thing you like about Zepeda is that his forte is to go to the body. And when you fight a guy as elusive and as good defensively as Shakur, you want to go to the body.
Yeah.
You
got to take away those wheels.
Yeah, the wheels, and also, slow down the head movement. You bang the body, you paralyze the head movement. Again, the old timers, kill the body, the head's going to follow.
Right.
When a guy could be slipping like crazy and you're chasing the head, but if you instead go to the body, he's slipping and now you're hitting him because he's in front of you with the body. You're not missing. And now you hit him and you're not getting frustrated, which is part of Shakur's game. He wants to frustrate you.
Absolutely.
He wants to
he would be the first to admit that.
Yeah, he wants to make you miss and frustrate you, get you to be tentative, get you to be maybe angry, get you to be over anxious.
He looks for that and he loves it.
Yeah. So
that really motivates him when he starts to frustrate a guy. He feels more in control.
You take that dimension away when instead of chasing his head, you go to the body because the body don't move. The body's in front of you. The head's moving. And you start going to the body later on, the head will be available. And again, you're not playing into his hands. You're not doing the thing that he likes to do, frustrate you. Again, it just seems like it's all up to Stevenson.
Yeah.
Like if he wants to take him out. Like it's all up to him.
One thing Stevenson is doing is letting his hands go in close more than he had in previous rounds.
Yeah. But I mean, again, it's all.
Padley is still trying.
Game.
Yeah,
he's
he's got a lot of heart. And he didn't travel this far to lay down.
No. But he's.
I mean, and he's
still there. But the reason he's still there,
he's earning his money.
Part of it's his heart, his grit, his resiliency, his character. But also, I think it's fair to say part of it is Stevenson.
Yeah. Well, Stevenson is planting his feet and he's coming forward with these power shots.
He's winning every round, every second. But he's not, he's not taking it to the next step. When he catches them 3 punches and he's got them obviously shaken, he's not following that up with another 3 punches.
Right.
I used to say to the fighters in the gym, you got to be a builder. You go, you built the first floor, go build a second floor. Yeah. All right, coach, I built a second floor. The first combination is the first floor. Now put a second combination behind it if you can. All right, I did. All right, now go build a penthouse.
Right.
Now go build a third floor.
Yeah.
You got to do it responsibly. You can't just throw punches. But you throw 3, and now you make the defensive move. If he throws, he misses. Now go, if the opportunity is there, go build another floor.
Right.
Don't be satisfied with having, a 1-floor house. Get a duplex.
Yeah, Stevenson gives you that floor. He gives you the first floor, and then he steps away. I'm like,
yeah,
it's nice.
But you want to call
You want to
call the architect.
He's talented enough, and Padley isn't a threat where he could stay right there. He could stay in the pocket. He's talented enough to where he could block and slip whatever's coming back. If anything does happen to clip him, chances are it's not going to hurt him. This guy's not a puncher, and he's been beat up. He's been tenderized.
You want to call in the architect and say, listen, let me see those blueprints again. I asked you to add another floor here.
Yeah.
Why'd you make it a ranch house?
Yeah, right. Well, as one-sided as this fight has been, it is good to see, to be reminded of the skill, talent, and technique of Shakur Stevenson.
Yeah,
and he's
100%.
certainly, he's accurate.
But again,
he's like a cat.
Different
levels.
What?
He's playing with his prey.
Different levels of talent.
Yeah. But he needed. There we go. The body. Yeah, body. He needs to go right back down to the body.
Yeah.
Don't let this guy recover.
Well, you got a
needs
minute
to end this.
40 seconds left. Whatever.
Yeah,
you got enough time.
You don't like to see a cat sit there and torture a mouse.
No, I agree.
And cats will do it. They're nasty like that.
I agree.
Hey, get the body, kid. Come on, Shakur, back downstairs.
Yeah, now you only need 2 kinds of punches, body and uppercuts, because when Padley gets hit the body, he's leaning.
Now, Padley has lost every round, but he's won over the crowd.
And again, it's always, especially to finish a guy, it's the selection of punches. That's what makes good finishes. That, they throw and they step it up, but they select the right punches. Body and uppercut.
That body shot, I knew that he was going to go down from that.
Yeah.
Second time Padley's been down in this round. We're in round 9.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to get out of this round.
Well,
somebody needs to save Padley from himself. The corner is, right?
Well,
or is this
the corner? You wonder if the corner's going to step in.
It's brave corner.
So it's good.
I'd be feeling bad about my man right now. Oh.
But that was set up by the body work.
You see that was that right hook you were looking for, Teddy.
Yeah, and that was set up by a left hand to the body, and then he came up top.
Well, let's see it again, Shakur. I don't mean to be sadistic, but I do feel like Shakur needs to get this stoppage.
Yeah, it's sadistic maybe to keep torturing this kid.
Yeah, it is. Exactly. Well, if Padley gets out of this round, third time down in the round.
Yeah.
Padley pounds the canvas with his glove. He wants to keep going.
I think the ref should stop it.
Yeah, I could see Eddie Hearn walking over to tell somebody, hey, guys, let's do the right thing here. The bell rang. Let's see. I think they stopped it.
Yeah.
Shakur Stevenson has climbed up in a corner. I think he's getting some boos from the crowd.
Yeah, he is. But it's to our point, Doug. I mean, he was masterful. He showed his talent. But again, it's to the
whenever
point.
He lets his hands go, it's
to the
marvelous.
Point. The fans wanted to see him get rid of him earlier when they thought that he could, and more importantly than could. They thought he should.
Yeah.
They thought he should, and they know he's talented. They know he's got a great smile. He does.
There's a lot of potential there.
They know he won a silver medal.
Yeah.
They know he's a champion. They know all that. They want to know, is he a guy that they can commit to?
Yeah.
That they can say, yeah, I want to come watch him fight.
They need to see him commit before they commit. Yeah. Commit to your offense. Commit to getting this stoppage, and then maybe we'll commit to you, to watching you and becoming a Shakur Stevenson fan.
They want to see, is he a guy that can earn, just a commitment to him? Is he a guy that can earn a loyalty, to come put him on TV, to come out, to watch him?
Yeah.
That we know he's talented, but we also want to know, does he have the passion?
Yeah. I mean, listen, it's an honor to have a showcase like this, to be on a card like this, to get the kind of paydays that he's getting, and you want to live up to that. You want to say, yeah, I'm here because I'm a potential pound-for-pound level talent.
And a well-placed
But
left hand.
I'm also, I can entertain.
Well-placed shots here.
Yeah.
I mean, well-played.
Wonderful
And that's
body
part
shots.
of being a finisher. I was saying it earlier, right? That, you open up, but you got to open up with well-placed shots. And he showed the ability to do that. Left hand. First it was a right hook to the body earlier. Then a left hand to the body. Right around the solar plex area. So, again, selective.
The towel was thrown in. Yeah, yes. I'm glad.
And Shakur.
Padley had done enough.
Yeah, but here's the funny thing. Shakur is so calm in there. Of course, he's completely in control, right? He's got good eyes. Yeah. He pointed out the towel to the ref.
Oh, no, I bet you. He just has that hyper awareness that these special talents have, regardless of the sport. They all have that. They've got that radar.
Yeah.
And then he climbs up on the turnbuckle in the corner, and he got some boos. I think he got some applause too.
Yeah, he did. But he's chiding the crowd back a little bit. They're
likes
bowling,
that.
and he's giving it back a little bit. Playing with them a little bit.
Stevenson soaks it in, the applause and the boos, but congratulations to Shakur Stevenson. He's made another defense of his WBC lightweight title. Coming up next, we've got the heavyweights. We've got Joseph Parker versus Martin Bakole.
Buckle your seatbelts.
Yes, buckle your seatbelts. Earlier this week, the Ring Magazine podcast caught up with Joseph Parker.
Welcome to the Ring Magazine podcast. I am joined by the great Joseph Parker here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And Joe, you are do you have a residency here at this point?
Yes,
this is
I do.
Your fourth consecutive fight. Do they know you at the restaurants? What's going on?
You know what? It's always nice to come back to Saudi Arabia and see familiar faces. And I feel like with the fights that I've had here and the success, I've got a good support crew here and some of the locals. So it's nice to be back.
Do you does it get more comfortable every single time fighting in this environment, knowing kind of when the start time of these fights are, where you got to go to train? How much more comfortable do you get?
You get a lot more comfortable because you've done it, 3 times already, and this is the 4th time, and you're familiar. And we know that when we come here to Saudi Arabia, we fight late on the card. So now we have to adjust, we have to adapt, and we have to do this for the next, obviously, 2 weeks, although it's fight week now. So we have to do it for the rest of this week. But it's nice, it's familiar. And I think familiarity brings confidence as well.
What do you think of the way these fight cards have developed over the last year and a half, where a lot of these big fights have been coming to Saudi Arabia? A lot of these cards, including the ones you've been on, have been loaded from top to bottom. As a fighter, what do you think of that?
As a fighter, I think it's fantastic seeing all these mega fights that we probably wouldn't have seen happen. And now you're getting to see the best fight the best. And slowly by slowly, you're just pulling away the ones that are losing, and the best keep going on to having bigger fights. But I think for boxing, it's great for the fans, for the supporters, seeing all these big fights happen. It's like boxing coming way back in a great way.
And that's how you get new fans, right? Like, fans don't want to see A side versus Z side. They want to see A side versus A minus side. Like, that's how you get it. That's what other sports do, whether it's soccer, basketball in the US. UFC, frankly, does best versus the best a lot. Like, to me, that's the only way to rebuild boxing to a high level.
That is the only way. Like, you're right. You can't really see fighters who are the top 10 fighting the 100. You know what I mean? That's not good for the sport. The best need to fight the best, the top need to fight the top, and that's going to bring more eyes to the sport and more traction. And that's why boxing, like I said, I think boxing, it was down for a while, and now it's right back at the top again.
Through 103 years of history, we've seen it all. The unbeaten Marciano, the haymaking Foreman, the baddest man on the planet, the long-reigning Joe, the 8-division champ, and, of course, the GOAT. But we're not stopping here. We're ready for the next Muhammad Ali's, for the next undisputed champions, the next Liston jabs and Hagler Hearns rounds, the next Wilder knockouts and Douglas underdogs. We are ready for it all. The ring. The legacy continues.
Well, we do have to touch on the main event. Dimitri Bivol takes on Artur Beterbiev as a challenger this time, ahead of the rematch from the fight in October. I guess, what do you think going into this one? I don't think we'll ever see such a high-level sort of main event and high level between two fighters in fighting each other in such quick succession. How do you view Bivol going into this rematch with Beterbiev?
I think, the first fight was one of my favourite fights that I've watched up close. It was just two generational greats, two champions going for undisputed. We know from my reaction, I believe Dimitri Bivol won the fight. It was close, watching it back, but he still won the fight, in my opinion. And what aggravated me was that he didn't get really any respect on any three of the scorecards. For most people to be sitting ringside thinking Bivol won, and not one judge gives it to Dimitri Bivol out of three, and one gave it 116, 112 to Beterbiev. I just got, you can't score a fight based on aggression. You have to be landing, you have to be scoring. And for 9 rounds, Bivol dominated him, in my opinion. But he did lose 10, 11, 12. And that closed the gap of the fight. And he can't afford to close out like that again. And I think Beterbiev, I said going into the first fight, Beterbiev's like a ticking time bomb, right? You have to tick, 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 tick. And sooner or later, boom, that's when he lands or that's when he hurts you. And for 9 rounds, Dimitri slowed that clock down. Now he's got to do it for 12 rounds or he's got to hurt him. And I think Beterbiev will start faster. He'll speed up that clock to try and get to Dimitri Bivol earlier. And I think the more aggressive Beterbiev is, the more dangerous he is. But the easier it will be, probably, for Bivol, especially early on, to use his angles, to land his shots, to make him make mistakes. But it's another pure 50-50 fight.
Welcome back, everybody. We just saw a clip, an interview of Eddie Hearn, but here's the real thing. Better live in the flesh. Eddie Hearn, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
And give us your thoughts so far in this historic
crazy.
card.
I mean, honestly, after 2 fights, I was ready for bed. It was I was so tired. The Callum Smith-Buatsi fight was just an incredible,
breathtaking
start to the night. Unbelievable.
Maybe the fight of the night so far.
Yeah, and then of course Kabayel against Zhang. You know, Kabayel come out like a train. Zhang dropped him. Kabayel come back to stop Zhang. Madrimov against
Teddy called it, by the way.
Madrimov against Ortiz. A lot of people had that fight very close. I actually thought Ortiz deserved the victory for me.
But there are people out there who scored it for
listen, I'm Team Madrimov, of course, and I'd always back my guys, but I did think Virgil Ortiz deserved the victory tonight. I would say that Madrimov had acute bronchitis when he pulled out of the Bokacic fight. And he said tonight, after 4 or 5 rounds, you could see him gasping for air all the time. It's unusual for him because he's a really fit, strong guy. So, you know, that was a good fight as well. Hamza Shiraz against Adames. For me, Adames won that fight quite clearly. 2-3 rounds. And I felt like Shiraz could have done a little bit more in that fight.
He could have done a lot more. We had Sean Porter sitting here where you are, and he was saying throughout the fight, Shiraz is being lazy.
And I just feel like your shot at the WBC world title, you can't be leaving it in the ring and going home tonight saying, what could I have done? And, you know,
he had to realize he's the challenger.
Yeah.
He's the young guy.
Yeah.
He's the up-and-comer.
And he's got power. You know, every time he laid hands on Adames, it seemed to have an effect on him. Adames looked old at times as well. And I really feel like, I understand that Shiraz hurt his hand in the fight as well, etc. But, you know, an easy work for Shakur. Big respect to Josh Padley, who was incredible coming in at 3 days' notice. I think a star is born in him, but it's time for Shakur to get the big test now. I think this kid's got everything. His composure, his discipline, second to none.
I think that's what we talked about the whole time.
That's what they want to see. They know he's talented. They want to. I was saying earlier, you know, they already know that he's the car in the lot that's the greatest tires. It's got the white walls. It's got the metallic paint job. You know, it's shining, catches your eye. I want that car. What a beautiful car. It's time now to pick up the hood and find out, okay, what's underneath the hood.
But I think, Teddy, the only fight really that's going to do that is Gervonta Davis.
Yeah, I agree.
If you look at the division, listen, Zepeda's a good fight, but I don't see it being competitive with Shakur.
Tank Davis is the complete package. You know, he can be aggressive. He can counterpunch. He can set traps. He can use his legs. You know, he's defensively responsible while being aggressive. And he can punch like hell.
But he does lose rounds. Every time he seems to come back and have this stoppage, whether it's Frank Martin, even the Ryan... Yeah, of course. No, listen, he's phenomenal. And he's got extreme power. But I just feel like Shakur will win rounds against Gervonta Davis and has the discipline to do that for the distance. Can he hold off the power? It's a bit like Bivol Beterbiev tonight. You know that Bivol's got the discipline to win rounds against Beterbiev, but it's especially when he gets hold of him. It's when he starts it.
For me, what you're saying, to kind of piggyback off that, is that with let's say we have Shakur and Tank. With that, you want to get ahead in that fight. If you're Shakur, you want to get a lead. You know, kind of like a race. You want to get out in front, and you know the guy's coming on. But you want to have enough of a lead to be able to get to the finish line before him. And I think that's really what Eddie touched on. That's the kind of fight that Shakur would have to fight. Get a lead on him, and then use your defense, do what you got to do, and be able to get down the stretch.
Yeah. Listen, I think Zepeda should be the next fight. If Zepeda can separate himself from Tevin Farmer in this rematch, Zepeda can at least make it interesting. I think you have to favor Shakur Stevenson in that. But I can't think of a matchup, a bigger All-American matchup than Shakur Stevenson versus Tank Davis.
And listen, it's
featuring 2 U.S. fighters.
2 phenomenal fighters. I mean, what, the 2 3-division world champions?
Yeah, they're both. I mean, they're both 3-division threats.
And, you know, 2 young, amazing American fighters.
Both undefeated,
you want to make American boxing
champions.
great again.
Right.
That's the kind of fight that's going to do it.
Can it happen?
I don't know. You know, Gervonta Davis is like the last man standing of the people saying, you know, the renegade. I'm not going to Saudi. All these guys flying out there. It's like, I don't understand.
I don't understand.
We're all having the best time. We're seeing the best shows, the best fights. Fighters are getting the best opportunities. And now Canelo came, Crawford came, Usyk came, AJ. It's like, I don't understand the resistance. But, you know, I think they're both going to run out of guys to fight. And that's the fight for me.
Yeah. I agree. And we've got Michael Buffer. So you know we're at the co-featured bouts when Michael Buffer comes out to announce.
I'll tell you, fasten your seatbelts on this one.
I mean, listen, I would only have chose here to watch this rather than the front row. You know, this is
We're glad you came up here with us.
I'm so fascinated by this fight.
Yeah.
So fascinated
You know
by this
what I
fight.
find fascinating? I'm going to tell you right now. Obviously, Bakole can punch. We know that, right? He destroyed Anderson. He looked like George Foreman in that fight.
Yeah, like natural strength, arm punches
but it wasn't just the power.
damaging.
It wasn't just the power.
Oh, yeah.
He threw the right punches at the right time.
He did.
He just knew to throw the right
he was
punches
crafty.
at the right
But
time.
guys, hold on. Like, I know Martin Bakole. I've known him for years. Like, he lost to Michael Hunter at York Hall. He looked for a way out in that fight. Everybody's getting really high about these George Foreman comparisons.
Yeah.
He beat Jared Anderson, right? He beat Jared Anderson, and it's tough tonight because he's coming in off a day's notice. So,
I get it.
But
Anderson was a flawed guy who hadn't been tested
listen,
yet.
Bakole's dangerous. There's no doubt. But you know, and it's hard to really analyse tonight. But for 4 rounds or so, this is going to be a treacherous night for Joseph Parker.
Yeah.
And these guys have sparred. One of the reasons they took this fight is because clearly they like their chances following the spar. And Bakole sparred everybody. AJ, Usyk, Fury, everybody. He's a serious fighter. George Foreman, we'll see. But
that night.
Yeah, but that was just terrible matchmaking, putting Jared Anderson in with Martin Bakole. He just wasn't ready for that kind of step.
No, he wasn't. Obviously, he wasn't ready. But
There we go, big guy. Jumping over the top rope.
He had been showing flaws in fights against guys that were obviously lower-level guys, and he was getting away with those flaws. Pulling straight back, throwing an uppercut from too far away. And sometimes that's the worst thing with a young fighter. You're feeding them cannon fire. I hate to use that word, but you're giving them the right opponents, okay? And they're doing things wrong, but they're winning. So it's hard to tell them that, hey, you're doing something wrong, but I'm winning. And that's where a trainer, and it's hard, has to risk himself. We always talk about a fighter we want to see a fighter take risks. But that's where a trainer has to risk his job and say, listen, I know you won, but you did things wrong. And if you don't correct those things, there's going to be somebody you ain't going to win with because he's going to take advantage of those openings that this guy did not. Those flaws are there to be taken advantage of. You better correct them before you fight a better guy. Look, Bakole was in the right place at the right time with Eddie. I agree with Eddie. I get it. We want to see more. We want to see this. And we're going to see this. But I'll add one thing to it. In a fight, this is an old boxing phrase, but in a fight, when a guy is hurt, everyone, the old timers would say that's when he's most dangerous. When a guy is hurt, because that's when he's desperate, that's when he don't care. Here's the funny little twist on that. Bakole is going to be dangerous and desperate before he gets hurt. Going in, because he knows he's not in the best of shape. He knows, as Eddie said, that he's got 3 or 4 rounds to get it done. So this is a guy that kind of, you put him in a chamber. You put him in this chamber, and the chamber made him think he was hurt already. And now you're putting him there unhurt in the first round, and he's going to have the attitude of a guy who's hurt. The risk-taking of a guy who's hurt.
But do you think...
Damn, that's dangerous.
God, Teddy.
You got me excited, man.
But Teddy, if you're Martin Bakole and you know the engine isn't there because you haven't done the work...
You're going to go for broke.
Or...
You're going to slow it down.
Yeah. It's all very well saying, just go for broke.
No, I hear you. You're going to slow it down. You're going to try to slow it down, and you're going to try to stretch it out, and you're going to try to get a slow pace where you could get closer to the finish line. But that's where you're going to get picked apart. When you're slowing it down, you're doing that. A guy like Parker,
while we've slowed you down, Teddy, I'm told you're needed elsewhere.
Am I?
Oh,
yes, it was a pleasure. It was a pleasure.
Come on. Let him stay.
It would be fun to watch this entire fight with Eddie Hearn.
We're just getting warmed up.
I'll stay for a couple of rounds. Come on.
Can you stay?
Yeah, of course.
You're the boss.
Yeah, but they're not. Listen, neither of these guys are my fighters. If these were my fighters, I wouldn't even be up here in the first place.
Yeah, you'd have to be down on the floor.
I'm commentating with Doug Fisher and Teddy Atlas. This is a
315 pounds, by the way. One time he was 290. One time he was 299.
Yeah.
So he's 16 pounds over his heaviest weight.
I expected him to be heavy.
Yeah,
if I'm honest.
So. I agree.
There's talks in the camp, and I was with Frank Warren and Spencer Brown, who represents him. There has been talk that this guy has been in camp.
Yeah,
it's not just off the sofa.
When this article on him was written, it was in Scotland, and he was training. Not training hard, though, just shaking out.
But on top of it, if it's not bad enough that he took the fight on hours' notice, whatever
48
you want to call
hours.
it. Now, he had to come from the Congo.
Yeah.
Indirect.
With that English accent. Indirect. That's even worse. I mean, come on. Are you kidding me? They should have sent him FedEx. He would have got here better.
A giant box. But you talk to him, he's so loosey-goosey.
Yeah.
He's got this laid-back confidence.
Also,
it's like,
what people don't
doesn't bother
realise,
you, huh?
that 4 or 5 fights ago, less, this guy was dying for an opportunity, Ted. He couldn't get a fight.
Yeah.
Everyone's looking at him saying, why would I fight Martin Bakole from the Congo? And now all of a sudden he got a break with His Excellency, fought Takam. This was ages back on the Fury and Ngannou card. And then, destroyed him. His Excellency liked him, put him in another fight. Then he got the Jared Anderson fight.
Right.
And now he's here. I mean...
Was the Takam fight? Was that the turnaround?
Yeah,
or was it pairing up with the dude from Scotland?
Yeah, Billy Nelson. They've been with each other a while. But look, he's been in the gyms. Yeah. And everybody knows he can fight. He's had wars with AJ, wars with Usyk, wars with Fury.
Well, that's the point I was making with Anderson. I know that Anderson was flawed. We said that already. But he didn't just throw big punch. He threw him at the right time.
Timing.
Yeah, he did. And that shows you what you're talking about, that he knows how. Look, right now, I don't mean to be a wise guy, but are we going to see George Foreman or Butterbean? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being that candid.
It'll definitely be closer to Foreman.
Yeah, closer to Foreman.
Yeah. Parker's in great shape. This is a guy who kind of really got hold of his lifestyle a couple of years ago and really changed the direction of his career. Huge wins on a great run against, obviously, Deontay Wilder, Zhang, and now here, when his career looked like it was over when he got stopped by Joe Joyce.
Yeah.
Who's now gone the other way, and Parker is trained like a beast for this camp. He's super disciplined, but I think this fight is so mental as well, because all of a sudden you're fighting for the world heavyweight title. You've been dreaming about Daniel Dubois for 10, 11 weeks. And as much as it's difficult for Bakole to overcome that one-day notice, it's also difficult for this guy to get his head round. Why is this guy taking it?
Said that. I'll tell you why I'm so glad he said that, really. Because everyone looks at the obvious, the advantage of the guy who had full camp. Right? Everyone says, he's in shape. He had a full camp. But he had a full camp preparing for a whole different style. A whole different style. Everything he did every day for 2 months, maybe a little more, was to prepare for a different guy. And now he's got 48 hours to fight a guy that he had no preparation. Now the other guy, I know he's coming in not top shape. I know he's coming in with no camp. But he didn't prepare for a specific style, for 2 months.
Yeah.
Who's got the edge? In some ways, early on, he has the edge.
Yeah, Bakole.
He's huge.
Bakole. I mean, what size waist do you think that is?
I want to know what size his waist, what size waist his chest is, because those shorts are high.
Yeah, they are a little high. Yeah, and Parker's going to go to the body at some point, but not early because it's a little dangerous. Maybe the jab to the body, control range.
I mean, when you look back to the Zhang fight, Parker was sharp early, got dropped twice in that fight. I mean, Zhang's, we saw tonight, heavy hands.
Very. You were talking about how Parker turned it around and all this experience, and he's turned his career around. Part of that credit goes to Andy Lee, his trainer.
For sure.
I mean, this is a guy who was a junior middleweight champ of the world, an Olympian. He's a good teacher. You don't have a lot of
smart
teachers.
Guy.
Yeah. Well, you see what it's about right now, obviously. Parker knows the danger of the guy in front of him. And the guy in front of him is not going to get careless. He knows that gas tank's not completely on full. We know what he's not going to do. He's not going to come out like guns blazing, Bakole. We know that, at least right now. We know that. He's going to be more along the lines of what Eddie had suggested. That, I'm not going to waste all my petrol.
But I guess, Teddy, as well, if you're Parker, you can't afford to be too tentative. Can you? I mean, you all of a sudden we're talking about slowing the pace down right now.
Yeah.
As little camp Bakole has had, he can do 12 rounds here like this.
That's
right.
true.
Yeah. Parker needs to set the pace. but he's got to do so cautiously.
Yeah, and with the jab, where it's the safest punch, as long as you don't throw it from a little too close. You throw that jab from too close, you leave the window open for a right-hand counter against an orthodox fighter.
What do you say if you're Joseph Parker's trainer here going into this fight, especially in the early rounds?
Yeah, I say that I want to use a feint, and I'll tell you why. Because I want to see what he's about. Is he looking to counter me? You know, is he looking to lead with me? Or is he looking to counter me? I want to give him a little feint. If he's looking to counter me with a big shot, then I get it out of the way safely. And then I can safely do a little pot shotting, a little picking. I like that. I do a little picking on the outside. I want to pick a little bit on the outside. Don't get lulled into a false place where all of a sudden he comes at you fast and he catches you there, he catches you going back. But pick a little bit on the outside and then change range.
It's crazy because Parker's not a small man, and over the last couple of years he's actually put mass on.
Yeah, he's filled out.
You can see he's at a huge size.
See, there is the conundrum, and I'll tell you what that was. Yeah, you want to go to that soft-looking pillow that happens to be a body, and he did with the left hook, but you had to get close, and he almost got hit a right hand. See, that's the danger. Yeah, hey, come on, go to the body. Look at his body. And then what did he do? Parker went with the left hook to the body, and the right hand came right there.
Yeah.
That's the danger.
Yeah, Bakole's, he's got fast hands for such a big man.
Yeah, he does.
Not unlike Zhang, but I feel like Bakole's a little sneakier with those shots.
Watch this replay if they show it again. Left hook, right hand, right back.
Yeah.
That's why, to the fans out there, and I hear you, I can hear you thinking, saying, why is he not going to that soft underbelly? That's why. Because you got to get close to do it. And that means...
Concentration.
Yeah,
concentration is key.
It means there's a risk. More of a risk. Again, for me, for Parker, it's going to be on the outside with the jab, making sure that he understands the range. He's a little out of range, and if he gets in range, he better move his head and get off quick.
Do you worry about Bakole taking center of the ring and walking him down continuously? Are you okay with that for Parker? If you're in the corner, you're okay for him to use the outside of the ring?
No, I want him to use the outside, but I wouldn't mind every once in a while give an angle. You got a big guy that's got to be set on his feet to do anything. I mean, you don't need me to tell you that. If he's not set on his feet, I don't think this guy's taking ballet lessons anywhere, in secret. If you move on the sides, give him little angles, he's not going to adjust to you. He's not going to adjust too well.
Parker sitting down.
But do you want Parker doing this as well?
Picking spots, but you hold your breath while he does it if you're in the corner.
It's funny that when you talk about the comparisons and similarities between George Foreman, the old George Foreman threw shots. You just see the way that he actually throws his shots on the inside.
Right.
And you go back to like the Michael Moore stoppage. I was just watching that fight there. I was just watching Bakole there.
Teddy remembers that one.
But I actually just...
Thanks, Eddie.
Yeah, no problem.
I had to bring that up. Thanks.
See?
There's that uppercut.
The uppercut.
Oh, George was so good with that, especially the old George.
Hurt Parker there to the body.
He really destroyed Anderson with the uppercut. Yeah. He got Parker's attention there. He buzzed him. And I'll tell you how he's doing it. I'm going to tell you beyond the obvious. The obvious, he's throwing the uppercut, right? And the other guy's leaning in on him, so he's throwing the right punch. He's selecting the right punch. That shows you his IQ we were talking about, more than just a puncher. But he's moving his feet.
Oh, that was a nice right hand from Parker.
But watch
Made Bakole shake his head just a bit.
Watch Bakole move his feet, giving himself room to keep punching.
He's very good at that.
Very.
Down goes Bakole!
Yeah.
Woo!
Whoa.
The whole arena shook when he went down.
Wow.
It's over. This fight's over.
Yeah,
it doesn't look like he has his legs about
it's
him.
All over.
They stopped it!
Wow.
What a victory for Joseph Parker.
Huge win.
I know
it can't happen to a cooler guy, too.
The ref must have seen something.
Yeah.
But the legs were gone.
What a quick turnaround.
It was one shot, one right hand. I didn't like the spots where Parker was trading up because, and all of a sudden, Maybe Parker felt the power and the strength and thought, you know what, I can't just let this guy keep walking me down. I've got to hold my feet here.
You got to get respect.
Well, I remember my mentor, Coach D'Amato, used to say, you got a dangerous guy in front of you, get rid of him. You get a chance to get rid of him.
Get rid of him, yeah.
And Parker got
get
rid
him
of
before he gets you.
And you know what Parker likes to do? Kind of like what he did with Wilder. He loves to throw that overhand right.
Yes.
You know, and when he does that, I got to be honest, as a trainer, your heart is up here. because Eddie was such a, when he comes to do it, there's a risk that he could get caught coming to do it. But you know what? He's got confidence in that punch, and he lands it. He throws it at the right time.
You know the interesting thing that has to be analysed? I mean, I've got to be honest. I don't think really this guy should have been allowed to fight tonight, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
On many different maybe a commission thing. You know, you've got a guy, if that guy gets hurt tonight, you've had him travel across 2 flights to land at 3 o'clock on fight day.
Can't argue.
Right? But listen, it is what it is. We understand. It's heavyweights, there's no weight making. It's a different scenario.
Right.
The other thing you have to consider is the management decision to take that fight.
Yeah.
Because for years and years, Martin Bakole had no opportunities. Now, he's locked into Riyadh season. He had an IBF final eliminator coming up against F.A. Ajagba on May the 2nd at Times Square.
Correct.
That was to be the mandatory challenger to Daniel Dubois with a full camp, with a huge profile. Listen, the money was great.
And he was a huge favorite against F.A. Ajagba.
Let's see this here with the right hand. On top of
the head.
Yeah, that's why his
that's
legs
different. Yeah. Oh, look at him. He's wabbling. He's shaking.
I'm going to say this. In
the
some
legs
ways,
are jello. My goodness.
That has become the Sunday punch for Parker.
Yeah.
He was using that same kind of punch with Wilder. And I got to be honest, every time he drew with Wilder, I was like, is he going to get caught while he's throwing it? But he knew what he was doing. He's got a lot of confidence in that punch.
Just took the legs away.
We know the camp wasn't really in existence.
Yeah.
But Freddie, as a trainer, you got your guy who's number 3 in the world at heavyweight. Are you letting him get on a plane?
I don't want to make anyone look bad.
No, but listen. Right now,
probably not, right?
No.
Listen, the money's the money, and it's going to change the guy's life, and we know that's what it's all about in boxing, really. But I don't know. I just feel like.
Yeah, what's the next step?
Well, listen, he's out of the... I believe there was conversations to still allow the fight with Ajagba, but certainly the IBF will not allow that as a final eliminator, coming off a defeat and fighting for the WBO interim world title. If he can stay on that card, great, but, the reality is he just got stopped in the 2nd round, or whatever round it was, against Joseph Parker with it wasn't like he got hit with a huge... 3-punch combination,
flush on a spot on top of that.
Yeah, I know, but still, for the general punter, right? We know that shot can do that to anybody. These people out there are looking at that. The people at home going,
that's true.
Right? They're like, "What's the hype about?"
Yeah,
like,
it's serious.
This guy was the boogeyman.
Exactly.
And look at this. Look at this headline right here. Who needs him?
This game can change very fast.
Yeah, probably everybody now. I'm sure Jared Anderson's like, I want that rematch.
We have to give him the respect still for making the trip. But I do question.
Yeah, 100%.
I question when you've built up the way he's built up with the opportunities that are now in front of him. Was that the right thing to do? I have to be honest.
Again, when he landed, it's not always about the power of the punch. It's about the delivery of the punch, the timing, when you throw it. Give Parker credit.
Oh, for sure.
Bakole was throwing the right hand. Parker stepped right in. He knew he would be coming closer to him. So he had a chance to step in and avoid that right hand and at the same time throw the right hand of his own. He did that. He did it beautifully. I know at the end most people are just going to see he landed a punch on top of the head and the guy crumbled. But there was a science to it. There was a understanding of
and there was a bravery to it.
Yeah,
he held his feet.
Yeah.
Guys, I've got the small matter of an undisputed world championship fight.
You do.
It was an absolute pleasure. I won't give up my day job, but I enjoyed it.
Tonight. Now, you're a natural.
Good job. Thank you,
Good job, Eddie. Thank you.
I wouldn't give up his day job only because it pays so damn well.
Yeah.
I mean, he does good at this.
Promoters make more money than commentators,
he's a natural,
for sure.
Quite honestly, Eddie is a natural talker.
Yes, he is. No, he's got charisma. In a way, he kind of reminds me, he's like Don King if Don King was like a pop star. Like a British pop star, Yeah. He's got the work ethic, but he can hold court. The camera likes him.
Again, what I like about Parker, I don't know if we're going to see another replay on the way out, but what I liked about Parker was, it was the same punch he was using with Wilder. Yep. When you got a little nervous that he was using it, quite frankly. But he stepped in with it, that little bit of a loop on it, on top of the head. But he took, to Eddie's point, he took the risk. He believed in his skill. He believed in his timing. And he took the risk of when Bakole was throwing the right hand, that he could slip a little to his left, avoid the right hand, and take advantage of Bakole coming close where he could catch him with his own right hand. And if you catch a guy in midstream, and he did, he caught him in midstream, as he's throwing, you're going to have more effect because the guy don't see it.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, the last thing that Bakole, if you did an interview with him right now, the last thing he saw in his mind was he was throwing a right hand that he thought was going to land on Parker.
Yeah.
He never saw what was coming back.
No, that's part of the discombobulation.
And he hit him in a bad spot.
Yeah, and he was absolutely bewildered even when he got to his feet. So I won't criticize the referee's stoppage. As you said, the referee was closer. He could look into the eyes, and I'm sure the equilibrium was scrambled. And it's great to see Joseph Parker here. He's doing the post-fight interview with Chris Mannix of DAZN. I think he just gave props to Andy Lee, which you did earlier, and I'm glad you did because just like Joseph Parker, Andy Lee, just one of the nice guys in boxing. 100%. Just a lovely, lovely human being. And you got to figure his next fight is going to be a title fight. I don't know if it's a showdown with Daniel Dubois or if Alexander Usyk wants to stick around. And there are those who believe that he won't fight again. I think there was a recent interview, and Alexander Usyk said 2 more fights. Well, if he fights twice more, Joseph Parker, that's somebody new, and that's definitely a heavyweight contender and a former world title holder who's earned his shot.
And again, Parker is a guy that's easier to root for. He's a humble guy. He's earned his right to be here. I mean, he really has. I mean, he's fought everybody. Look at that. Just look at the resume.
Oh, yeah.
He's fought everybody.
Nobody missing from that resume.
Oh, my God. He's so experienced. And, you could probably
he's still relatively young, too.
You could make the analogy that he's kind of like, there's an old one, but like a good wine.
Yeah.
He's gotten
better. He's aging like a fine wine.
He's gotten better. And a lot of that, again, back to Andy Lee. He made a point in the ring. I was there for the workout, the public workout the other night. And when they interviewed him in the ring after the workout, they asked him, what has Andy Lee done for you? What have you learned from him? He goes, you know what? I didn't understand what Andy Lee was teaching me. It took a while. I understand.
He's
it
honest
now.
about that. Yeah.
He said, I didn't understand what he was trying to get me to do and what he was teaching me and what he was working on with me. It took a while. I understand it now. I understand the value of him, and I understand what it was and why he wanted me to do this. And, he was saying basically I'm a better fighter now because of that. So
he is.
And he is. He is like that fine wine.
That fine wine.
That has gotten, you like wine?
I do, and you know who else is an older fighter, but he's fighting like he's in his prime, is the undisputed light heavyweight champion, and I can't believe this, Teddy. We finally made it to the main event.
We got there.
And the Ring Magazine podcast caught up with both the champion, Artur Beterbiev, and the challenger, Dmitry Bivol, and we're going to hear from them now.
"40 years old." You don't even like that. Do you like being 40? Is that okay with you?
I'm okay, but I forget about it.
Did you celebrate your birthday at all?
No, I have to training that day.
Yeah. When you were younger, when you got into boxing, did you think you would be boxing still at age 40?
No. Even like 5 years ago, I don't think. But I never come in my mind to stop. Like couple of years. But it's still I don't want to stop, like continue. If everything good, like health, everything, let's continue.
You say if everything's good with health, but you've had so many injuries over the last 5 years. Why do you stay in the gym? Why do you keep fighting?
I don't know. First of all, I like my job. Let's say job, because boxing is my job. Like when I turned professional, it's like since that time it's my job. And I don't know. I enjoy to do training. I'm more enjoying to be in gym instead of fighting.
You enjoy being in the gym. I heard you say recently that you don't like punching people. Is that true?
Not punching people. I don't like boxing. I mean, because I don't know. I like what I do, but I don't really like boxing. Like, you know, it's not good sport like for people.
What do you mean?
You know, there is punching. They hurt to try to hurt each other. You know, it's not nice sport.
So you don't watch boxing when you're not fighting?
If not like really interesting fight, like no. I prefer to. For example, I have 7 days per week, you know, and one day they have day off for Sunday, for example. If someone is invite me to a boxing show, of course I don't want to go there. Only one day I have free off, and I don't want to spend this day for boxing.
Do you like it when your family watches you fight?
Oh, they don't have another choice. They have to watch, because I don't, you know, it's hard to watch, I think, than do boxing, you know.
Do you like it when they're there watching you, or would you rather them watch you on television?
For example, my mom never been my boxing show, you know, never came to boxing show because she don't like it. she has right away like blood pressure, like it's go up.
Never once watched your fights?
No, but they after fight they watched.
We've seen champions making history. Now it's your turn. Subscribe to The Ring and join the legacy.
Huge fight, huge rematch this weekend against Artur Beterbiev. I remember talking to you during the week before the first fight, and you told me you were looking forward to seeing what it would be like to fight somebody like him.
Yeah, I remember.
So what was it like?
Yeah, it's very you have to be focused each second to fighting against guys like Beterbiev, and generally I like how I handle everything mentally to that fight, and how I was controlling most of the time the process in the ring in my head. I like, but at the same time I don't like what I did to win this fight. You know, I didn't do enough.
So he's a big puncher. The first time he punched you, the first time he hit you clean, did it feel heavier than other boxers you faced before?
No, I didn't feel that it was heavier than other boxers. I remember I first time I got maybe right hand from him, and it was not nice feelings. Yeah, of course, when you are missing, when you are getting punched, but strong, but not stronger than anybody else whom I thought like the heavy punchers also, like Pascal or or Joe Smith, but he doesn't put too much efforts to reach this power. His native power. Just throwing punches, and it's hard.
Through 103 years of history, we've seen it all. The unbeaten Marciano, the haymaking Foreman, the baddest man on the planet, the long-reigning Joe, the 8-division champ, and, of course, the GOAT. But we're not stopping here. We're ready for the next Muhammad Ali's, for the next undisputed champions, the next Liston jabs and Hagler Hearns rounds, the next Wilder knockouts and Douglas underdogs. We are ready for it all. The ring, the legacy continues.
Welcome to the Ring Podcast.
I do this job not like someone asked me to do this. I do this job by myself. I want to do this.
Good. This is the greatest fight card there's ever been in the sport. It's not, nothing comes close.
Those fights or those losses are actually lessons.
Like, I would love for the fight to happen. I would love to make the fight. It just seemed like he's very scared.
I'm trying to move forward. I'm not a lone person in this world who has losses.
Well, Beterbiev, he's got a boat lock, I think. He's one of those guys where I don't know that Father Time could even get in his door.
I think my dad really instilled it into me. My dad was always tough on me, with you can call it tough love or whatever, but he built me this way.
And that's just how I am. It's not rehearsed or thought about. I'm like this, because I always say after boxing, you gotta go back to your loved ones and your people.
Welcome back. We are back. This is Teddy Atlas. He's a Hall of Famer. He's in the Hall of Fame as a trainer. Probably deserves to be there as a broadcaster as well, veteran commentator. It's been an honor and a pleasure for me, Doug Fisher, editor-in-chief of Ring Magazine, to share this card, this viewing experience and all these wonderful guests that we've had. And I don't know if you guys can hear this, but they're playing Sweet Caroline.
Great.
So that tells me that we've made it to the final crescendo, the main event, the undisputed light heavyweight championship, the rematch between Artur Beterbiev and Dmitry Bivol. And once again, we're talking about a 50-50 matchup here.
With my family, we changed a little bit of the words. What a beautiful. The setting, the crowd, what's in the air, the excitement, the passion in the air. Great card. And then you got Sweet Caroline.
Yeah.
And you
got this crowd. It's filled in. The arena's filled in, and they're singing along.
Just a feeling.
And we're not in London. We're not in Manchester.
Usually you get it in the UK.
This is great. Yeah.
And it's like being at a soccer game.
Yeah.
Where they're singing songs. Listen to this. If that doesn't get you going,
I'm loving it.
You're half dead. And
I'm still living, man, and I'm feeling good.
And I'm
feeling blessed.
I'm gonna tell you how my family sings this.
They sing it.
They sing it like right. I'm gonna say right. You ready? Sweet Adeline. Whoa, whoa, whoa. My granddaughter.
Oh, Adeline.
She's
I love
19 months old.
Oh, wonderful.
Sweet Adeline. It works.
Yep. This is great.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. And you know what the greatest thing in the world was? I've been blessed. I have 2 beautiful children, 4 beautiful grandchildren. I really am blessed.
You got 4 grandchildren?
Yeah, I really am blessed.
No, that's a blessing.
All these trips, my son has been with me.
Yep.
That's a blessing to share that.
Absolutely.
He's here now.
Oh, yeah.
To share these experiences with him. But one of them, the one in London, in Wembley Stadium, for the record, 98,000 people, Dubois and Joshua.
I was there, September.
Yeah. That one, my daughter, my beautiful daughter Nicole, came up to me and said, Dad, for this one, can I go? I've always wanted to go to London, and I've always wanted to be at Wembley with you during a fight.
Oh, really? That's beautiful.
And there we are, literally second row from the ring.
Yep.
And I'm sitting there, and there's 98,000 people there.
Yeah, under this night sky.
And they're singing this song.
Yeah.
And what do you think happens? All of a sudden, my daughter's hand goes on my hand.
Oh, wow.
You want to cry.
Yeah.
And like...
Yeah, because these are the moments, that you remember.
Here we are, Dad.
Yeah.
We're together.
We're experiencing this, yeah. You know what? The great thing is there's going to be more nights like that. In London, in Wembley, during the break, His Excellency was being interviewed. And he was talking about what's coming up. He was talking about, in April, the showdown, the bad blood feud between Chris Eubank Jr. and Conor Benn.
Huge.
Maybe
huge
in UK. I mean, their fathers were special enough that if you were a hardcore fan, as I was in the late 80s and early 90s, you knew who they were. Definitely Nigel Benn, because he was fighting as a contender and even a world title holder in the United States. But Chris Eubank Sr., because, man, that dude was peculiar. He was a unique character, and actually he turned pro in the United States. He was maybe his first 3 or 4 fights was in Atlantic City. Trained at Gleason's.
Yeah, he did.
Gleason's gym.
I know Chris very well.
Yeah.
And,
special dude.
Yeah, very.
He's
very
an original.
Smart, very smart.
Oh, yeah. Well, and his son is as well.
And a natural promoter.
Yeah.
He understood the business side. He understood, how to promote a fight or an event. But what I was going to say...
Knows how to be polarizing.
His son has that part.
He does.
His son knows how to be the bad guy. His son knows how to be, the promoter, how to get the fans, how to make money, how to, get the fans into it and want to see him and want to see him be the antagonist.
Sure.
And again, he's inherited that from his father.
You're either rooting for him or you're hoping he gets knocked out. And I know Nigel Benn had a legion of fans, and Conor's got fans. And Conor is a chip off the old block because he's just a fighter. He wants to get into it. He runs on passion, and he's a passionate fighter. And we'll see how he carries the weight at middleweight. The fight's taking place at middleweight, and Conor is a welterweight.
Look, that's a big part of it, the weight.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that.
That's why it didn't happen sooner.
But I love the style of Benn.
Oh, man, he's fun to watch.
He's an offensive fighter. He's a fighter who wants to get to you. He's technically sound. He's a guy that, he's going to be fan friendly. I mean, I use the same word. He's a good offensive fighter. He's traditional. He's more traditional. The other, of course, Eubank is less traditional. He's not standard. He's awkward. He wants to live on the outside. He wants to counterpunch. He wants to frustrate you. He wants to move a little bit, bap, catch you coming in a little.
Yeah, he's good at it.
And he's going to have a guy, it really will be a little bit of a bull and matador. A little bit. I mean, Benn's going to come at you responsibly with pressure. He's not going to just come in like a complete bull. But he's going to come.
Yeah.
He's going to bring it. And Eubank's going to look to catch him coming in. He's going to look to taunt him. He's going to look, as we talked about, to get him mad, to frustrate him.
Yeah.
And
he likes doing that.
If you can get a fighter mad, you got him beat. If you can get a fighter frustrated, you got him beat. Because now he's not thinking. I mean, if you could get a fighter to sign a contract, I'm going to get mad. You want him to do that.
Yeah, you've won half the battle.
Yeah, because he's going to get reckless. He's not going to think. It's still a thinking man's game.
Yeah.
And one thing about Eubank, he's always thinking. Always thinking. It's going to be I love this style contrast.
And I think this is a stadium fight. We were talking about stadium fights in England. This is Tottenham.
Yeah.
Tottenham,
80,000.
Wow.
And it's going to be full.
Only in England you get these stadium fights on the regular.
It's incredible. You know what I say about England? Where else are you going to put 98,000 people? It's the Joshua and Dubois, I get it. But where are you going to get loyal fans, those kind of fans, passionate, and they're going to sing Sweet Caroline too. But where are you going to get 98,000 of them to come out for a fight? But you know what? With the UK, and I've always said this, you could have one of those guys, Joshua, or one of their favorite guys, fight the doorman from the King's Arms, and you're going to get 60,000.
Yeah, exactly. And we've seen that.
Because the fans
they're fighting fringe contenders. They're a 10-1 favorite, and they're getting 50 to 60,000.
Fans are just so loyal. They go with the history of the sport, with England.
Yeah, they do.
And they're passionate. They come out.
Yeah.
You know, I joke around.
And you know what? They've got a good amateur system, and they have a system where in like every region, not just city by city, but every like part of the city, they'll have like a youth club where boxing is practiced, or they'll have a boxing club, an amateur program, and these fighters, whether they have national class potential or world class potential, they are brought up as far as they can go, and every step of the way, they've got the locals. It builds from there. It's grassroots, really. They still have. He used to be that way in America.
And there's one other advantage.
Yeah.
I joke with them with my podcast, and I love them.
Yeah.
And we go back and forth. Yeah. And I always say, you don't have all the other options that America has.
Yeah.
You don't have the basketball. You don't have the LeBron James and the Tom Brady's and the Tiger Woods.
You got soccer and you got darts.
Yeah, and snooker.
Snooker. Yeah, there you go.
You know.
Boxing right up there with the soccer,
and that's
which is
one
great.
of the reasons why you can build up a fighter where they can identify with that fight.
Oh, a lot of times the fighter gets connected with the football club of the area.
And again, you can identify the audience with the fighter. But it's hard to do that in America where you have all these other options, all these other stars, all these other sports. So you can. I always say, when I die, I want to come back as Eddie Hearn or Frank Warren. I'm going to make a lot of money.
Yeah.
Because the fans are going to make me a lot of money.
You build a fighter and they will come, and you put on the right fights, and they're going to support it. They're going to support the business. They're going to support the sport. And here we have Dmitry Bivol is making us walk in. And doesn't he look like a man on a mission?
I'm picking him to win. And look,
are you really? I mean, doesn't he? He has this energy all week.
Listen, he could get caught. He could get a lot of things can happen. He's fighting the boogeyman, so a lot of things can happen. But I'm going to tell you can make an argument on both sides. I don't know if you noticed, he got thicker. He's been on a weight program. It's not an accident. He wants to have a little bit more.
In those shots.
More to slow the man down.
Yeah.
A little more. Now, that is walking a tightrope there, because you might have a little more in your shot, but if you stay there too invested in that, the other guy has a chance to come back.
Of course.
So his first time, he threw a lot of nice combinations, and then he got out. He was in control of the rhythm of the fight early on. I thought Beterbiev won it in the championship rounds.
No argument. No argument
where
there.
The pressure finally slowed down Bivol a little bit, and the body.
Yeah.
Where he got to the body, and it made Bivol cooperate with him.
Yes.
It made his legs not listen to him.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what was that old it was the great comedian, what was it? What the heck was his name? The great comedian, he wound up having that terrible accident where he got burnt. Richard Pryor.
Of course.
Great. I love Richard Pryor. And he used to say...
That was no accident. He did that to himself. May he rest in peace.
No, God bless him. But what a great talent.
Yeah.
What a great comedian. And I'll never forget one of the things when he was saying they were joking around and he was fooling around and slap boxing with Ali a little bit.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden he said, legs don't fail me now. And that was kind of what happened to Bivol. His legs failed him because the body made it fail him.
Yeah.
It made him cooperate in a way that he didn't want to cooperate, where he gave up the geography that he knew he shouldn't give up, the inside. He stayed there too long. Because of the body, because of the pressure, it finally got to him. It took 10 rounds to get to him, but it got to him.
Right.
I think you can make an argument in this rematch for both guys to be better. Where am I making an argument with Beterbiev? He had knee surgery the first time.
Right.
He didn't have maybe optimal time to both rehab that knee and then get in top shape.
Yeah, maybe he's thinking about that during camp where I can't go all out. I can't jeopardize his fight.
He's had optimal time.
Right.
So maybe he's even better. But maybe that guy who never has lost anyone, knocks on his door. Father Time.
Right.
You never know when that guy's going to knock on the door. Although with Beterbiev, I think he has a bolt. You know what I mean? I think Father Time would be afraid to knock on the door.
A little bit intimidated.
A little bit. But that is one of the things in the air as a X factor, an intangible setting this fight up, which I'm trying to set up right now for the fans out there. Now, where could Bivol be better? He can be better in this way. He was a world champion going in. He was undefeated going in. He had the pedigree of the amateurs, like Beterbiev going in. He had all that. He had a belief, of course, that he was going to win, that he was ready for this fight. But let me tell you where the difference is. He had never been in with the boogeyman.
Right.
Until you're in there with the boogeyman, you don't know if you can handle the boogeyman. Yeah. I don't care how much amateur background, how you got world titles. I don't care. Until you're in there with the real boogeyman, you're not sure if you can exist in that place with the boogie. He knows he can now.
Yeah.
That knowledge. In other words, what I like to say is he had questions that were not answered going into that. Those questions have been answered.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you can
tell. Yes, I can go in there with the boogie. And you know what? That's going to make him better. That's going to make him.
I tell you what, it's strengthened his resolve. I feel like he had confidence going into the first fight, but now he's exuding it.
I agree.
With every interview, every time I see him, and he and his camp, his people who stayed at the hotel that I'm staying at, he just has like an aura. I can't explain it. I know that sounds hippy-dippy, but
I agree.
And he has it,
because
and there's real conviction. He's just like,
he feels,
I was right there. I just need to, just a little bit.
He feels like he got the answers to questions he didn't have. Mm-hmm. That's it for me.
Yeah.
And I think there's no mistake why he put that bulk on, why he put that muscle on. Part of it is here. He wants to feel stronger. I'm in there with the strong guy. I want to feel stronger.
Yeah.
And I want my punches, instead of being this, pop, 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 I want them to be pop, 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 where it slows down the boogeyman. It slows down this mission, this guy who's always on a mission to get to you.
Yeah.
It slows him down a little bit. One thing, we should never make a mistake, and I hope everyone learned that. Beterbiev is more than just a seek and destroy guy. He's more than that. He's more than just a puncher. He's more than just a puncher who's aggressive.
He's a technician.
He uses his jab.
Yeah.
His legs are always under him.
His balance is great.
Sometimes if he doesn't feel right about the opening, he uses legs to move off to the side a little bit. I mean, there's a lot. He wouldn't be this great if he was only aggressive and a puncher.
For sure.
But Bivol knows that now.
Yeah.
And for me, before this first bell, I'm going to tell you where I think the fight really, for me, this is the most important part of my breakdown. I thought in the first fight, Bivol was winning the early rounds, getting the tempo, getting the pace, getting the rhythm he wanted. And what was it? Again, I talk about geography. He wanted to control the outside, Beterbiev wanted the inside. Whoever controlled the geography of their skill sets is going to have a chance to win the fight. He's on the outside. He's doing beautiful. I mean, it was boxing 101.
Yeah.
Sweet side. Pop, pop, pop. Get out. Pop, pop, pop.
Man,
move to the side.
So
Get
fluid,
angle.
too, his movements. I
and
love
what
it.
happened?
Yeah.
7th round. Bear with me.
Yeah.
7th round. He's winning the round. He's almost dominating the round. And he's got momentum. It looks like he's going to continue that momentum. And it's getting to the point where Beterbiev's got to change that momentum. And what happens? He's got his spot, winning the round, winning it nice. He throws a combination, and instead of 4 punches, he threw 5. In the middle of the 5th, bop! Beterbiev times him. Again, more than just a seek and destroy guy.
Yeah.
This.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he's smart.
He times him. He hurts him. He takes the round. The round went down the toilet. All that beautiful work went right down the toilet. Yep. It changed everything. So what am I saying? Bivol has to make sure he doesn't throw that one too many.
Right.
He's got to watch an old show.
He's right. He's walking a tightrope.
You ever watched a show called Gunsmoke?
I remember it.
He's got to watch that. Where the sheriff used to say, you got to be out of town by noon.
Right.
He's got to make sure he's out of town by noon.
Yeah, absolutely.
Otherwise, the sheriff's coming to get him.
Now, here we are. First round. Round 1.
His attitude
the
is
bell
different
has
already.
rung. The rematch is on.
And it's going to be about the jabs early. And different kinds of jabs. You know, the faster, the quicker. The jab that's easier to notice is going to be Bivol. And he's probably going to throw more often. But the jab that's hard, that's straight, that's accurate, that's discombobulating, it's going to be Beterbiev.
You know, I thought at some point, and I thought it was going to happen over the first half of the fight, I thought Bivol, because he's such a clean and accurate puncher, would land something right down the pike, right on the point of the chin, and stun, wobble, stagger Artur Beterbiev. And that moment never happened.
No, you know what Beterbiev does too? And it's a real simple, almost too simple thing, but it's art. It really is. It's part of sweet science. He'll get you set up with the jab, where you're timing the jab, where you see the jab keeps coming, like a throwaway punch. See what he's doing? Throw away, up, down. He keeps, and then all of a sudden, one time he'll do this. Boom! The right hand will be right behind it, where you don't see it, and it splits the guard.
Yeah, we've seen him do that so many times against so many different styles.
Again, it's all about the jab right now, both guys. Because if one guy don't jab in the middle of the ring, and that's where they are, in the center of the ring right now on the outside, the other guy's going to take charge. Both guys know that. They're looking to use that jab to control their spaces. Beterbiev's looking to use it to slowly take space away. Obviously, we know where he wants to go. It's not a secret. He wants to go in. So he's going to use the jab to do that. Beterbiev's going to use that jab, the quicker jab, the snappier jab, to keep him out. And to hope that he comes in reckless where he can do that. Break off some combinations, break off some counter punches, and then get out of dodge, like the sheriff said, before 12 noon. Now, before anybody gets crazy here, it's a close round, by the way.
Yeah.
All jabs, really close. But before anyone gets crazy, I think Bivol's going to wind up probably having a little edge. Little quicker hands, controlling the space he wants, pot shotting.
Yeah.
Making Beterbiev, who needs to be set to punch, making him move his feet a little bit, not be set. But here's the thing. Beterbiev's a bit of a slow starter. It takes him a little time to get that engine going. Not a lot done here, but a little edge, I would say, maybe, to Beterbiev. To Bivol.
Yeah.
You agree with me?
Yeah, I do. Very close. Very close, though.
Look, nothing.
I like the 1-2s.
Nothing
that
to
Bivol
really,
was risking early.
Yeah, nothing to really differentiate. Nothing to say, oh, yeah. But I thought just a little edge.
Nice, quick, pesky jab from Beterbiev and rights to the body as he's walking Bivol down.
Well,
seemed like Bivol was putting a little bit more on his jab and then risking those the 1-2 combinations and the right kind of around the guard.
Well, again,
but very, very close.
Different intention and mentality with both guys' jab. They're both going to jab, but different intent. The intent for Bivol is to set up combinations, to set up counter opportunities, to control space, to make it difficult for Beterbiev to close ground. Beterbiev, the purpose behind his jab is to close ground, to put pressure, to, as I said earlier, to boil that water. To keep pressure. Pressure breaks pipes. It breaks people. Keep applying pressure. Pressure's like putting your money in a CD in the bank. You get interest. You're not going to see the money right away, but 6 months later, you get a little interest. 6 rounds later, you start getting a little interest with that pressure.
I could be wrong, but it looks like Beterbiev has stepped it up just a little bit.
No, you're not wrong.
Not too much, but,
Now it's going to be up to how does Bivol respond to it?
Yeah, it's just a slight increase in the pace.
And then,
nothing desperate, nothing reckless from Beterbiev.
And here's my question now: Is this the time and the preparation that Bivol put into camp to put on that little bit of extra muscle, that he feels he's going to have to throw something a little more significant to slow this freight train down. Just like that, a little harder, a little more significant.
That's what I'm looking for.
Again,
looking to see if Bivol can hurt or even just momentarily stun Beterbiev.
Again, can he, I hate to just say gain his respect, but, can he throw something telling enough to slow this juggernaut-type guy down without lending himself to a position he doesn't want to, without putting himself in peril by sitting down too much on a punch when something comes back at him while he's there. That was a nice little pot shot with the right hand.
Yeah, right hand pot shot, and then he got out of dodge.
Yeah, he did.
Punched on the fly.
Yeah, he knows what the sheriff told him. Get out by noon. And that's what he's doing right now. Even though he's moving around, he's picking spots now, it's a very close round. Where I thought the early part was Beterbiev, to be honest. But now Bivol, I think, is making a surge in an argument for the round.
Yeah, he's answering to the increase in pace.
Yeah, he is. And it's a very close round. He might have done enough to catch up and maybe be slightly even ahead. I don't know. But a close round. But I tell you something Beterbiev did the first fight. He stole a lot of rounds late.
He did.
He knows how to do that. And I think Beterbiev, or Bivol, I should say, understood or understands that he did that. And he's trying to make sure he doesn't steal around here.
I got to give round 2 to Bivol. I think he did just enough in that round.
Are you going by ring general or navigation that he got the geography a little bit more of what he wanted?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, I noticed that Beterbiev stepped up the pressure, but he wasn't able to get him up against the ropes or corner him or land anymore. And those right hands are landing with authority by Bivol, and then he's moving.
But again,
he's hitting and he's already moving out of position.
Doug, when a punch lands, it's not just about the power. It's about that the other guy made a defensive flaw. And you can see why that punch landed. After Beterbiev threw his jab, he posed. He stood there. He didn't move his head. And he got caught with the right hand.
And I also like that Bivol double and tripled up with his jab. Successfully in spots.
And I'm going to say it again. Anytime you see a knockout, just about any time, you see a good punch land, the other guy, it was timing, it was power, it was speed. The other guy made a defensive mistake. There was a flaw in his defensive technique. And one of the basic flaws is not moving after your punch. I'll be more specific. Not moving after your jab. You throw a jab and you stand there, you're going to get countered with right hand. And that's what happened to Beterbiev. He threw a jab, was a little slow recovering with it. He stood there, took a picture, posed, whatever you want to call it. He got hit with a right hand.
There's a nice right hand landed by Bivol.
Yeah, off the counter. He's looking for the counters now.
Beterbiev backed away. He knows when to take a step back or to take 2 or 3 steps back.
And I tell you something that Bivol knows. When to open up, when not to. Yeah.
Yeah, he's doing a good job of that.
He knows when to open up, when not to. You might have listened to that Kenny Rogers song.
Know when to hold him, know when to fold him.
Yeah. Right there. He knew to come back then. Why? Because Beterbiev had just finished punching. He was going to be in position to be able to counter him and safely counter him. Trying to get Beterbiev to reach a little bit. That's what he's hoping to do. Look to time him coming in there again. Doing a good job, Bivol. Fighting a very strategic, disciplined fight. You got to be disciplined with Beterbiev. Answered right back, though. That was no accident. Beterbiev threw the right hand. Looked like it might have partially landed. He came right back. Bivol wants to be in charge here. He doesn't want this.
Nice combinations
he don't
from
want
Bivol.
the boogeyman to get in charge.
Nice 2 and 3 combinations from Bivol while he's on the move.
Well, he's got to be on the move.
Yeah, he plants just long enough. Bop, bop, bop.
Well, that's got to be.
And he's on the lateral movement.
That's got to be his design. That's got to be his intent. That's got to be his plan. No, you can't stand there with a guy who wants you to stand there. With the boogeyman. And picking his spots, the right time. Right time. Now he's got to get out of dodge.
Yeah. And Bivol is piercing that guard of Beterbiev, and Beterbiev is not landing. That was a right hand landed by Beterbiev. That was nice. That was well timed. That got around the guard. Nice shots to the body from Beterbiev. Beterbiev coming on strong in the final 10 seconds, but here's Bivol answering.
Yeah, like he did.
He's not going to let him steal this round. Yeah, he's like, not again.
To the point I made earlier.
Yeah.
Not going to let him steal. You stole rounds on me last time.
He sure did.
You ain't doing it this time. That was Bivol.
Nice start from Bivol. I got it 3-0. After 3, 30-27. Dmitry Bivol.
There's the fight we were talking about.
Yeah,
that's going to be a huge fight.
Yeah, they're showing
in the UK.
Highlights of Chris Eubank and Conor Benn butting heads after Chris Eubank Jr.'s most recent fight. Presented by Ring Magazine, April 29, Tottenham. I hope I said that right. Tottenham.
I think you did. Body shot. Did it safely.
Yeah, Bivol is mixing the shots,
right
straight
distance.
shots to the head and to the body.
Yeah.
He's putting them together to the head, though.
You know, we think about Beterbiev going to the body. Very smart of Bivol to go to the body. Slow down this guy that likes to run you over. You know, take something out of the balloon a little bit. You know. You better not go back on a straight line, Bivol. If you go back on a straight line, he'll step in and catch you on that line. It's got to be angles. It's got to be angles, which he's doing. He's moving laterally, obviously, and you got to change the direction. You can't stay one way. And he's doing that for the most part. But now you got to also make him respectful of not just walking in. And that's what, obviously, Bivol in the right spots wants to do. Because while you're doing all this stuff with such a dangerous guy, you got to also win rounds.
Yeah.
You know, anyone could say, oh, yeah, you got to be defensive mind. You got to keep more balance. You know, you got to be real elusive. You got to, you know, be the will of the wisp. Like
only way you're going to win is if you land punches.
You also have to have the proper mix of offense.
Yeah. Beterbiev is trying to find the proper mix of offense. He hasn't found it yet. I can tell he's trying to mix his shots up now. Landing, he just knocked Bivol off balance. I don't think Bivol has hurt it all.
Oh, but what Beterbiev is doing this round is he is showing you that he knows and feels that Bivol got off to a fast start.
Yeah, he's got to know it.
And
he's got half a round to make something happen.
Yeah, he wants Beterbiev. I think he's winning this round. Beterbiev knows that he can't let too many rounds get ahead of him or get away from him early on. So he started stepping up the pressure a little bit.
Beterbiev's doing a better job of blocking the shots as he's walking in, and he just landed landed a right to the head and a left to the body.
And he's doing a good job of letting his offense be his defense. He's just simple. Again, it's not complicated. He stepped up the pressure behind the jab the right way, not reaching, you know, stepping in with his legs under him. But he's putting Bivol on the defensive. He's making him think more about defense, more about surviving the round, getting through the round, than winning the round.
Yeah, you can see that. It does, but sometimes it is simple. Bivol's boxing more on the back foot. Good round 4 for Artur Beterbiev. He's got 20 seconds left. Let's see if Bivol can try to steal it from him.
Very good round. And again, where does it start? With the jab. You're going to press a guy? Press him behind the jab, like that. Put bugs on his windshield so you don't see it coming. Nice counterpunch by Bivol.
Yeah, that knocked Beterbiev off balance just for a second.
Oh, look what Bivol's doing. He's looking to throw those real quick, short little counter hooks. He's turning from the jab to a real sneaky, beautiful. You talk about science. Beautiful little counter left hook.
Yeah.
Because why? Because it's better than a jab because it's more powerful.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jab ain't going to do it with this monster.
Yeah.
You got to hit it with something a little harder than a jab. And what's he doing? He's turning it into a hook.
Yeah.
I wonder if we're going to see this here.
We're not used to seeing hooks from him.
There's the jab of Beterbiev.
It is more than pesky. It'll shake you up.
Jab again, perfectly timed.
Yeah, I scored round 4 for Beterbiev.
Yeah, me too.
And there's the jab.
Yeah, that's the defense.
Bivol got under the right hand, moved out of position. They didn't show us the.
No, they didn't.
He camouflaged the hook. It started out as a jab, and then he turned it over.
Yeah, real smart.
You'd love to see it.
Real tricky, real smart, and real effective. You can catch the guy coming in where he won't see it coming.
Yeah.
1 minute was a jab.
He's anticipating a different punch.
Yeah. 1 minute's a jab, the next minute's a hook.
Certainly, Dmitry Bivol is talented enough to do that. Let's see if he can do it again.
What they got for these scores, I don't know.
Chris Mannix of DAZN has it even up. He had the first 2 rounds for Bivol and rounds 3 and 4 for Beterbiev. I had the first 3 rounds for Bivol and round 4 for Beterbiev.
Yeah,
so I have a 39-37 for Bivol.
Be honest, I'm more in your lane.
Yeah. I'm not mad at that score. First round was pretty close.
See the timing of that jab of Beterbiev? Are we appreciating this? I
love it. I like watching it.
He don't throw, maybe not as quick, definitely not as often, definitely not as flashy, but he throws it so effectively.
Yeah.
It's like getting hit with a freaking a tree branch.
Yeah, but it has purpose. And even when it looks like he's just putting it out there, there's some real thud behind it.
Yeah, it does have purpose, and it has timing.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes he'll actually throw it just as Bivol's about to throw something. He'll throw it at the perfect time and beat him to it. The perfect time.
Yeah.
The sweet spot, you might say. Watch what he's looking for. He's looking to throw a hard jab just at the right time.
Yeah.
Like when Bivol's about to throw something, he'll throw what really amounts to from Beterbiev, and you wouldn't think this with an aggressive guy. It's a counter jab.
Yeah. No, I love seeing it because it's not what you expect from Bivol, or it's not what we normally recognize. I'm sorry, Beterbiev. It's not what we normally recognize from Beterbiev.
Again,
obviously we expect the jab from Bivol. He works everything off of it.
He knows when to throw that jab.
Something about Beterbiev's jab though, because it's just so efficient.
Well
it's just
placed.
Pop. Yeah.
Right time.
He has both hands right in front of him, and it's just.
What do people like to say? That's on time. That's on time. Right on time.
Right on time.
Really is.
Did Bivol land a nice right hand there?
Bivol, he was looked like Beterbiev was looking for the right hand, and Bivol beat him to it.
Yeah, well, it got a reaction from the crowd. And Beterbiev missed there with a sweeping right hand.
It's all jab here this round. Accurate jab, well-placed, well-timed jab by Beterbiev. I mean, he's putting a clinic on how to use a jab.
Yeah, and use a jab to help you cut off the ring.
Yeah.
I'd like to see him go tap the body a little bit.
He landed a right hand. Wasn't fully flush, but he landed a right.
Oh, there was a right hand to the ear or to the side of the head. There's another one. There's another one.
Now he's eating. He talk about setting the table.
Get the body, Beterbiev. Come on.
Beterbiev has been setting the table all around, and then he ate.
Close round, but I think
that was
the last 20 seconds you got to give it to Beterbiev. Yeah. So I have it. Just a 1-point fight after 5 rounds, 48-47. Dmitry Bivol. It looks like Beterbiev is coming on. But I do expect Bivol to answer. That right hand landed high on the forehead.
Yeah, he set the table with the jab, and then he did this. Looking to eat.
Yeah, Beterbiev found a home for his right hand, maybe the final 45 seconds or so.
Yeah,
nice Bivol coming back, man. Beautiful 1-2. I love Bivol's 1-2 combination. Yeah, right in the mouth. Bivol just landed.
That got an impact on Beterbiev. I mean, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's a cost to getting that close to Bivol.
But I'm telling you, Beterbiev was that makes it a close round. Bivol landed a real consequential combination there now that we got the benefit of seeing that in slow motion and really got the attention of Beterbiev. It was a jab in the right hand right on the button behind it. Clean shots, both jab and the right hand by Bivol. Close round, but I still think
Beterbiev, round 5. And let's see, we're halfway. We're at the halfway point of this fight. Let's see if Beterbiev's engine is hot yet, because it does take him a while to warm up. Let's see if Bivol can just do that little extra that he didn't have for Beterbiev in the first fight.
100%. But again, you're walking a fine line. You're walking that tightrope. You want to do a little more, but if you do a little bit too much, you get caught. You get caught, and it ain't with your hand in the cookie jar. I mean, that's kids play. You get caught with a damaging shot. There's that jab again.
Yeah, this is high-level boxing. And these guys, I mean, their minds are working.
That jab is always working. And you're right. There's a lot of cerebral.
Well, I mean, both guys are answering each other, like, on a second-by-second basis.
Well, nobody wants the other guy to steal the rhythm, the momentum, whatever you want to call it, of this fight. The tempo.
Well, yeah, I mean, it looks to me like Bivol wants to take the momentum back. He had it, I think, after 2 or 3 rounds, and then Beterbiev came on, as he does.
They're both rhythm fighters.
Yes.
I mean, Bivol's easier to understand that he's a rhythm fighter. You know, you could almost hear the music. You know, smooth music. But for Beterbiev, he's a rhythm fighter too. He gets that jab going. He gets coming forward. He starts doing this. That's a rhythm.
Maybe he's more percussive.
Yeah, he is. He is. But you see it.
Bivol's like on a stringed instrument, man. Yeah. Oh, look at him. So fluid.
Yeah, very fluid.
I love those punches, just straight down the pike.
He's looking for that
just
right
a good
hand.
Classic stand-up 1-2 boxer.
And Bivol's looking for that right hand counter shot to slow this man down.
Yeah, this has been tit for tat. I kind of feel like Bivol's had the slight edge, though.
I agree. That jab again.
Working. He doubled up on the jab, threw the right hand kind of like to the chest.
Threw the right hand at the right time.
Oh! Yeah, I think Beterbiev caught Bivol with the right hand just as Bivol was loading up with his. I don't know if he's hurt, but he felt it. He's holding.
Both guys looking to time the other guy.
That's a tough one to score.
They were both. Bivol was looking to time Beterbiev coming in with the right hand. Beterbiev kind of knew it and said, you know what? I'm looking at my right hand landing first. I know you're trying to time me with a right hand. I'm going to see if I can beat you to it with my right hand. You know, it's kind of like playing cards. You know, you got 2 pair. I raise you with 3 of a kind.
That was nice.
I wonder if we're going to see that spot.
Oh, nice. That's the way to get off the ropes.
Yeah, it was a good right hand. Well, he turned and then he threw. Very smart. That's smart boxing.
Oh, that's the punch that I was talking about. That right hand. That was like in the last 15 seconds.
That was the one I was talking about.
Yeah, and I could see that stealing the round on at least one of the official judges' scorecards.
Which he's very good at doing.
Yeah.
And he's got a track record of doing it.
Yeah.
He did it the first time, as we've already chronicled. But that, again, I'm going to say it again. That was an example of turning the tables. Bivol thought he was going to time him coming in with the right hand, and Beterbiev sensed. He knew what he was up to, and he timed him with the right hand. He beat him to the timing of right hands.
Yep. And talking about stealing the round on Chris Mannix's scorecard, he has the opposite score that I have. I've got 58-56
He always
Bivol.
has opposite
He's got 58-56 Beterbiev, and he's had Beterbiev win every round from the 3rd round on.
Yeah.
But I'm seeing a little more back and forth with these rounds. But they, just like the first fight, every round is competitive.
Yeah,
and some are close. And I made note with that 6th round. I scored it for Bivol, but I made a note that this is close, and I won't be surprised or mad if any of the official judges score that for Beterbiev, because he did get some nice work done and may have landed the punch of that round.
For me, this fight is right now coming to two things. Who's controlling the flow? And it's going back and forth, taking turns, the rhythm. But again, the same old thing is the criterion, supposed to be at least, of professional scoring. Who's landed the more consequential punches, the more telling punches, the more damaging punches, the more effective punches? That is, for me, especially in these rounds where there's not a lot to separate these guys with, you have to depend on that. Who landed the more consequential punches or punch? Because there is not a lot to separate these guys in these rounds. And as far as geography, I love to talk about who has the geography. They've both taken turns. I mean, Bivol right now is trying to control it where he wants it on the outside. And Beterbiev is looking, obviously, to inch his way in. And get the geography, the real estate, if you will, in as close as he can get it, like that. But right back with his. That was a smart move. You see what he did? The jab of Bivol missed, and his hand was behind the neck of Beterbiev, so he turned him. He turned him so he couldn't punch. Turned him off balance.
Bivol is working that jab overtime.
Yeah, he's working beautiful combination.
Getting some right hands behind it.
Punching at the right time. Beautiful, real job of counterpunching there the last 30 seconds of that round, which I think took the round for him.
Yeah.
You give it to Bivol, right?
I did.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I agree. He did what he wanted to do. You know, he stalled the train a little bit at the station, you know, with Jeb on the outside, stalled him a little bit. And then he got a little space, and when the train started to come out of the station, he threw his combinations like that.
Yeah,
and
coming right back after getting, grazed himself. There's so much happening in each round. It feels like these are like 2-minute rounds.
The body language, which, you know, you can read.
Can't believe we're in round 8 already.
Is very good on Bivol.
Yeah, better this time around than the first fight.
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, it's always good with Beterbiev. I mean, he ain't going to show you.
He is a rock. Not going to give you any emotion.
No,
he is about his business.
Yeah.
In that squared circle, man.
Again, it's about, you know, navigation in there for Bivol. Move to that. Move a little. Punch at the right distance, the right time. Don't punch at the wrong time. There's the right time. Right? And then, you know, do what the sheriff told you. Get out of dodge. Don't stay there too long. Again, control the outside.
Teddy, you trained Alexander Vozdik when he fought Beterbiev.
Yes.
A younger version of Beterbiev.
You were.
I thought so.
Well, we were on the scorecard.
Yeah, you were ahead on the scorecards. But was this sort of the game plan, or was it a little bit? Yeah.
No. All.
Yeah.
Get off at the right distance and then give angles.
Yeah.
Keep him off balance. You know, don't let him get going. I'll use a phrase that my son would use in the NFL. Don't let the guy start going downhill. Mm-hmm. You know, the running back start going downhill on you.
Right.
You know,
that momentum.
Yeah. Don't let that happen. And that can only happen if you stand in front too long. And Bivol's doing a good job of almost kind of, I don't want to say taking off this round, but picking his spots, controlling the pace of it, making sure
he's less active with his offense in
but
this
he's
round.
making sure he's got plenty of gas for the stretch.
Yeah.
Remember
and he's not taking a lot of punishment in this round.
But remember what's in his mind. He didn't have gas for the stretch. Now, again, it was because of the pressure finally got to him in the body.
Yeah.
Got to him. But he didn't have a full tank. He didn't have the gas that he wanted at the end. I think he's a little conscious of this round.
So you think he's conserving?
I think
conserving energy
I think that it shows.
Yeah, the final rounds.
He wants to have gasoline in that tank for the stretch run because he knows it's going to come down to the stretch run. And I'm sure he made one commitment to himself, probably to the camp. I'm not losing the championship rounds.
Ooh.
Nice counter by Bivol. Beautiful. Both guys look for right hands. And really, it's a bit of a chess match with those right hands. Who's going to get there a little sooner? Who's going to be thrown just a little late or right on time? There's those deep breaths.
Yeah, but you can see the conviction on his face, though.
Oh,
it's not like he's lost in there or worried. He's locked in. We're seeing some slow motion replays. We're seeing Bivol, even though he kind of took that round off, still landing hard right crosses.
I give him the round, Bivol.
Yeah, so did I. That's a nice. That's a sweeping left hook.
Yeah, well placed behind the glove. Well placed.
A short right hand that landed on the forehead of Beterbiev. Yeah. Beterbiev looking for his own right hands, but falling short, especially in the second half of that round.
That's what I've been saying and really concentrating on, I'd say, the last 4 rounds. That both guys are looking for those right hands.
Yeah.
And it comes down to who throws it just at the right time. Just a tenth of a second late, you get hit. There it is.
Bivol still has his speed.
Yeah, he got out of
Still
town.
got his legs.
He got out of dodge.
And look, Chris Mannix giving Bivol credit for round 7 and 8. So he has it even.
What do you have it?
I got it 78-74 for Bivol. I just feel like he's doing a little bit more in the majority of these rounds.
I think it's a good start to the round for Bivol. Again, geography. Control the outside. Keep this man from setting up shop in close.
You know, he's done enough in this fight to where Beterbiev looks like a dangerous fighter, not necessarily the boogeyman. And I think in the first fight, especially at this juncture in the first bout, Beterbiev, he still had that aura. He still kind of had this mystique where you're like, oh man, he's coming on.
No, but part of it is, I get what you're saying, but part of the reason is what I touched on before this fight started.
He made him miss, and then he makes him pay with, 3 or 4 shots?
He's got to do.
Yeah.
But I think to your point, I think what I said early on is what it's all about. Bivol has been in with the boogeyman. He hadn't obviously been in the first time.
Right.
He'd been in with he got answers to the questions. I can be in with the boogeyman.
Right.
He didn't know that the first time. That's the aura you're talking about.
Right.
You're 100% right.
Bivol's not seeing it. So
he's not seeing the aura.
He can do his thing.
Yeah, he's seeing him. He's seeing a man now instead of a boogeyman.
Right.
He's seeing a strong, determined, aggressive man who's not a boogeyman. He's the kid that was seeing a boogeyman, and you opened up the closet, you put the lights on, and you're
like, oh, it's you.
You're just a guy. It's not a boogeyman. Oh.
And he's landing some nice combinations and staying on the move, too.
He's doing
still keeping himself safe with the lateral movement and bringing the guard up at the right time.
And he's very cognizant of the last 30 seconds, that this man took charge the last 30 seconds, and he's not letting them do that right now. And again, to me, it really does come down to that, we've always read the stories, we've all seen it, where body shot. That's what he wants to start doing now, Beterbiev.
Oh, absolutely.
Go to the body. He did it the first time. By going to the body, start to take air out of the tires, put a flat in there if you can, and get Bivol to do what he doesn't want to do. Be cooperative by staying in front of you too much down the stretch. And the way to do that is to go to the body and remove air from those radials.
We're seeing a right to the body followed by a hook to the head.
Giving him a taste of his own
medicine. Beterbiev in a shell a little bit, getting under a right hand, moving into position.
Wasn't that beautiful?
Double jab, and then a 1-2-1-2.
See,
right down the pike.
He took care of defense, possession, and offense all in one move.
Yeah.
You know?
And just leaning away from the straight right and then coming back with his 1-2.
But changing positions before presence of his environment. You know, awareness of where he was. He knew he was getting close to the corner. He didn't want to be trapped in that corner. He gets off, he makes the punch miss, and in all one move, he moves around. He moves around Beterbiev, and he switches places. Now he is free, and Beterbiev is near the ropes. Beautiful move. Just, again, awareness of his environment. So important in that ring to be aware of your environment. He knew he was close to the corner. He knew he had to get out of that corner before it was too late. He did it beautifully. He did it just the way you train to do it, the way you teach somebody to do it.
Yeah, I'm impressed.
And I'll finish up what I said earlier. You know, I think that is the difference in this fight, aura and lack of aura in the mind of Bivol. You know, that old, you know, the books we read to our kids, you know, where it was, the boogeyman, Dad, the boogeyman, he's in, there's a boogeyman in my closet. You open up the closet, you put the light on.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
It's just that old coat.
Yeah, that's all it was, a shadow. It's just a shadow. That's okay, son. Kind of think he had that experience, Bivol. I really do.
Beterbiev is coming on strong in this round 10. Bivol still keeping himself safe.
He's trying to come on strong.
Yeah. Beterbiev's doing enough to where Bivol's not letting his hands go the way he has in the past 3 rounds.
This is kind of the round where... What round is this?
This is round 10.
It's kind
We're
of
in the middle of round 10.
Where things started to go down a hill in the first fight. Where things started to go a little sideways for Bivol. But they're not going sideways this time. They're not going sideways.
Beautiful body head combinations from Bivol. Rights to the body, jabs to the head, or right to the body followed by a hook to the head.
This is the distinct improvement and difference from the first Bivol to this Bivol. He is not giving up these championship rounds, going defensive too long, allowing the body to be attacked. Still a close round, though.
It really is. Yeah, it is a close round. A nice body shot landed by Beterbiev. He's got 30 seconds to steal this one.
And
Beterbiev
if he's going to do it, he's going to do it the way he did it the first time.
Yeah, nice double jab and a right hand from Beterbiev.
Push Bivol back.
Yeah.
He's vulnerable when he goes back. He can't counter when he's going back unless he gets ahead of you. Then he can set up a counter. He can set up a trap. But if you can get his legs moving back, Beterbiev's really good at that, punching with you as he's got you going back. He hasn't done a lot of that this fight. I don't think Bivol's allowed him to. Bivol just didn't allow him to.
Yeah.
Again,
and he finished that round nice, you know, with the combination right at the bell. Beterbiev was having some moments in there towards the second half.
You could have gave that round to Bivol, you know. Well, who are you giving it to?
I'm giving it to Beterbiev. But yeah, those are some nice combinations, though.
You know what? I would be really...
Right to the body. There's the hook to the head.
I'd be...
Partially blocked.
I probably would have favored maybe Bivol in that round.
Yeah, now that I'm seeing these highlights, I'm like, oh, wait, did you forget about that, Doug?
Tough round.
But yeah, nice jab from Beterbiev. Some good rights to the body.
Again, Beterbiev has not been able to do from the offensive side what he did the first time. Get Bivol to go straight back from a little too close, not back too far ahead of you. Again, he can set up that trap.
Right.
Get him to go back and push him back and go with him. And just keep the punches going and keep him defensive as he's going back. That's what Beterbiev likes. That's one of his strengths. He's not able to do that. Bivol keeps breaking it up on him with punches. He's not giving him that runway, if you will, for the plane to take off by going straight back. And believe me, the plane's looking to take off.
That's such a big difference. Chris Mannix of DAZN scored round 10 for Bivol. And he has it a 2-point fight, I believe.
Yeah, I agree
he's
with
at
that
96-94. I've got it a 3-point fight in favor of Bivol.
Yeah, I gave the last round to Bivol.
I can totally see that.
And now, again, Beterbiev's trying to get it going. He's not helping himself there. He should be working inside. Bivol, no. Bivol, nothing wrong with tying him up on the inside. That ain't your wheelhouse. But Beterbiev, when he gets in, he's having trouble on the outside. When he gets in, you better work. You better keep your hands free. You better make the most of it. Because the other guy has probably got the edge on the outside. And if you don't have the edge on the inside or make the most of it, you got a problem.
While backing up, Bivol is landing.
He's not
hooks,
letting him walk
crosses. You know what? One of those punches might have shook Beterbiev just a little bit.
This is the difference in this fight. And this is why I picked Bivol to win this one.
It's a good pick. It's looking
so
really
far,
good.
Anything could change with this guy.
But even though, I mean, Beterbiev doesn't show it, but I feel like there's some frustration there with Beterbiev.
Bivol's not letting him show it. He's not. Bivol's not allowing Beterbiev to get that momentum going. To get him going backwards, to get him going downhill. He's not allowing him.
We're seeing Beterbiev give up ground, back up. Maybe he's hoping to counterpunch Bivol, but Bivol's at a perfect range right here.
He's putting a masterclass on of what it is to control geography, to understand how you have to control it. Get off shots, step out just a little bit, and then let your offense be part of your defense. Don't just make a miss. Get your punch off like that and make it hard for him to come in. And that's what he's doing.
Yeah, letting him go.
And he got out of dodge just in time.
Just in time.
Beautiful.
That was 11:59.
Really?
He got out of town.
100%.
But yeah, that was, it
was beautiful.
That was a lot of shots that he landed.
He knows what he's doing.
I think it's going to tell on Beterbiev's face. You're going to see some lumps, a little bit of swelling.
Round.
Oh, maybe one of his better rounds, as a matter of fact.
Eddie Hearn knows it's his round.
And this is the best performance I've seen from Bivol since the Canelo Alvarez fight.
It had to be.
Yeah.
It had to be. Now, did old man time, I'm taking nothing away from the effort of Bivol. Really. Shame on me for bringing this up. Shame on you, Teddy. But did old man time start knocking on the door?
Seems
just
like he's
a little
on,
bit?
like he's Beterbiev's giving Father Time a piggyback ride.
Maybe.
Father Time doesn't have him in a chokehold, but he's riding on those shoulders.
But look, all joking aside, all credit to Bivol.
Yeah.
Great.
No, you're right. He's not backing straight up enough to where he's pinned against the ropes. He keeps turning.
Great fight plan and great execution. It had to be executed in a disciplined manner, and it has been.
Disciplined, but confident and decisive manner.
100%.
And like I said, man, he just had this look all week, like man on a mission.
He was.
But at the same time, he was very calm. He's in all these interviews, he's like, I know what I got to do, and I'm going to do it.
What has he got? 106?
106 to 103. He's got Bivol ahead.
Yeah, I have
Bivol
ahead.
Beterbiev needs something huge in this final round.
Yeah, he needs Bivol to make a mistake.
Yeah, Beterbiev needs Bivol to be stupid.
Yeah, to get greedy.
Yeah, pull a Billy Conn.
Stay there for one punch too many.
There you go.
He ain't having it though, Bivol. He learned. Lesson taught, lesson learned. That's what Bivol's real attitude was, I think.
That's his motto.
Yeah.
You can hear some chants of Bivol from the crowd.
Beterbiev not using his jab enough, I don't think.
Yeah.
To stabilize Bivol on the outside, keep him from doing what he's doing, which is owning the outside. Needs that jab more, and then, of course, he needs to close the gap. And for me, he needs to go to the body. Try to take some air with the last minute and 30 seconds out of at least one of those tires. I think it's desperation time for Beterbiev. Maybe call me crazy, but I don't know if he's able to do it right now. I don't. But I would have thought that in this situation, Beterbiev, and I hate to go this way and say a few years ago or a year ago, whatever, would have opened up a little more, because I feel like he's got to know that he needs to. Just let it go. Well, he's still got 50 seconds to do that.
Yeah, but man, look at Bivol move.
Oh, Beterbiev knows what he has to do.
He's trying to stay right on top of him.
He's trying to catch him going out.
It's getting hard to breathe if you're Bivol.
No, he's trying to catch him going out. He wants to go with him. He wants to go with him. Trap him on the ropes, go with him, catch him. But this is where he messed up, where Beterbiev messed up. He allowed himself to get tied up. Bivol wants to do, that's fine.
Sure.
Beterbiev cannot. If we're right and he's losing his fight, he cannot get tied up when he gets close.
Bivol stopping and letting his hands go.
Again, you
Maybe
can't get tied up.
Nope.
Get tied. You got to take a half step back, Beterbiev. You got to rotate your shoulders. You got to create room, but you got to punch. Oh, nice counter. Wow.
Yeah.
Great round.
Good close round. I'm going to be generous and give that to Beterbiev.
He got cut in that last round. You know that, Bivol?
Bivol did.
Yeah. Over the left eye or around the left eye? I don't know if it was a punch probably or a headbutt. I'm not sure. But it doesn't matter now.
Now, I've got it 8-4 for Dmitry Bivol. 116-112.
I felt sure the first time that Beterbiev won. I did.
Yeah.
Well, when it was over. Even though I picked Bivol. I feel sure I picked Bivol, of course, this time again. I feel sure he won.
I tell you what, his entire team, they were confident.
They had reason to be. They went camp with him.
Bivol, the trainer, the manager, Vadim Kornilov. And it wasn't that bluster.
No.
It wasn't like they were trying to hype themselves up or psych themselves up. It was just, they really feel like they had put in the work and they had a good camp.
It was business.
And, they knew the first fight was close enough that with the right, not just the right game plan, but the right attitude, that their man could turn it around.
No, it was like Hyman Roth to The Godfather. It's not personal, it's business.
Yeah.
It's business. He was all business. I know that what I'm going to say is at risk, but I just feel, it doesn't mean I'm right, I don't want to hear split decision.
Yeah, me neither.
Because I don't think
it was clear enough.
Yeah, I thought so. And look, give Beterbiev credit. I mean, he looked at time. He knew he had to catch him a clean shot there at the end. And he looked at time Bivol as he was punching. Right there. Right there. He tried to, and he didn't quite get there with the right hand.
Yeah. Doing a good job blocking some of these shots from Bivol. But a little bit too little too late. Beterbiev, I think he connected enough in that 12th round to where I scored it for him. But you're right, he should not have allowed himself to be tied up in that final minute, because he needed that. He needed every second of that final minute.
So it was fine.
And you could tell Bivol was feeling a little ragged,
Mutual respect from these two champions.
So you agree with my scorecard?
116, 112. Is that fair? Does that sound right?
Yeah, I agree with
I mean, I could see even 117, 111 for Bivol.
I agree with the result.
Yeah.
I don't know about the rounds.
Yeah, I know there was some
I just know that the result I agree with.
Yeah.
What's he got?
Mannix has 115, 113 for Bivol. Let's hear what the official judges
Is that what the scores were the first time?
Yes.
First time? Oh, my goodness.
Come on, people.
Could be a majority decision for Bivol. Yeah, Bivol. And new. Bivol.
Yes. The right man won it. Look at that. Oh, you love to see it, the elation.
He earned it.
He sure did. The sanctioning body guys are on top of him with the belts. They don't waste any time. You got the WBO around there. I see the IBO guy got it on there.
That was his manager there, the young guy.
Yeah, Vadim. Vadim Kornilov.
Good guy. They have a real good relationship.
Oh, yeah. He was almost thinking about leaving boxing. And then they got the opportunity to fight Canelo Alvarez. And Bivol did what he did, and he's like, you know what? We're still in this. And now look where they are. And there's His Excellency with the coveted Ring Magazine strap. How about that?
It's a beautiful belt.
That's got to feel good. That's got to feel good.
That is a classy belt. It's got a special look to it.
All right. Hey, Teddy, thank you. This has been great. This has not just been entertaining, and I hope people watching were entertained, but for me, it's been an education and an honor sitting here with you. And our esteemed guests, we had Bernard Hopkins, we had Teofimo Lopez, we had the promoters, Frank Warren, Eddie Hearn, Ben Shalom. We had, Sean Porter. Yeah. How wonderful. How blessed are we? This is great.
You're blessed. I got to give him dinner.
You do. He's gonna be a lot of fun, though. So I hope everybody watching this watch along had a lot of fun. We'll see you next time. From Doug Fisher, editor-in-chief of Ring Magazine, and the Hall of Famer, Teddy Atlas. We'll see you all next time.
Let's get ready for the ring.
103 years of history, 10,022 fights. But we're not stopping here. More rounds, more fights, more issues.
I think I'll always be involved in boxing. It's part of me, it makes me who I am.
Lifetime of pain and sacrifice for another 2 rounds of a broken jaw. There's no brainer. Keep pushing.
Listen, hey, it's not possible. No, don't try. I will do it.
The reign, the legacy continues.
We've seen champions making history. Now it's your turn. Subscribe to The Ring and join the legacy.